Preface of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Preface. The plan of the following work, whatever may be thought of its execution, will commend itself, it is believed, to the taste and judgment of the public. It proceeds upon the principle of selection, being chiefly confined to the great events of American history, and which are treated of as distinct subjects. In these respects the work differs from other historical works on the same subject. The advantages of a work thus constructed are too obvious to need specification. Yet it may be remarked that great events in history are like great objects in nature and art. It is the bolder features of a country, the more costly and imposing edifices of the city, the higher and more elaborate achievements of art upon which we delight to dwell. In like manner, great events attract our attention and interest our minds, because of their relations, because of the higher qualities of mind which perhaps gave them birth, and the striking and lasting changes which grow out of them. They serve as landmarks in our drift down the stream of time. We date from them. We refer to them. We measure between them. We compare them one with another, their causes, progress, influences, and in so doing our knowledge of men and things is advanced. Our false opinions are corrected. Our topics for interesting and profitable speculation and reflection greatly multiplied. A thorough perusal of a work thus constructed will secure, it is believed, a more competent and permanent knowledge of the history of a country than some half-dozen readings of that history written on the ordinary plan. The principle of selection will render the work the more valuable to certain classes of persons. To those who, desirous of a competent knowledge of the history of their country, have but a limited time to devote to the study of it. To the young, whose minds are apt to become wearied and perplexed with the number and details of minor events, and to those who wish to refresh their recollections without the labor and loss of time incident to the perusal of works constructed on the common plan. Each of these classes will find their interests consulted in the work before them, while the general reader may profitably proceed from the perusal of such a volume to those which describe events and details more minutely. In regard to what constitute the great events of American history, there may be some diversity of opinion. As to his selection, the author has not the vanity to suppose that it is the best that could be made. The journey has been a long one, and surely it were not strange if some events had been magnified into an undue importance, while those of perhaps even higher consideration were neglected, either for want of a better judgment or for want of more serious reflection. In the progress of the work, the author has endeavored to do justice to the original settlers of the United States and their immediate descendants, by bringing into view their constant sense of their dependence upon God. It will be seen that our forefathers were men who feared God, who sought His blessing in all their great enterprises, and when success crowned those enterprises, that they were ready to acknowledge His good hand which had been with them. In seasons of darkness they fasted and prayed. In seasons of prosperity they rejoiced and gave thanks. In these respects our ancestors did, indeed, only their duty. But it may well be urged upon the rising generation, which will soon take the management of the affairs of this already mighty nation, and which is growing in population, wealth, and importance every year, to imitate an example so just, so beautiful, so impressive. The author has briefly to add that the work was begun some years since, but until now he has found no opportunity to complete it, nor should he even at this date have had that pleasure but for the important aid of a highly valued literary friend, long favorably known to the public, Reverend Royal Robbins of Berlin, Connecticut, to whom in this place he is happy to make his acknowledgments for valuable portions of the volume. End of preface. Section 1 of the Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Introduction. If it be remarkable that the Western continent should have remained unknown for so many centuries to civilized man, it is perhaps still more remarkable that since its discovery and settlement it should have become the theater of so many signal transactions, and have advanced so rapidly to its present civil, religious, and political importance. The history of every portion of it is interesting and instructive, but more especially that portion occupied by the people of the United States. A great work is in progress throughout the entire continent, but the importance of the American Republic, with which our fortunes are more immediately connected, is becoming apparent with each revolving year. While therefore we propose to make an historical survey of the several countries both of North and South America, we shall dwell with greater particularity upon the events which have signalized our own republic in America. If not from her present population, which, though increasing by a wonderful progression, is still in point of numbers inferior to many other nations, yet from her wealth, her enterprise, her commercial and political relations, she is entitled to rank among the most powerful and influential nations on the globe. The eyes of the civilized world are upon her, and with wonder, if not with jealousy, do they mark her rapid and surprising advancement. The history of such a people must be full of interest. By what means has her national elevation been maintained? But a little more than 2 centuries have elapsed since the first settlers planted themselves at Jamestown in Virginia, and the Pilgrim Fathers landed on Plymouth Rock. They were then a feeble band. Before them lay a howling wilderness. An inhospitable and intractable race rose up to oppose and harass them. The means of living were stinted and uncertain. Famine pressed upon them and weakened them. The winters were cold and piercing. Their habitations were rude and unprotected. Disease added its suffering and sorrows, and death hurried many of the few to an untimely grave. Yet amidst accumulated calamity they gathered strength and courage. Accessions from the mother country were made to their numbers. Other and distant stations were occupied. The forest fell before them. Towns and villages rose in the wilderness, and solitary places became glad. Savage tribes, after years of terror, massacre, and bloodshed, retired, leaving the colonists to the peaceful occupancy of the land in all its length and breadth. But they were still a dependent people, subject to the laws, exactions, and oppressions of a proud and arbitrary foreign government. That government, jealous of their growing importance, adopted measures to check their aspirations, and to extend and perpetuate the prerogatives of the crown. But it was impossible that a people sprung from the loins of the fathers, whose courage and enterprise had been matured by years of conflict, should be either crushed or long thwarted in their plans. Oppression served rather to strengthen them. Threats prompted to resolution, and served to inspire confidence. And at length they arose to the assertion and maintenance of their rights. They entered the field, and for years, with all the fortunes of war apparently against them, they grappled successfully with the colossal power of the British Empire, thwarted her counsels, conquered her armies, established their independence. But a little more than 70 years has America been free from the British yoke. Yet in that brief period her advancement has outstripped all the predictions of the most sanguine statesmen. With but 3 millions of people, she entered the revolutionary contest. She now numbers more than 20 millions. Instead of 13 colonies, she embraces 30 free and independent states. Meanwhile, she has continued to gather national strength and national importance. Her wealth is rolling up, while her moral power is becoming the admiration of the world. These attainments, too, she has made amid convulsions and revolutions, which have shaken the proudest empires and spread desolation over some of the fairest portions of the globe. On every side are the evidences of her advancement. Genius and industry are creating and rolling forward with amazing power and rapidity the means of national wealth and aggrandizement. An enterprising, ardent, restless population are spreading over our western wilds, and our cities are now the creations almost of a day. But by what means has this national elevation and prosperity been attained? Shall we ascribe them to the wise, sagacious, and patriotic men who guided our councils and led our armies? Shall we offer our homage and gratitude to Washington, Franklin, Adams, Otis, Henry, Jefferson, and a multitude of others who periled fortune, liberty, life itself, to achieve our independence and lay the foundation of our country's glory? Let us do them honor, and a nation's honor and gratitude will be accorded to them, so long as the recorded history of their noble achievements shall last. Theirs is no vulgar sepulchre, green sods are all their monument, and yet it tells a nobler history than pillared pile, or the eternal pyramid. They need no statue nor inscription to reveal their greatness. But while merited honor is paid to the sages and heroes of the Revolution and to the Pilgrim Fathers of an earlier age, let not the hand of Providence be overlooked or disregarded. On this point the Puritans have left a noble example to their posterity. The supplication of the smiles and blessings of a superintending Providence preceded and accompanied all their plans and all their enterprises. God was their king, and they regarded him as truly and literally so, as if he had dwelt in a visible palace in the midst of their state. They were his devoted, resolute, humble subjects. They undertook nothing which they did not beg of him to prosper. They accomplished nothing without rendering to him the praise. They suffered nothing without carrying up their sorrows to his throne. They ate nothing which they did not implore him to bless. Nor were the actors of the revolutionary struggle insensible to the necessity of the divine blessing upon their counsels and efforts. Washington, as well as the head of his army, as in the retirement of his closet, or amid some secluded spot in the field, looked up for the blessing of God of battles. That also was a beautiful recognition of a superintending Providence, which Franklin made in the convention which, subsequent to the Revolution, framed the Constitution. "I have lived, sir, a long time," said he, "and the longer I live, the more convincing proof I see of this truth, that God governs in the affairs of men. And if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, is it probable that an empire can rise without his aid?" Let it be remembered by the American people, by men who fill her councils, by historians who write her history, by the young who are coming up to the possession of the rich inheritance, that whatever human agencies were employed in the discovery, settlement, independence, and prosperity of these states, the good hand of God has been over and around us, and has given us this goodly land, with its religious institutions, its free government, its unwonted prosperity. Let not the historian who writes, especially if he writes for the young, be thought to travel out of his appropriate sphere in an effort to imbue the rising generation with somewhat of the religious spirit of the fathers, to lead them to recognize the divine government in respect to nations as well as individuals, to impress upon them that sentiment of the father of this country as just as impressive, viz., of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. When the children of the Pilgrims forget that Being who was the Pilgrim's guide and deliverer, should they ever be so faulty and unfortunate, when the descendants of the Puritans cease to acknowledge and obey and love that Being, for whose service the Puritans forsook all that men chiefly love, enduring scorn and reproach, exile and poverty, and finding at last a superabundant reward, when the sons of a religious and holy ancestry fall away from its high communion, and join themselves to the assemblies of the profane, they have forfeited the dear blessings of their inheritance, and they deserve to be cast out from this fair land, without even a wilderness for their refuge. No, let us still keep the ark of God in the midst of this. Let us adopt the prayer of the wise monarch of Israel. The Lord our God be with us, as he was with our fathers. Let him not leave us nor forsake us, that he may incline our hearts unto him, to walk in all his ways, and to keep his commandments, and his statutes, and his judgments, which he commanded our fathers. Such a regard for God, his laws, his institutions, and his service is obligatory upon the present generation, aside from those blessings which may be justly anticipated as the reward of such reverence and obedience. It is due to the memory of the Pilgrim Fathers. Never can we so worthily and appropriately honor them as to cherish the pious sentiments which they cherished, and perpetuate the civil and religious institutions which they founded. It is due to the generation of our Revolutionary era, which, impressed with a sense of the value of the inheritance transmitted to them, periled life and fortune that they might transmit that inheritance in all its fullness and in all its richness to their posterity. We are the children of patriot heroes, who prayed and then fought, and fought and then prayed. It is due to ourselves, as we would secure the admiration and gratitude of the generations which are to follow us. It is due to those generations which, by the blessing of God, are to spread over and occupy the vast territory which now constitutes the American Republic. Those generations! I see them rising and spreading abroad as future years roll on. What shall be their character, their regard for civil and religious liberty, their peace, order, happiness, and prosperity, may depend upon the example which we set and the principles which we inculcate. We are living and acting not only for the present but for the future. We are making impressions for all time to come. If then our history for the future shall be as our history past, filled up with divine blessings and signal providential interpositions, if the noble work begun centuries since is to go on, if the fullest liberty and the purest religion are to prevail as time rolls on, if this vast continent is to be inhabited by enlightened and happy millions, we, who are now on the stage of action, must imitate the example of that pilgrim band which first landed on Plymouth Rock. Under the influence of such an example transmitted from generation to generation, we may hope that our beloved country will ultimately become, if she is not already, the queen of the world and the child of the skies. Impressed with the importance of such sentiments himself, the author will make no apology for offering them as, in his own view, an appropriate introduction to a work chiefly designed for the benefit of the rising generation. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States. Early Discoveries. Northmen. No event in the history of modern ages surpasses in interest the discovery of the American continent. It has scarcely any parallel, indeed, in the annals of the world, whether we consider the difficulty of the undertaking or the magnitude of its consequences. Without any serious question, the honor of the discovery belongs solely to Christopher Columbus. Mankind hitherto have so awarded it, and posterity will doubtless confirm the judgment. As, however, a claim to a prior discovery by the Northmen has been brought forward in recent times, it becomes the impartiality of history to notice it, and to give such an account of the circumstances on which the claim is founded as they may appear to deserve. Whether or not, at the distance of some 4 or 5 centuries, the transatlantic continent had been discovered by the Scandinavian voyagers, the merits of the great Italian are far from being affected by the fact. The prominent incidents in this alleged ante-Columbian discovery, it seems, are given on the authority of certain Icelandic manuscripts, the genuineness and even the existence of which have formerly been doubted by many, but which, there is no reason to suppose, are entitled to credence. The general story may be received as probable. In the details there is often something too vague, if not too extraordinary, to entitle it to any historical importance. The adventurous spirit and even the naval skill of the Northmen are not a matter of doubt with any who are acquainted with the history of the times to which reference is here made. The seas and the coasts of Europe were the scenes of their exploits, their piracies, their battles, or their colonization. According to the Icelandic statements, Eric the Red, in 986 emigrated from Iceland to Greenland and formed there a settlement. Among his companions were Herjulf Bardsson, who fixed his residence at a place which was called after him Herjulfsness. Herjulf had a son, whose name was Bjarne, who, with his father, was engaged in trading between Iceland and Norway. Bjarne was absent on a trading voyage when his father accompanied Eric on the emigration of the latter to Greenland. The son, returning to Iceland in a few months, and finding that Herjulf was absent, sailed in pursuit of him. In the course of the sail, having been enveloped in the fogs, he was carried to some unknown distance, but after the fogs were dispersed, land was seen. As, however, it did not answer the description given respecting Greenland, the party did not steer for it. During a sail of several days, they came in sight of land at 2 different times in succession, and at last, tacking about, and carried by brisk and favourable winds in a northwest direction, they reached the coast of Greenland. This tradition of Bjarne's voyage, allowing it to be authentic, would seem to indicate that he was carried far down on the coast of America, and passed on his return the shores of Newfoundland and Labrador. In consequence of this adventure, and the interest which the account of it excited, a voyage of exploration was projected, and at length put into effect. It was conducted by Leif, a son of Eric the Red, an adventurous rover, who selected a company as adventurous as himself, among whom was a German named Tyrker. It was in the year 1000 that the voyage was made. After finding a shore in a direction similar to that in which Bjarne took, they landed, calling the region Helluland, which was most probably Labrador. It was an iceberg-lined shore, without grass or verdure. From this spot they put out to sea, and steering south they came to another coast, low like the first, but covered with thick wood, except the portion immediately skirting the sea, which consisted of white sand. It was probably Nova Scotia, named by them, however, Markland or Woodland. They pursued their voyage for 2 days, under the favour of a north-east wind, when they discovered land for the 3rd time. Here they disembarked on a part of the coast which was sheltered by an island. The face of the country was found to be undulating, covered with wood, and bearing a growth of fine fruits and berries. Taking to their vessels again, they proceeded west in search of a harbour, which they were so fortunate as to find. It was at the mouth of a river proceeding from a lake. They first made the river and then the lake. In the latter they cast anchor. In this spot they erected huts in which to pass the winter. When thus established, Leif made a division of his company into 2 parties, for the purpose on the one hand of watching the settlement, and on the other of exploring the country. In performing the latter service it happened, on one occasion, that the German Tyrker, above named, failed to return at night. After much anxiety and search, he was discovered, having found, during his wanderings, a region which afforded an abundance of grapes. The country, from this incident, was named Vinland or Wineland. From the mention which they made of the rising and the setting of the sun at the shortest day, it has been inferred that the island was Nantucket, and the region called Vinland embraced the coast of Massachusetts and Rhode Island. They returned to Greenland the following season. Thorvald, a brother of Leif, next undertook to make a voyage to the newly discovered land beyond the ocean. This was in 1002. We need not mention the particulars, but we may state generally that the adventurers continued in Vinland till the year 1004, and that the expedition terminated unfortunately in the death of Thorvald. He was killed in a skirmish with certain Eskimos, with whom the party came in contact in 3 several boats. Before breathing his last, he gave directions as to the spot where they should inter him. The rest returned to Greenland. Following this adventure, the 3rd son of Eric, named Thorstein, embarked with his wife Gudrida in search of the body of Thorvald, but he never reached the country. He was eventually driven back to Greenland, where he died. The next expedition seems to have been a project to colonize the country. The vessels were 3 in number, on board of which 140 men embarked, who took with them all kinds of livestock. The leaders on this occasion were Thorfinn, who married the widow of Thorstein, Bjarne Grimolfsson, and Thorald Gamlason. The enterprise appears to have been attended by a measure of success. They erected their tents and fortified them in the best manner they were able as a protection against the natives. An incident of some interest is mentioned as having occurred in their trade with the latter. These were eager for arms, but as they were not suffered to become an article of barter, one of the natives seized an axe and, in order to test its efficacy, struck a companion with it, who was killed on the spot. The affair shocked them exceedingly, but in the midst of the confusion, the axe having been seized by one who appeared to be a chief, was critically inspected for a while, and then violently cast into the sea. The period of their continuance in Vinland was 3 years. They found it a beautiful country while residing in it. Thorfinn had a son born to him, whom he named Snorre, the first child of European descent born on this continent, the ancestor of many distinguished personages now living. Among them is the noted sculptor Thorvaldsen. Thorfinn and a part of his company returned at length to Iceland. The remainder still continued in Vinland, where they were afterwards joined by an expedition led by 2 brothers, Helge and Finnboge, from Greenland. But this latter enterprise ended tragically, a large number of the colonists having been killed in a quarrel, which a wicked female adventurer in the expedition had excited. A few other voyages to Vinland, either accidental or designated, were made by the Northmen during the 11th and 12th centuries, some of them connected with attempts to propagate Christianity among the natives. But no interesting results are spoken of, and the whole project of colonizing the new region seems to have been not only abandoned, but to have passed from the minds of men. On the supposition that the records are true, which in general may be admitted, the colony could not have had a long continuance, and it is certain that no remains of it have ever appeared, unless some questionable accounts of the Jesuits, or the more questionable inscriptions on Dighton Rock. It was not until the era of Columbus that the world was awakened to the enterprise, or even to the thought of discovering land beyond the Western Ocean. Whether he knew or did not know respecting the adventures of the Scandinavians in those northern seas, it is hardly to be supposed that he could have the remotest conception that the country they called Vinland was the same as the Indies, which he proposed to reach by sailing due west. The honour, first of his theory and then of his achievement, is therefore in no degree diminished by the facts above narrated, so far as they may be believed to be facts. He, after all, stands preeminent among men as the discoverer of the New World. It was certainly, at that period, new to European knowledge and adventure. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Helen Sayers. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States Early Discoveries, Christopher Columbus. It is not ascertained in what year the birth of this illustrious individual occurred. Some authorities have placed it in 1446. Others have removed it back 8 or 10 years farther. As he died in 1506 and was said by Bernaldez, one of his contemporaries and intimates, to have departed in a good old age of 70, a little more or less, it would seem, abating the vagueness of the expression, that about 1436 was the period. The place of his birth also has been a subject of controversy, but the evidence is decidedly in favor of Genoa. His parentage was humble, though probably of honorable descent. It is generally believed that his father exercised the craft of a wool carder or weaver. Christopher was the eldest of 4 children, having 2 brothers, Bartholomew and Diego, and 1 sister, who was obscurely connected in life. In his early youth he was instructed at Pavia, a place then celebrated for education, and is said there to have acquired that taste for mathematical studies in which he afterwards excelled. Of geographical science he was particularly enamored, as it became also to be the favorite study of an adventurous age. It doubtless gave a direction in some measure to the course which Columbus pursued in life. At the early age of 14 years, he began to follow the seas, and after continuing this profession for more than 16 years, he proceeded to Portugal, the country of maritime enterprise at that era. Hither the adventurous spirits of Europe repaired, where they sought their fortunes in this department of business. Columbus mingled in the exciting scenes of the country and the times. Sailing from thence, he continued to make voyages to the various then-known parts of the world, and while on shore, he occupied his time in the construction and sale of maps and charts. Thus furnished with all the nautical science of the times, and with a large fund of experience, he was prepared to enter upon those speculations respecting the possibility of lands lying beyond the western waters, the result of which, when put into practice, proved to be so auspicious to the interests of mankind. What will not a single thought, when pursued as it may be, sometimes effect? In our hero, it brought to light the existence of a new world. His single object appeared to be to find the eastern shores of Asia, or some unknown tract, by sailing due west. How far that idea was original with him, it is not very material to ascertain. If not the first individual to conceive it, he was the first to carry it into execution. That land existed beyond the Atlantic was a conjecture merely of the ancients. Seneca comes the nearest to a direct intimation, though as a poetic fancy it claims no serious consideration. As the idea is given by Freneau, he says, "The time shall come when numerous years are past, the ocean shall dissolve the band of things, and an extended region rise at last. And Typhus shall disclose the mighty land, far, far away, where none have roamed before. Nor shall the world's remotest region be Gibraltar's rock or Tule's savage shore." Ferdinand Columbus informs us that his father's conviction of the existence of land in the West was founded on 1. Natural reason, or the deductions of science; 2. Authority of writers, amounting, however, to vague surmises; 3. Testimony of seafaring persons, or rather popular rumors of land described in Western voyages, embracing such relics as appeared to be wafted from over the Atlantic to Europe. What particular intimations he may have received, either from authors or sailors, do not appear. Since, in his voyage to Iceland, no mention is made of his having learned the story of the Scandinavian voyages to the northern portion of America. It is possible, however, that he may have been informed of them, and the reason why no mention was made by him was, as M. Humboldt conjectures, that he had no conception that the land discovered by the Northmen had any connection with the region of which he was in pursuit. The traditions which he may have met with, and the speculations of the times, were realized in his view. So strong was the conviction which had been wrought in his mind, from whatever cause, he was willing to jeopard life and fortune to put it to the test of experiment. With this grand object before him, he first submitted his theory of a western route to the Indies to John II, King of Portugal. He met with no countenance from this quarter. His project, in its vastness, was in advance of the comprehension of the age. John was not unwilling clandestinely to avail himself of information communicated to him by Columbus, but he would enter into no stipulation to aid him in the enterprise. Leaving the court of Lisbon in disgust, in the latter part of 1484, Columbus repaired to the Spanish sovereigns, Ferdinand and Isabella. The time of the application was peculiarly unfavorable, as the nation was then in the midst of the Moorish War, and needed for its prosecution all the pecuniary resources of the state. The persons of influence, also in the court, were destitute of those enlarged views which are essential to a just appreciation of the scheme that fired the great mind of Columbus. With these causes of discouragement, and the submission of his proposal on the part of the sovereigns to a council chiefly of ecclesiastics, he had little reason to expect a favorable issue. After waiting years in the most agitating suspense and doubt, for the council would come to no decision, he was preparing to abandon the suit. Pressing the court for a definite answer at that juncture, they at last gave him to understand that his scheme was vain, impracticable, and resting on grounds too weak to merit the support of the government. In deep despondency he quitted the court, and took his way to the south, as if in desperation to seek other patronage in other quarters. From the period of his application to the Spanish court to that at which we are now arrived in his history, it would seem that he made several attempts to interest other distinguished personages in his scheme. particularly the citizens of his native Genoa. But the early authorities so disagree among themselves that the chronology of his movements previously to his first voyage cannot be determined with precision. It is certain, however, that while in the act of leaving Spain, probably for the court of the French king, from whom he had received a letter of encouragement, he was purposely detained by a friend, Juan Perez, who had formerly been a confessor of Isabella, for the purpose of trying the effect of another application to the Spanish sovereigns. This measure, seconded by the influence of several distinguished individuals, and occurring just at the triumphant termination of the Moorish War, had well nigh proved successful at once. But Columbus was again doomed to disappointment. The single obstacle in the way now was not the disinclination of Ferdinand and Isabella, but what were deemed the extravagant demands of Columbus himself. He would not consent to engage in the undertaking, except on the condition that he and his heirs should receive the title of Admiral and Viceroy over all lands discovered by him, with 1/10 of the profits. This demand was the means of breaking up the negotiations, and that at the moment when he seemed to be on the point of realizing the visions which he had fondly indulged through long years of vexation, trouble, and disappointment. That he would consent to dash those bright visions rather than surrender one of the rewards due to his service is, in the language of our Prescott, the most remarkable exhibition in his whole life of that proud, unyielding spirit which sustained him through so many years of trial and enabled him to achieve his great enterprise in the face of every obstacle which man and nature had opposed to it. Columbus, again having turned his back from the scene of the negotiations, had proceeded only a few leagues distant when he was recalled by the royal message. The Queen, in the meanwhile, had yielded to the dictates of her own noble and generous nature, having been convinced of the importance of the enterprise by the powerful representations of the friends of our hero. She said at once in answer, "I will assume the undertaking for my own crown of Castile, and will pledge my private jewels to raise the necessary funds if the means in the treasury should be found inadequate." The money, however, was furnished by the receiver of the revenues of Aragon, and subsequently refunded at the instance of Ferdinand. The conditions on which Columbus had insisted in the event of discovery were finally granted. He was constituted by the United Sovereigns their admiral, viceroy, and governor-general of all such countries as he should discover in the Western Ocean. He was to be entitled to 1/10 of the products and profits within the limits of his discoveries. These, with other privileges of a like kind, not necessary to name here, were settled on him and his heirs forever. Thus possessing the royal sanction, Columbus immediately entered upon the arrangements required to prosecute the voyage. Isabella urged it forward to the extent of her power. Delay, however, unavoidably occurred, on account of the opposition or indifference of the local magistrates and the people where the equipment was to be made. This obstacle was at length removed by stern edicts on the part of the government and by the energy of Columbus. The fleet consisted of 3 vessels, one furnished by himself through the assistance of his friends, and was to sail from the little port of Palos in Andalusia. 2 of the vessels were caravels, that is, light vessels without decks. The other was of a larger burden, though not amounting even to 100 tons. How such craft could survive the waves and storms of the Atlantic is one of the marvelous circumstances of the undertaking. The number of men received on board amounted to 120. The preparations having been finished, the undaunted navigator set sail on the morning of the 3rd of August, 1492, having first with his whole crew partaken of the sacrament. He soon directed his course to the Canary Islands, in consequence of the condition of one of the vessels, called the Pinta, whose rudder had been found to be unfit for service. This, after a detention of more than 3 weeks, was repaired, and they then, on the 6th of September, proceeded on their voyage. On the 4th day, land ceased to be in sight, and now the fearful reality of their condition pressed upon the minds of the sailors with overpowering weight. They had been pressed into the service, and from the beginning were averse to the enterprise. Columbus had reason, therefore, to expect the open manifestation of discontent, if not insubordination and mutiny. The first exhibition of their feelings upon losing sight of land was that of alarm and terror. Many of them shed tears and broke out into loud lamentations. All before them seemed to be mystery, danger, and death. It was by no means easy to quell their fears, and it required all the address of the admiral to effect it. Their minds were, in a degree, soothed for that time by the promises of land and riches, which he addressed to their wants or their cupidity. Every unusual incident, however, on the voyage was calculated to awaken their gloomy and distressing apprehensions, such as the sight of a part of a mast when they had sailed some 150 leagues, and the variation of the needles. The former presented to their imagination the probable wreck of their own frail barks. The variation of the needle created surprise even in the mind of the admiral, but to his crew the circumstance seemed perfectly terrific. They felt as if the very laws of nature were undergoing a change, and the compass was about to lose its virtues and its power as a guide over the waste of waters. Columbus, however, by ascribing the variation of the needle to the change of the polar star itself, satisfied the minds of his pilots inasmuch as they entertained a high opinion of his knowledge of astronomy. The distance at which they were every day carried from their homes was a source of accumulating uneasiness. Every sort of superstitious fear was indulged in. One while, the prevalence of winds from the east excited their apprehensions that a return to Spain was impracticable. At another time, the slight southwest breezes and frequent calms, causing the ocean to seem like a lake of dead water, made them feel that they were in strange regions where nature was out of course and all was different from that to which they had been accustomed. Here they thought they might be left to perish on stagnant and boundless waters. Now they seemed to themselves to be in danger of falling on concealed rocks and treacherous quicksands, then of being inextricably entangled in vast masses of seaweed which lay in their path. Although Columbus had contrived to keep his men ignorant of the real distance they had come, yet the length of time could but tell them that they must be far, very far from country and home, and that their ever going on to the west would at length place the east too remote from them to hope ever reaching it. They had been occasionally cheered with what were deemed indications of their proximity to land, such as the flying of birds about their fleet, the patches of weeds and herbs covering the surface of the water, and a certain cloudiness in the distant horizon, such as hangs over land. But these had proved fallacious, and the higher hope was raised by such appearances, the deeper was its fall when the appearances passed away. This state of things led to murmurs and discontent, and at one time the crew were on the point of combining in open and desperate rebellion. The power which the great admiral possessed over the minds of men was never more signalized than in putting down this spirit of insubordination and mutiny. He was perfectly aware of their intentions, but preserved a serene and steady countenance. He seemed intuitively to understand in what way to address himself to the different portions of his company. Some he soothed with gentle words. Of others, he stimulated the pride or avarice by the offers of honors and rewards. The most refractory he openly menaced with condign punishment, should they make the slightest attempt at impeding the voyage. After the experience of long-continued calms, the wind sprang up in a favorable direction, and they were enabled efficiently to prosecute their voyage. This was on the 25th of September, and the vessels sailing quite near to each other, a frequent interchange of conversation took place on the subject most interesting to them, their probable position as to land. In the midst of it, a shout from the Pinta was heard on board the Santa Maria, the admiral's ship. "Land! Land!" the signal pointing to the southwest. Columbus, who had found cause on other occasions to dissent from the opinions of his men, gave way in this instance to the joyful feelings which were at once excited in their bosoms. But it proved at length that what appeared to be land was nothing more than an evening cloud of a peculiar kind. Thus were their hopes dashed, and nothing remained for them but to press onward. Fain would the crew have turned back upon their course, but the commander was sternly resolute on realizing his magnificent project, and pressed forward still deeper into mid-ocean. It is a necessary explanation of the character of this extraordinary man that he appeared all along to view himself under the immediate guardianship of heaven in this solemn enterprise. He consequently felt few or none of the misgivings which so strongly affected his associates. For several days longer they continued on, till on the 1st of October they had advanced more than 700 leagues since the Canary Islands were left behind. Again the murmurs of the crew were renewed, but in this instance became soon hushed by increasing tokens of their nearness to land. Indeed, so sanguine were they on the subject that on the 7th of October, on board of the Nina, land was again announced, but it proved a delusion, and all except Columbus were ready to abandon hope. At the end of 3 days more, they saw the sun, after renewed appearances betokening their neighborhood to land, go down upon a shoreless horizon. At this time the turbulence of the crew became clamorous. They insisted upon turning homeward and abandoning the voyage as a forlorn hope. The commander now, after trying to pacify them by kind words and large promises, and trying in vain, arose in the majesty of his undaunted heart, and gave them to understand that all murmuring would be fruitless, and that, with God's blessing, he would accomplish the purpose for which his sovereigns had sent him on a voyage of discovery. Fortunately, at this juncture, when the conduct of Columbus had become nearly desperate, the indications of neighboring land could not be mistaken. Besides fresh weed, the limb of a tree, a reed, and a small board, they picked up an artificially carved staff. Soon despondency and rebellion gave way to hope, and throughout the day every person on board of the little fleet was on the watch for the long-wished-for land. The following evening was a time of intense anxiety to Columbus. He could but infer that he was near to the goal of his adventures and his hopes, but was it so indeed? That was the question, and it must now be soon decided. Would the night reveal it to him? Would its discovery settle forever the truth of his theory and bring to him the immortal honor which he sought as the end of all his toil and suffering? Taking his station in a conspicuous part of his vessel, he maintained an intense and unremitting watch. A few hours only had transpired when suddenly he thought he beheld a light glimmering at a great distance. One and another was called to examine the appearance in order to confirm the commander in his impression, if indeed it was correct. They gave their opinion in the affirmative. Soon, however, the light disappeared, and few attached any importance to it except Columbus. They pursued their course until 2 a.m, when from the Pinta, which generally sailed ahead, the thundering signal was heard, the order being that a gun should be fired as soon as land hove in sight. It was indeed land at this time. It lay before them, now dimly seen, about 2 leagues distant. The joy which Columbus and his crew felt at the sight surpasses the power of description. It is difficult, even for the imagination, to conceive the emotions of such a man in whose temperament a wonderful enthusiasm and unbounded aspiration prevailed at the moment of so sublime a discovery. Utterance was given to his intense feelings by tears and prayers and thanksgivings. It was on the morning of Friday, 12th of October, 1492, that Columbus first saw the New World. A beautiful, fragrant, verdure-crowned island lay before him, and evidently populous, for the inhabitants were seen darting in great numbers through the woods to the shore. That greenhouse appearance which the regions within the tropics are known generally to assume, together with the purity and blandness of the atmosphere, struck the senses of the voyagers as though it had been Eden itself. They could give vent to their feelings only in tears of gratitude, in prayers and praises to God, who had conducted them to such happy destinies. Having made the necessary preparations, Columbus landed with his crew on the delightful shore in an ecstasy of joy and devotion, taking possession of the whole region in the name of his sovereigns and calling the island San Salvador. It proved to be one of what has since been known as the Bahama Islands. The conduct and appearance of the natives were such as to show that the Spaniards had no reason to fear their hostility or treachery. Simple, harmless, naked, and unarmed, they seemed rather to be at the mercy of their visitors. Equally timid and curious, they were at first shy, but being encouraged to approach the strangers, they at length became entirely familiar with them and received presents with expressions of the highest delight. The newcomers to their shores were thought to have dropped from the skies, and the articles bestowed were received as celestial presents. All was a scene of wonder and amazement, indeed, to both parties. As Columbus supposed himself to have landed on an island at the extremity of India, he gave to the natives the general appellation of Indians, by which, as a distinct race, they have ever since been known. After having noticed the features of the new-found island sufficiently, and learned what he was able from the natives in respect to other lands or islands, and particularly in respect to the gold they might contain, he explored the archipelago around, touched at several of the groups, and finally discovered the larger and more distant islands of Cuba and Hispaniola. Many interesting adventures occurred during his sojourn among these islands, in his intercourse with the natives, upon which we cannot enlarge. Suffice it to say that he succeeded according to his wishes in conciliating the affections of the people, and in the extent of his discoveries for the first voyage, but found a less amount of gold than he expected, and was unfortunate in the shipwreck of the Santa Maria, the principal vessel. His trials also with several of his subordinates in office were severe, as on more than one occasion they proved unfaithful to his interests and disobedient to his commands. It was on the 4th of January, 1493, that Columbus set sail for Spain. He left a part of his men in the island of Hispaniola, Haiti in the language of the original inhabitants, to occupy a fort he had built near a harbor which he had named La Navidad. While coasting on the eastern side of the island, he met the Pinta, which had for a time, under its disaffected captain, deserted from him. Joined by this vessel again, they proceeded homeward on their voyage, but they met with tempests which their frail barks were little able to encounter. The Pinta, being separated from the Nina, was supposed to have been lost, but this proved to have been a mistake, as she reached Spain nearly at the same time with the other caravel. At the time of their greatest extremity, when all hope of safety had departed, Columbus, anxious that the knowledge of his discovery might be communicated to the world, wrote a brief account of his voyage, and having properly secured it in a barrel, committed the latter to the ocean, in the hope that it might afterwards be found should he and his crew never see land again. But they were mercifully preserved as the storm at length subsided, and within a few days they reached the island of St. Mary's, one of the Azores. While he was at that island, where he had sought a refuge for his wearied men and his own overtasked body and mind, he encountered a species of persecution most disgraceful to civilized society. It was the result of the mean malignity of the Portuguese, who were piqued that the honor of the discovery should not have been secured for themselves, and was manifested by the imprisonment of a portion of his crew and other vexatious treatment. At length, regaining his men, he set sail for home, but meeting with tempestuous weather, he was forced to take shelter in the Tagus. Here, astonishment and envy seemed to be equally excited by the knowledge of his discoveries, and, could certain courtiers of the monarch have had their own way, the great adventurer would have been stricken down by the hand of the assassin. So black a deed of treacherous villainy had been advised. The king, however, treated him with generosity, and Columbus, being dismissed with safety, soon found himself entering the harbor of Palos, just 7 months and 11 days since his departure from that port. His arrival in Spain excited the most lively feelings of astonishment, joy, and gratitude. The nation was swayed by one common sentiment of admiration of the man and his exploits. Ferdinand and Isabella, who seemed to derive so much glory from his success, most of all participated in this sentiment. He was the universal theme, and most amply was he indemnified by the honors now bestowed upon him, and the enthusiasm with which he was everywhere welcomed for all the neglect and contumely he had previously suffered as a supposed insane or fanatical projector. His progress through Spain was like the triumphal march of a conqueror, but it is impossible, within the limited compass of this narrative, to present anything like an adequate idea of the sensation which was produced throughout the nation and Europe at large by the events that had thus transpired, or to enumerate the 100th part of the marks of consideration which the observed of all observers received from prince and peasant, from the learned and ignorant. The government confirmed anew to him all the dignities, privileges, and emoluments for which he had before stipulated, and others were added to them. But to Columbus, the most satisfactory consideration accorded to him by his sovereigns at this time was the request to attempt a second voyage of discovery. For this, the preparations were on a scale commensurate to the object in view. The complement of the fleet amounted to 1,500 souls. Among these were many who enlisted from love of adventure or glory, including several persons of rank, hidalgos, and members of the royal household. The squadron consisted of 17 vessels, 3 of which were of 100 tons burden each. With a navy of this size so strongly contrasting with that of his former voyage, he took his departure from the Bay of Cadiz on the 25th of September, 1493. He sailed on a course somewhat south of west, instead of due west as before, and after being up on the sea 1 month and 7 days, he came to a lofty island, to which he gave the name of Dominica, from having discovered it on Sunday. The liveliest joy was felt by the numerous company, and devout thanks were returned to God for their prosperous voyage. Sad reverses, however, awaited the great commander during this voyage of discovery. The garrison which he had left on the island of Hispaniola had disappeared, and the natives seemed less favorably disposed towards the white men than at first, a change which probably accounts for the fate of the garrison. Columbus, indeed, added other islands to the list of those before known, planted stations here and there on the principal island above named, and showed his usual unequalled energy and skill in the conduct of the expedition. But as he could not be everywhere at once, his absence from a place was the sure signal of misrule and insubordination among that class of adventurers who had never been accustomed to subjection or labor. His cautious and conciliating policy in the treatment of the natives was abandoned, where he could not be present to enforce it, and the consequence was that they were aroused to resentment on account of the injuries inflicted upon them. The treatment of the female natives on the part of the colonists was of that scandalous character calculated to produce continual broils and collisions. Eventually, a fierce warlike spirit was excited among portions of this naturally gentle and timid people, but they proved to be unequal to the civilized man, with the superior arms and discipline of the latter, in hostile encounter, and were driven before him as the leaves of autumn before a storm. There was such a war of extermination that in less than 4 years after the Spaniards had set foot on the island of Hispaniola, 1/3 of its population, amounting probably to several 100,000, was destroyed. Complaints were made by the colonists against the administration of Columbus, so that eventually he felt the necessity of returning home to vindicate his proceedings. Ferdinand and Isabella, however, took no part with the malcontents against him. They treated him with marked distinction, but it was evident that with the novelty of his discoveries, the enthusiasm of the nation had passed away. It was generally felt to be a losing concern. The actual returns of gold and other products of the New World were so scanty as to bear no proportion to the outlays. A third expedition was projected, and after various hindrances, arising from the difficulty of meeting the expense and the apathy of the public, Columbus took his departure from the port of St. Lucas, May 30th, 1498. Proceeding in a still more southerly direction than before, on the 1st of August following, he succeeded in reaching terra firma. He thus entitled himself to the glory of discovering the great southern continent, for which he had before prepared the way. It is not necessary to detail the events of this expedition, except to say that it proved a source of untold evil and suffering to the veteran navigator. After his arrival at Hispaniola, he was involved in inextricable difficulties with the colonists, the final result of which was that he was sent home in chains. This shocking indignity was the unauthorized act of a commissioner named Boadilla, sent out by the government to adjust the differences that had taken place. The King and Queen of Spain thus became unwittingly the cause of his disgrace. This was too much for the kind and generous feelings of the Queen in particular. Columbus was soothed by the assurances of her sympathy and sorrow for his trials. When he beheld the emotion of his royal mistress and listened to her consolatory language, it was too much for his loyal and generous heart, and throwing himself on his knees, he gave vent to his feelings and sobbed aloud. As an indication of the continued confidence of the King and Queen in his fidelity, wisdom, and nautical skill, they proposed to him a 4th voyage. To this he assented with some reluctance at first, but cheered by their assurances, he quitted the port of Cadiz on the 9th of March, 1502, with a small squadron of 4 caravels. This was his last voyage, and more disastrous than any which preceded it. Among other misfortunes, he was wrecked on the island of Jamaica, where he was permitted to linger more than a year through the malice of Ovando, the new governor of St. Domingo. On his return, the 7th of November, 1504, after a most perilous and tedious voyage, he was destined to feel the heaviest stroke of all in the death of his most constant and liberal supporter, the Queen, and with her death to fail of that public justice which he had looked for as the crown of all his labors, hardships, and sacrifices. The king, always wary and distrustful, though he treated Columbus with high public consideration, seems to have regarded him in the unwelcome light of a creditor, whose demands were never to be disavowed and too large to be satisfied. The great discoverer lived only a year and a half after his return, and though poorly compensated by the king in his last days, he bore his trials with patience, and died on the 5th of May, 1506, in the most Christian spirit of resignation. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kin Wah. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Sebastian Cabot. Although the evidence of history establishes the claim of Columbus as the first discoverer of the New World, including in that term the West Indian archipelago, yet there were other meritorious voyagers who extended the knowledge of these new regions, thus laid open to mankind. Others there were who, stimulated by his success and following his steps, enlarged the boundaries of geographical science even beyond the actual discoveries of Columbus. Among these voyagers was the admirable Sebastian Cabot, whose merits have never been fully acknowledged as they deserve to be, having been overlooked, in a measure, through the greater admiration bestowed on his predecessor. He belonged to a family distinguished for their spirit of adventure, as his father before him was an eminent navigator, and he was associated with two brothers, apparently possessing the same love of a seafaring life. The father of Sebastian was an Italian, but the son was born in Bristol, England, in 1477. The family was fitted out with 5 ships for the purpose of discovery by the English government, who granted a patent under date of March 6, 1496, to John Cabot, the father, as leader of the expedition. He was, however, rather the overseer or advisor of the concern than the leader. The real conductor of it was Sebastian, who, through his modesty, failed to secure for himself that consideration from the world which was his due. His object, like that of Columbus, was to find a passage to India, but not in the direction which the latter took. The idea which possessed the mind of Cabot was that India might be reached by sailing northwest. He left Bristol in the spring of 1497, and on the 24th of June, in pursuing his course, he came unexpectedly, and to his disappointment, in sight of land, and was thus impeded as to his progress in that direction. It was the North American continent which he had approached. The land seen was the coast of Labrador, as also an island that received the name of St. John's Island, from the day on which it was discovered. Cabot has recorded, in all simplicity, how the affair happened. He supposed himself to be on the direct route to India. "But after certain days," said he, "I found that the land ran towards the north, which was to me a great displeasure." St. John's Island he describes as "full of white bears and stags far greater than the English." From this point he steered his course towards the bay, since called Hudson's Bay. But after several days' sailing, he yielded to the discontent of the crew, and returned to England. Cabot conducted a second expedition, which sailed from Bristol in 1498. He reached Labrador again, where he left a portion of his crew, in order to commence a colony, while he proceeded on his voyage. But success did not reward his attempt, and on his return to Labrador, he found the colonists, from the sufferings they had experienced in that cold and sterile region, clamorous for a return. He accordingly submitted to their demands, and, laying his course to the south as far as the Cape of Florida, he recrossed the ocean. The notes which he took of his voyage have unhappily been lost. In 1517 he was again employed in an expedition from England, but though he penetrated to about the 67th degree of north latitude and entered Hudson's Bay, giving names to various places in the vicinity, he was compelled to return, through the cowardice of an officer high in command, Sir Thomas Pert, and the disaffection of the crew. They had not the spirit to encounter the rigor and privations of the climate. Notwithstanding these and his subsequent services for his country, he was suffered in the end to fall into poverty and neglect. His life was filled with adventures and changes. For several years he was employed in the service of the King of Spain, and during one of the expeditions on which he was sent from that country, he made the important discovery of the Rio de la Plata. He occasionally returned to England, and at length made it his resting place. Gloom overshadowed his latter days. His pension, at the accession of Mary, was suspended for 2 years, and, though restored, it was diminished the 1/2. He survived to a great age, being over 80 years, dying as is supposed in London, but when, no record shows. Not the slightest memorial points out the place of his sepulture. It is quite certain that the date of Cabot's discovery of the western continent is more than 1 year anterior to that of Columbus, the latter having reached the southern portion of it August 1st, 1498, while Cabot reached the northern portion June 24th, 1497. Amerigo Vespucci, who has carried away the honor of giving name to the continent, did not reach it until nearly 2 years after the English adventurer. But Columbus, in his first voyage, having ascertained the existence of regions beyond the Atlantic, became in effect the earliest and real discoverer. Except for his sublime theory and adventurous experiment, the age, probably, would not have furnished a Sebastian Cabot or an Amerigo Vespucci. End of section 4.
Read by Kin Wah, Cookeville, Tennessee, June 21st, 2024.
Section 5 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States Early Settlements, Virginia, or Southern Colony. When the New World, as America has since been familiarly called, was open to the enterprising cupidity of Europeans, it became an object to effect settlements in it from time to time. Accordingly, during a period of more than 100 years, from the discovery of San Salvador by Columbus, attempts were made for this purpose, either by adventurers in search of other discoveries or by expeditions fitted out to occupy regions already known. So far, however, as the northern portion of the continent was concerned, these attempts proved entirely without success. There was no want of excitement and effort at this remarkable era on the part of individuals. The strange story of the voyages of Columbus awakened the spirit of adventure in Europe, as it was never felt before. Vessel after vessel and fleet after fleet were dispatched to the new discovered continent, but the object in view was rather to find gold than home, and even where the latter was sought, the preparations were either inadequate or the undertaking was indifferently contrived and managed. Sebastian Cabot, who discovered Newfoundland, James Carter, who first entered the Gulf of St. Lawrence, Ferdinand de Soto, who first ascertained the existence of the Mississippi, Sir Walter Raleigh, among the earliest adventurers to Virginia, and Bartholomew Gosnold, to whom Cape Cod was first known, and all of whom attempted settlements for a longer or shorter period, were unsuccessful and disappointed in the end. The English were not thoroughly engaged in the business of colonizing America until the latter part of the 16th century, when several successive attempts were made to settle Virginia. The first expedition was conducted by Sir Humphrey Gilbert, who failed in his object, having never reached Virginia, and being shipwrecked, perished with all his crew on the return voyage to England. In 1584, the enterprise was confided to the auspices of Sir Walter Raleigh, who in the spring of that year dispatched 2 small barks, under the command, severally, of Ametas and Barlow. After going much farther south than was necessary, and experiencing the sickness incident to the season, they proceeded northerly till they made a harbor, taking possession of the adjoining land for the Queen's most excellent majesty, and in a short time afterwards came to the island of Roanoke. Nothing was effected by this voyage, except a little trafficking with the natives, and the favorable account which was given of the country upon the return of the expedition. In the third expedition, which was conducted by Sir Richard Grenville under Sir Walter in 1585, a company was landed on Roanoke, consisting of 108 persons, who, upon the return of the ship, were left to settle the country. But being reduced to extremities for want of sustenance, and by the hostility of the Indians, they all returned to England the next year with Sir Francis Drake. In the meanwhile, 1585, Sir Walter Raleigh and his associates made a voyage to Virginia, taking supplies from the colony, but after spending some time in the country and not finding the colonists, they returned to England. In the earlier attempts at settlement, after the spirit of conquest and adventure had been somewhat satiated, the object in view, so far as the English were engaged in it, was the acquisition of the tributary provinces, and the wealth which they would bring to the parent states. In this line of policy, England would follow the example of Spain and Portugal, yet with far less energy, and with no manner of success. The signal failures that were experienced turned attention at length to more sober and rational projects, to regular colonization and commerce, but the success even here was quite indifferent for several years. Mercenary views obtained the precedence. The moral heroism, which submits to any extremity of toil and self-denial for the objects of religious faith, could not be summoned to the support of these merely secular adventures. So far as colonization was calculated upon as a source of wealth directly, it did not feel the influence of a self-sustaining motive. It needed, as will soon be seen, other views of colonization to render the scheme completely successful. In regions remote from tropical riches and luxuries, what more might have been done to ensure success had the kings and princes of Europe been at leisure to prosecute the object with the means in their power, is not now to be ascertained. It is clear from the history of the times that they could ill afford the necessary leisure, in consequence of the multiplicity and weight of their own individual concerns. Wars, negotiations, schemes of policy, and the adjustment of ecclesiastical relations occupied the rulers of England and France, as also Germany, and nearly all the continent, almost exclusively through the 16th century. Of that which was achieved in the way of discovery and temporary settlement in the northern part of the American continent, much was left to individual enterprise and resources, and the universal failure of permanent colonization was almost the unavoidable result, connected indeed with the mercenary motive and bad management with which it was prosecuted. The first settlement of a permanent character effected by the English in North America was at Jamestown, in Virginia, in 1607. To that portion of the continent, as has been just detailed, more numerous and vigorous efforts at settlement had been directed than to any other on the coast, and with what results has also appeared. No one can read the account of these early and unfortunate attempts to settle our country without deeply lamenting the fate of those brave adventurers who were engaged in them. In the Virginia enterprise, religion and its blessings were not the direct moving influences on the minds of the adventurers, but they were a gallant and public-spirited class of the English people, and many of them of the better orders of society. Their failure, however, did not check the spirit of enterprise. A settlement was determined on, and it was providentially effected under the sanction of a grant from King James of the southern equal half of the territory, lying between the 34th and 45th degrees of latitude. An association was constituted called the London Company, who undertook the colonization of their portion of the country. This was called the Southern Colony. The expedition consisted of 3 small vessels under the command of Captain Christopher Newport, a man of great nautical experience. Neither they who were designed for the magistracy nor the code of laws could be known until the arrival of the fleet in Virginia, when the sealed orders committed to the commander might be broken. It would seem from the early accounts that a portion of the emigrants were but little influenced by the considerations of religion or propriety, from the disorders that occurred during the voyage. But their pious preacher, Mr. Hunt, at length, with the water of patience and his godly exhortations, but chiefly by his true devoted examples, quenched these flames of envy and dissension. In searching for Roanoke, they were driven by a storm to a different part of the coast, the first land they made being a cape, which they called Cape Henry. Thus discovering and sailing up the Chesapeake Bay, they came at length to a place suited to their purpose. Here they commenced in earnest their great work of settlement, calling the place Jamestown, in honor of King James. According to directions, the box containing the orders was opened, and the names of Bartholomew Gosnold, John Smith, Edward Wingfield, Christopher Newport, John Radcliffe, John Martin, and George Kendall were found as constituting the council. These were to choose a president from among themselves for a year who, with the council, should conduct and govern the colony. Mr. Wingfield was elected president, while one of the most distinguished of them, Captain John Smith, on account of suspicions entertaining respecting his ambitious views, was excluded for a time from the council. The plan of government was that matters of moment were to be examined by a jury, but determined by the major part of the council, in which the president had 2 votes. While erecting accommodations for themselves, and during the absence of a portion of the men on discoveries in the country, they were molested by the savages, with some small loss, and were in danger of total extirpation, had it not chanced that a crossbar, shot from the ships, struck down a bough from a tree amongst them, the savages, that caused them to retire. These, it seems, on other occasions, after troubling the planters by the nimbleness of their heels, escaped, what with labor by day and watching by night, with felling trees and planting the ground, with resisting hostile attacks, reloading ships, and effecting governmental business. The settlers found their hands and their hearts full, and often painfully occupied. Several weeks were spent in this manner, and after adjusting their disputes and receiving Smith into the council with a handsome remuneration for the wrong he had received, they all partook of the Holy Communion, the savages at the same time desiring peace with them. On the 15th of June, 1607, Captain Newport returned to England with the intelligence of their success, leaving in Virginia 100 emigrants. The departure of Newport was the signal for want and an increase of their difficulties. While the vessels were with them, provisions at some rate were to be had, but after they left, there remained neither tavern, beer house, nor place of relief, but the common kettle. Had we been as free from all shine as gluttony and drunkenness, we might have been canonized for saints. We might truly call it the damaged grain. So much bran, then come, our drink was water, our lodging castles in the air. With this lodging and diet our extreme toil in bearing and planting palisadoes, so strained and bruised us, and our continual labor in the extremity of the heat had so weakened us, as would cause sufficient to have made us miserable in our native country, or any other place in the world. This was truly a hard lot. Through the summer they lived on the products of the sea. During that time they buried 50 of their number. At the point, however, of their greatest scarcity, they were happily supplied with fruit and provisions by the Indians. Their difficulties were greatly increased by the perverseness of incapacity of several of their council. In this body, changes and disposals took place from time to time, until the management of everything abroad fell into the hands of Captain Smith. Of this extraordinary man, much might be related, were there space, but we can pursue only the course of events as they occurred in the settlement of this country. In the meanwhile, by his energy and example in labor, himself always bearing the greatest task for his own share, he set the men effectually to work in providing for themselves comfortable lodgings. This done, the necessity of procuring a more permanent supply of provisions and of receiving the friendship of the natives, or subjecting them to the power of the colonists, engaged him for a period in the most daring projects. In this, he passed through a wonderful vicissitude of fortune, the colony in the meanwhile sustaining a precarious existence. By means of the dissensions that prevailed, the hostility of the Indians, and the sickness that wasted the whites. On one occasion, while exploring the country after he left his boat, and was proceeding in company with 2 Englishmen, and a savage for his guide, he was beset with 200 savages. The Englishmen were killed. The savage he tied to his arm with his garter, using him as a buckler. Smith was soon wounded and taken prisoner, but not until he had killed 3 of the Indians. The feat, inspired by his bravery, checked their advance, till he sunk in the middle in a fiery spot, which was in his way, as he retreated backward. Even then they dared not come near him, till, being nearly dead with cold, he threw away his arms. Upon being taken, he presented to their king a round ivory compass, which was the means of saving him from instant death. Just as they were preparing to pierce him with their arrows, the chief lifting the compass, they all laid down their bows and arrows at the same time, releasing him from his pitiable situation. At length he was brought to Powhatan, their emperor. It soon became evident that they were preparing to put him to death after their peculiarly fantastic and barbarous ceremonies. A long consultation was held, and the conclusion was 2 great stones were brought before Powhatan. Then as many as could lay hands on him dragged him to them, and thereon laid his head, and being ready with their clubs to beat out his brains, Pocahontas, the king's dearest daughter, when no entreaty could prevail, got his head into her arms, and laid her own upon his to save him from death, whereat the emperor was contented he should live. Friendship with the whites soon followed this event. Smith was taken to Jamestown by his guides, and contracts were made with the Indians by means of presents, which secured a portion of their territory to the English. Every few days, Pocahontas with her attendants brought to Captain Smith provisions in such quantity as to save the lives of the colonists. The condition of things could not always last. The support thus received could be but precarious at the best, and it happened favorably that, for a period, the spirits and courage of the small band of emigrants was sustained by the arrival of 2 ships from England, laden with supplies, and bringing a complement of men. They arrived indeed at different times, having been separated by stormy weather. In consequence of these arrivals, and one other before the end of the year 1608, the number of colonists amounted to nearly 300. In 1609, a new charter was granted to the London Company, with enlarged privileges as well as more definite limits, and with the addition of 500 adventurers, Sir Thomas West, Lord de la Warr, was now appointed governor for life, Sir Thomas Gates his lieutenant, Sir George Somers admiral, and other high officers were appointed for life. By the new charter, the right of absolute property was vested in the company, the crown to receive 1/5 of all ore of gold and silver found there for all manner of services. The governor, though unable himself immediately to leave England, lost no time in fitting out a fleet for Virginia. Of the 9 ships constituting the expedition, 8 arrived in season at Jamestown. The other, having Sir Thomas the Admiral on board, was wrecked on the Bermudas, and it was not until they could fit up craft to convey them to Virginia that they reached Jamestown, which was in the spring of the following year. This disaster and delay seemed to be highly providential in the end, as the colonists were reunited with 150 men, and a full supply of provisions at a time when they had been reduced to the greatest extremities. Captain Smith, disabled by a severe accidental wound, had returned to England. In consequence of his departure, the settlement had been thrown into great confusion. Complaints, disputes, and insubordination ensued. The savages became hostile, and often embrued their hands in the blood of the whites, and finally starvation followed in the train of the other calamities. Roots, herbs, acorns, walnuts, starch, the skins of horses, and even human flesh were devoured in order to support life. In a few days more, had not relief been brought to them, the whole colony would probably have perished. On the arrival of Sir Thomas, the affairs of the settlement seemed so desperate that it was determined to return with the miserable remnant to England. In putting the plan into execution, and just as they were leaving the mouth of the river, the longboat of Lord de la Warr was descried. As he had 3 ships well furnished with provisions, the colonists were persuaded to return and renew their efforts to settle the country. This was on the 9th of June, 1610, and proved to be the crisis of the colony. It was now in the providence of God, destined to live. Improvements began to be made, forts were erected, and the former idleness and misrule of the people in a great measure disappeared. In the spring of the succeeding year, however, the health of Lord de la Warr became seriously affected, and he consequently returned to England. The administration was then committed to Sir Thomas Dale for a short period. He acquitted himself well in it, though he had some difficulty with the colonists, who had not all been reduced to the requisite order and submission. The government passed into the hands of Sir Thomas Gates upon his arrival at Jamestown in August 1611. He came over with a fleet of 6 ships and 300 men, bringing with him kine and other cattle, munitions of war, and a large supply of provisions. Being thus strengthened, the English extended their domain from time to time. In the course of the present year, they built a town, which they called Henrico, in honor of Prince Henry, and in the subsequent year they seized a place called Appomattox, on account of some injury they had received from its inhabitants. Here they built a town, which they called the New Bermudas. About this period, a Captain Argyle, sailing up the Pottawatomie, secured Pocahontas by stratagem, the consequence of which was her acquaintance with an English gentleman named John Rolfe, and her marriage to him, together with peace between the Wrights and Powhatan. The plan of providing for the colony was now changed. Instead of feeding out of the common store and laboring jointly together, the people were allowed to hold each a lot of his own, with a sufficient time to cultivate it. This change produced the most beneficial results, as it prevented the idleness and inefficiency which are apt to attend a common stock social establishment, and multiplied in a 10-fold degree the amount of their provisions. The experiment having been so propitious, the original plan of a community of labor and supply was finally abandoned. The government of the colony at this time was again in the hands of Sir Thomas Dale, the former governor, Sir Thomas Gates having returned to England in the spring of 1614. Governor Dale continued about 2 years superintending satisfactorily the affairs of the colony, and having chosen Captain George Yardley to be deputy governor, he returned to England, accompanied by Pocahontas and her husband. Pocahontas became a Christian and a mother, and it may be added that her descendants in a subsequent age inherited her lands in Virginia, and that some of the first families of that state traced from their lineage. Yardley applied himself to the cultivation of tobacco, and was highly successful in an attack on the savages, who refused to pay their annual tribute of corn. He continued in the colony about a year when, by an appointment made in England, the government devolved on Captain Argall. Before named, Argall found Jamestown in a bad condition. The dwellings, which were slight structures, had mostly disappeared and the public works neglected or in decay, and the colony dispersed all about, planting tobacco. A reformation to some extent was effected. At this period, 1617, more colonists arrived, but it would seem from a remark in a narrative of that date that the number of the higher classes of society exceeded their wants. For in Virginia, a plain soldier that can use a pickaxe and spade is better than 5 knights, although they were knights that could break a lance. For men of great place, not inured to those encounters, when they find things not suitable, grow many times so discontented, they forget themselves, and oft become so careless that a discontented melancholy brings them to much sorrow and to others much misery. When it was ascertained that great multitudes were preparing in England to be sent, the colonists in communication to the council entreated that provisions might be forwarded as well as people, and gave the company to understand, but they did suffer for want of skillful husbandmen and means to set their plough on work, having as good land as any man can desire. In the year 1619, the settlements of Virginia were favored with the establishment of a provincial legislature, which was constituted of delegates chosen by themselves, as they were divided into 11 corporations. The first meeting of the legislature was on the 19th of June, having been convoked by the Governor-General of the colony. This was a great and desirable change from the sort of vassalage in which they had previously lived. This General Assembly debated and decided all matters that were deemed essential to the welfare of the colony. A great addition was made to the number of the colonists the 2 following years, among whom were the 150 young women of good character, designed as the future wives of the colonists. During the summer of 1620, a Dutch armed ship arrived at the colony and sold them 20 Negroes, at which period the system of slaveholding, with its attendant crimes and evils, commenced in this country. The year 1621 was rendered memorable by the arrival of Sir Francis Wyatt, who brought with him from the London Company a more perfect constitution and form of government than the colony had previously enjoyed, although the general representative character of its government had been established in 1619. The following year was rendered still more memorable by the massacre of a large number of whites through the treachery of the Indians. The instigator and executor of this tragedy was the successor of Powhatan, named Opechancanough. Cano. He had enlisted the savages in all the vicinity in the infernal plot. The colonists, in the security of friendship and good understanding, which had existed between them and that people, were wholly off their guard and unprepared for the blow. It was inflicted simultaneously at a time agreed upon, and 347 men, women, and children were at once butchered in several and separate places. It had been universal, but for the providence of God, a converted Indian, coming to the knowledge of the plot the night before its execution, disclosed it to the whites in season to save the greater number of settlements. The Indians, in their turn, now suffered the vengeance of the colonists, who felt authorized to procure the means of future security against similar acts of treachery. The emigrations had been so numerous through the few preceding years that the colonists at this time amounted to several thousands. Thus the people with various fortune, and after incredible hardships, had placed their colony on a firm basis, having learned many useful lessons from their own errors, imprudence, or sufferings, and such was the beginning of the American Republic in its southern portion, nearly 250 years ago. End of section 5. Section 6 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States Early Settlements, New England or Northern Settlements, Part 1. The settlement of New England commenced at Plymouth in 1620. This part of the continent between Penobscot and Cape Cod had been carefully explored in 1614 by Captain Smith. He says, respecting it, of all the 4 parts of the world I have yet seen not inhabited, could I have but means to transport a colony, I would rather live here than anywhere, and if it did not maintain itself, were we but once indifferently well fitted, let us starve. Such was the opinion early formed of the desirableness of this region for colonization. Charles, Prince of Wales, was pleased to call it New England, on account of the favorable impression he received respecting it from Smith's chart and description. This country was settled by a class of people very different in many respects from that which emigrated to the southern colony. The latter, for the most part, as has been seen, were mere adventurers, having in view the improvement of their secular interests or the éclat of successful enterprise. The colonists of New England saw chiefly the boon of religious freedom for themselves and their descendants, and through it the advancement of the Christian Church in the world, a boon of which they had been deprived in their native land. The ground of this disenfranchisement was their nonconformity to the established English Church, or separation from it. Having, while members of that church, devised and sought a greater purity in its worship without success, they at length separated themselves from it and formed a distinct worshipping community. For thus professing to follow the pure word of God, in opposition to traditions and human devices, they were in derision termed Puritans. In the progress of their religious views and of the persecuting spirit of the government, they passed from mere Puritanism, or efforts at greater purity in worship and in manners, to nonconformity, and from nonconformity to dissent. From difficulties in regard to the ritual of the Church, they proceeded to doctrines. The Puritans and the universities denied a portion of the Apostles' Creed, so called, advocated the sanctity of the Sabbath and the opinions of Calvin, his institutions being read in their schools, while the Episcopal party took the opposite side and espoused the system of Arminius. Both under Elizabeth and James, conformity was insisted on. The latter declared, I will have one doctrine, one discipline, one religion, in substance and ceremony. I will make them conform, or I will hurry them out of the land, or else worse. And he did hurry out of the land many of those who had become obnoxious to him, while the others were more cruelly hindered from leaving the country to suffer from contempt, poverty, or lingering death in imprisonment. Their attempts to escape were frequently frustrated, and it was not without great vexation and loss that portions of this persecuted people exiled themselves from their native country. Their first place of refuge was Holland, where religious toleration had been established by law. The leader of the emigrants on this occasion was the able and pious Mr. John Robinson, who has since been considered as the father of that portion of the Puritans who were the founders of New England. They successively left England, as many as found it in their power, in the year 1606 and the 2 following years. Their first place of residence was Amsterdam, but in 1609 they removed to Leyden, with a view to avoid some difficulties that were felt to foreseen in the former place. Here they received with kindness and continued several years in a flourishing condition, under the faithful labors of their pastors. In the meanwhile, notwithstanding their general prospects, there were causes in operation which rendered a change of location, in their case, extremely desirable. These were the unhealthiness of the Low Countries where they lived, the hard labors to which they were subjected, the dissipated manners of the Hollanders, especially their lax observance of the Lord's Day, the apprehension of war at the conclusion of the truce between Spain and Holland, which was then near at hand, the fear lest their young men would enter into the military and naval service, the tendency of their little community to become absorbed and lost in a foreign nation, the natural and pious desire of perpetuating a church, which they believed to be constituted after the simple and pure model of the primitive Church of Christ, and a commendable zeal to propagate the gospel in the regions of the New World. In this situation, they turned their attention towards America. Here they hoped to engage in their original occupation of agriculture, and not merely to enjoy toleration, but to form a society founded on their favorite plan of ecclesiastical order. With this object in view, they first applied to the Virginia Company for a patent, who zealously espoused their cause, but who were unable to obtain from the king a toleration under his seal of religious liberty, though he promised to wink at their heresy, provided they should conduct themselves peaceably. The company granted them permission to make a settlement near the mouth of the Hudson River. They had previously, in the want of adequate capital of their own for the founding of a plantation, been enabled to interest several London merchants in their scheme. These agreed to advance the necessary sums to be repaid out of the avails of their industry. In this way, the emigrants were enabled to purchase the Speedwell, a ship of 60 tons, and to hire in England the Mayflower, a ship of 180 tons, for the intended expedition. The Mayflower alone came, as the smaller vessel proved to be in a leaky condition, and after 2 several trials she was dismissed as unfit for the service. The Mayflower took her departure on the 6th of September, and after a boisterous passage, they discovered the land of Cape Cod on the 9th of November, at the break of day. The number of pilgrims who had embarked was 101, not all who had proposed to come, for the disasters that attended their setting out had winnowed their number of the cowardly and the lukewarm. Their pastor, Mr. Robinson, did not leave Leyden, according to an original agreement that only a part of their company should go to America to make provision for the rest. The pilgrim voyagers found themselves on a bleak and inhospitable coast, and much farther to the northward than they intended to go. In agreement with their wishes, an attempt was made by the master of the ship to proceed to the Hudson, but either finding or affecting to believe the passage to be dangerous, he readily seized on the fears which had been excited, probably by himself, to return to the Cape, with a view to make a landing there. It afterwards appeared that he had been bribed by the Dutch, who intended to keep possession of the Hudson River, to carry the adventurers quite to the northward of their place of destination. They arrived in Cape Cod Harbor on the 11th of November, and being brought safe to land, they fell upon their knees and blessed the God of heaven, who had brought them over the vast and furious ocean, and delivered them from many perils and miseries. At this time, it was thought meet for their more orderly carrying on of their affairs, and accordingly, by mutual consent, they entered into a solemn combination, as a body politic, to submit to such government and governors, laws, and ordinances as should be general consent from time to time be made choice of and assented unto. 41 persons signed this compact. It contained the essential principles of a free government, such as have since been embodied in the institutions of Republican America. John Carver was immediately chosen their governor, a man godly and well approved among them. Severe were the trials which awaited this small and lone band of pilgrims. The necessity of selecting a more commodious place for living was obvious, and in the efforts which were made for this purpose, several of them well nigh perished. The excursions of an adventurous band of men, on several occasions, were extremely hazardous, and though generally at the places where they landed, no Indians were found, yet in one instance they came in contact with the latter, and a hostile collision took place between them. By the kind providence of God, however, they were preserved. During one of their excursions into the country, they found a quantity of corn, which they took, with the intention of remunerating the owners, which intention they were afterwards happily enabled to fulfill. This was a providential discovery, which supplied their present wants, and served as seed for a future harvest. An entire month was occupied with these explorations. At last they found a tract where they concluded to consummate their enterprise. Having sounded the harbor in front, they ascertained it to be fit for shipping. Going on shore, they explored the adjacent land, where they saw various cornfields and brooks. Then they returned to the ship, with the agreeable intelligence that they had found a place convenient for settlement. This was on Monday, the 11th of December, answering to the 22nd day, New Style, the day now celebrated in commemoration of the landing of the Pilgrims at Plymouth. The company had kept the Christian Sabbath the day before on an island in the harbor. The ship arrived at the newly discovered port on the 16th. Several days were spent in disembarking, and it was not until the 25th that they began to build the first house. This was a structure of common use, to receive them and their goods. The undertaking, however, was preceded by united prayer for divine guidance. The building having been completed, they began to erect some cottages for habitation, as time would admit, and also consulted of laws and order, both of their civil and military government, as the necessity of their present condition did require. But that which was sad and lamentable, in 2 or 3 months after their company died, especially in January and February, being the depth of winter, wanting houses and other comforts, being infected with the scurvy and other diseases, which their long voyage and their incommodate condition brought upon them. Their reduction by sickness would have rendered them an easy prey to the Indians, but the providence of God had so ordered it that but few of this fierce people existed at that period in the neighborhood of the settlers, and those few were kept back from inflicting any injury by the dread which had almost supernaturally, so to speak, been inspired in their hearts. The paucity of the Indians had been accounted for from a wasting sickness of an extraordinary character, which had visited the region some few years before. Sometime in March of 1621, an agreeable and unexpected occurrence took place at the rendezvous of the whites. It was a visit of an Indian sagamore named Samoset, with professions of friendship for them and satisfaction at their arrival in the country. His kind greeting to them was, "Welcome, Englishmen. Welcome, Englishmen." He spoke in broken English, which he had learned from English fishermen on the eastern coast. This was an event of great consequence to the settlers, as they learned from him many things in respect to the region around, and the Indians that inhabited it. He came to the English settlement again, with some other natives, and advised the emigrants of the coming of the great Sachem, named Massasoit. In a short time this chief made his appearance, in company with his principal associates, particularly an Indian named Squanto, who proved to be of signal service to the whites. He had learned the English language, in consequence of having been carried to England by an English adventurer. Mutual fear and distrust took place between the parties, as Massasoit came in sight on the hill which overlooked the place, after they each had taken proper precautions against surprise. Through the agency of Squanto they came together, and the result of the interview was a league of peace, which was kept inviolate more than 50 years. The visit was not much prolonged. Samoset and Squanto stayed all night with us, and the king and all his men lay all night in the wood, not above half an English mile from us, and all their wives and women with them. They said that within 8 or 9 days they would come and set corn on the other side of the brook, and dwell there all summer, which is hard by us. That night we kept good watch, but there was no appearance of danger. The plantation at Plymouth enjoyed the benefit of Squanto's presence with them after the departure of the others. He was a native or resident of the place, and almost the only one that was left, and being acquainted with every part of it, his information was made highly useful to the colonists. They learned from him the method of cultivating corn, and where to take their fish, and procure their commodities. He continued among them until the day of his death, in the spring of 1621. Mr. Cabot was confirmed as governor for the succeeding year, but his death occurred soon afterwards. Mr. William Bradford was chosen his successor, and Mr. Israel Allerton his assistant. The intercourse of the colonists with the Indians continued to be of a friendly character, the former having during the summer made several excursions into the country around, particularly one to Shawmut, Boston, where they had an interview with Obataniwa. One of the parties to the submission signed a short time before at Plymouth. He renewed his submission, receiving at the same time a promise of deference against his enemies. The small number of colonists was increased before the end of the year by an accession of 35 persons, among whom was a very active and pious agent, Mr. Robert Cushman. He became eminently useful to the plantation. Upon the departure of the ship conveying this latter company, the colony received a threatening token from the Narragansett tribe of Indians, a circumstance which induced them to fortify their little settlement as well as they were able, and to keep a constant guard by day and by night. Happily, no attempts at that time were made to disturb their peace. This event occurred in the year 1622. In the following year, a vigorous and successful attempt under the brave Captain Miles Standish was made to defeat a conspiracy formed by the Massachusetts tribe, with several others, against a recent English settlement at Wessagusset, Weymouth. This settlement had been formed under Mr. Thomas Weston on his own account and consisted of 60 men. The slaughter of several of the conspirators so terrified the Indian tribes concerned in the conspiracy that they fled from their homes into swamps and desert places, where many of them perished. This generous service on the part of the Plymouth Colony towards a neighboring plantation redounded greatly to their credit, especially as the latter were merely a company of adventurers and had been guilty of injustice towards the Indians. The present year proved to be a year of suffering in consequence of the scarcity of food. The following affecting account is given by Bradford. But by this time, our corn is planted, our victuals are spent. Not knowing at night we're to have a bit in the morning, we have neither bread nor corn for 3 or 4 months together. Yet bear our wants with cheerfulness and rest on providence. Having but one boat left, we divide the men into several companies, 6 or 7 in each, who take their turns to go out with a net and fish, and return not till they get some, though they be 5 or 6 days out, knowing there is nothing at home, and to return empty would be a great discouragement. When they stay long, or get but little, the rest go a-digging shellfish, and thus we live the summer, only sending 1 or 2 to range the woods for deer. They get now and then 1, which we divide among the company, and in the winter are helped with fowl and ground nuts. It is recorded that after a drought of 6 weeks, the government set apart a solemn day of humiliation and prayer, which was almost immediately followed by a copious supply of rain. In the language of the chronicles of the times, it is thus spoken of. Though in the morning when we assembled together, the heavens were as clear, and the drought as like to continue as it ever was, yet our exercise continuing some 8 or 9 hours before our departure, the weather was overcast, the clouds gathered together on all sides, and in the morning there still such soft, sweet, and moderate showers of rain, continuing some 14 days, and mixed with such seasonable weather, as it was hard to say whether our withered corn or drooping affections were most quickened or revived. Such was the bounty and goodness of our God. Soon after, in grateful acknowledgment of the blessing, a day of public thanksgiving was observed. Thus, by a judicious historian, Thomas Robinson, D.D., is believed to be the origin of the annual Thanksgiving of New England. Towards the close of the summer, 2 ships arrived at Plymouth, bringing 60 emigrants, some of them the wives and children of such as were already in the colony. Those that came in the first 3 ships, the Mayflower, the Fortune, and the Anne, are distinctively called the Old Comers, or the Forefathers. In 1624, Plymouth contained 32 dwellings, about 180 inhabitants. Bradford was re-elected governor, and for assistance to him were also chosen. To each person and his family an acre of land was given in perpetuity. The first neat cattle in New England were brought over this year by Edward Winslow. The colonists had at that time no small trouble with several of the newcomers, particularly with one John Lyford, a minister, and another by the name of Oldham, who were disposed to act in opposition to the laws and orders of the colony. The persons above mentioned, however, soon perished, Oldham having first become apparently a penitent. The congregation of the Puritans at Leyden was broken up on the death of their pastor, Mr. Robinson, in 1627. They desired to remove to New England, but only a part of them were enabled to come. The others settled in Amsterdam. Mr. Robinson had hoped to emigrate, but the expense of the undertaking could not well be met, and his death now preventing, only his wife and children came with the portion of the congregation that crossed the water. His place in the colony was supplied by Mr. William Brewster, a ruling elder in the church, and a man every way qualified as a spiritual guide of the people. End of section 6. Section 7 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, Early Settlements, New England or Northern Settlements, Part 2. The foundation of the colony of Massachusetts was laid in the year 1628. It was styled the Colony of Massachusetts Bay. the territory of which had been purchased by the Plymouth Company by Sir Henry Rothwell, Sir John Young, and several others. The patent included all that part of New England, lying between 3 miles to the northward of Merrimack River and 3 miles to the southward of Charles River, extending in length from the Atlantic Ocean to the South Sea. The leader of the expedition was Mr. John Endicott, whose character may be summed up by saying that he was a fit person to found that noble commonwealth. He came with 100 emigrants and was appointed governor of the colony. Mr. White, an eminent minister, was one of the company. 3 years previously, a small company of adventurers had emigrated to a place in the Massachusetts Bay, afterwards called Mount Wollaston, after the name of their leader, but having no religious object in view. They fell into shameful irregularities. Upon the arrival of Endicott, however, a check was put on these proceedings, and their leader, Morton, was finally sent to England. These pious nonconformists under Endicott, like the Plymouth colonists, sought a refuge from oppression in their religious concerns, and desired to build up a community on the true principles of Christianity. They located themselves at Numkeag, Salem, where the first permanent town in Massachusetts was constituted. In the following year, they were joined by about 200 others from England, making in the whole 300, of which number 100 removed the same year, and settled themselves with the consent of Governor Endicott at Mishawan, now Charlestown. At this period, on the petition of the Massachusetts Company, King Charles by charter confirmed the patent of the Massachusetts colony. By this instrument, they were empowered to elect a governor, deputy governor, and 18 assistants, out of the freemen of said company, by the greater part of the company. The first governor under their renewed charter was Matthew Craddock. The company, being desirous of establishing their plantation in the order of the gospel, engaged 2 eminent divines, Mr. Higginson and Mr. Skelton, to go out for the spiritual service of the colony. Soon after their arrival at Salem, they were placed over the church there with all due solemnity, the one as teacher, the other as pastor. These excellent men, however, lived but a short period, sharing largely as they did in the sickness and suffering that diminished the strength and shortened the lives of a large number of their people. Among the many persons of distinction who left England the ensuing year, on account of the stringent measures of the government in regard to affairs, both of church and state, I found the names of Isaac Johnson, John Winthrop, Thomas Dudley, and Sir Richard Saltonstall. These gentlemen, by their persuasions, were the means of having the charter and government of the company transferred to New England. They left with 1,500 other persons in the fleet of 17 sail. Winthrop having been chosen governor under the new order of things, they arrived in safety, 11 ships at one time, and 6 at another, and before the conclusion of the season, commenced settlements in several places, which, at present, constitute some of the fairest towns of New England. Governor Winthrop and a portion of the company laid the foundation of Boston. Several most highly esteemed ministers accompanied the expedition just spoken of, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Warham, and others. These were placed over the several churches that soon began to be formed in this vicinity. The first General Court of Massachusetts was held in Boston this year, on the 19th of October, at which time many of the planters attended, and were made freemen of the colony. The winters of 1630 and 1631 were very fatal to the Massachusetts colony. Frost and sickness carried off a number, and famine at length threatened the suffering survivors. They were, however, providentially relieved by the arrival of a ship from England with provisions, the day previously to a public fast, which had been appointed on account of the alarming state of things. This circumstance turned the intended fast into a general thanksgiving. The colony continued to increase by fresh accessions of the emigrants till the year 1640, up to which time it is computed that 4,000 families had arrived in New England. From this small beginning have arisen the population, power, wealth, piety, and freedom of the New England states. In the year 1633, the Plymouth Colony suffered from a pestilential disease, which not only thinned their number, but extending to the neighboring territory, swept off many of the Indians. In the same year arrived those lights of the New England Church, Mr. John Cotton, Mr. Thomas Hooker, and Mr. Samuel Stone, and the model of a magistrate, Mr. William Collier, whose services to the Plymouth Colony were so considerable. Generally, the emigrants of this period were actuated by the same spirit of opposition to tyranny in church and state, and of love to the institutions of Christianity, which had characterized their predecessors. The men placed at the head of the new colonies were universally men of sterling worth of character. The first settlers of Connecticut came from the eastern shore of Massachusetts. They were a portion of the emigrants who constituted the colonies of Plymouth and Massachusetts Bay. The emigration from England continuing to be large and likely to increase from year to year. More room was wanted, and especially locations where the soil was rich and could be easily cultivated, became an object of desire. This consideration, and probably others pertaining to their tranquility and increase as churches, had influence on the resolution to seat themselves again in the wilderness. It had happened, as early as the year 1631, that their attention was directed to the beautiful and rich tract of land on the Connecticut River by Wachemotuk, a Sachem living upon the river. He made a journey to Plymouth and Boston, with a view to enlist the governors of those colonies in the project of making settlements in his country. The proposition was not formally accepted, but the governor of Plymouth was sufficiently interested in it to make a voyage to the coast, in which excursion he discovered the river and the adjacent territory, thus precluding the title of the Dutch to any part of it, as they had neither trading house nor any pretense to a foot of land there. The subject to settle in Connecticut was not lost sight of during 1 or 2 subsequent years, but occasionally vessels were sent from Plymouth to the river for the purposes of trade, and in one instance several men from Dorchester traveled through the wilderness thither for the same object, as also to view the country. In 1633, when the Plymouth Colony had determined to commence the work of settlement, they commissioned William Holmes and a chosen company with him to proceed to Connecticut. They took with them the frame of a house, which they set up at Windsor. They achieved their object, notwithstanding the threatened opposition of the Dutch at Hartford, where the latter, after learning that the Plymouth people intended to settle on the river, had erected a slight fort. The Plymouth people also were successful in defending their trading house subsequently, both against the Dutch and the Indians. The Dutch erected a trading house at Hartford the same year, the house at Windsor having preceded it, perhaps by a few months. The actual settlement of the region, however, was deferred for a time, from the fact of divided opinions on the subject in the Massachusetts court. No vote could be obtained in favor of the project. In the meantime, individuals were determined to prosecute the enterprise, and a number of the people of Watertown came in 1634 to Connecticut. They erected a few huts at Pequod, Wethersfield, in which they contrived to pass the winter. In the spring of 1635, the General Court of Massachusetts Bay assented to the plan of emigration to Connecticut, and accordingly, preparations were made in several places. The Watertown people gradually removed and added to their settlement of Wethersfield. Mr. Wareham, one of the ministers of Dorchester, accompanied by a great part of the church, settled at Mackinac, Windsor. A company from Newtown began a plantation between those two settlements of Sagayan, Hartford. In the course of the year, a large body of settlers, 60 in number, came together, men, women, and children, with their horses, cattle, and swine. It being somewhat late in the season, and their journey proving to be long and difficult, winter came upon them before they were prepared. They were but indifferently sheltered, and their food was scanty, a large portion of their furniture and provisions having been put on board of several small vessels, never reached them. The vessels were lost, and some lives with them. A part of their domestic animals they were obliged to leave on the other side of the river. Famine and its fearful effects were now to be encountered. It was impossible for all to stay where they were. Some attempted to return to the east through the wilderness. Others went down to the mouth of the river in order to meet their provisions, and being disappointed, were obliged finally to embark on board of a vessel for Boston. In both instances they suffered greatly, but were providentially preserved to arrive at their former home. The portion of the settlers who remained were subjected to much distress, the resources of hunting and food from the Indians being exhausted. They had recourse to acorns, malt, and grains for subsistence. Large numbers of their cattle perished. Their condition was indeed most trying and perilous. In their solitude and separation from others, at the mercy alike of the elements of nature and the power of savage foes. But their God, in whom they trusted, carried them through in safety. The Connecticut planters held courts of their own, though they were settled under the general government of the Massachusetts. These courts consisted of 2 principal men from each town, joined sometimes by committees of 3 additional persons, as occasion might require. The first court was held at Hartford, April 26, 1636. At this season of the year, both those who had left Connecticut in the winter and many others proceeded to take up their residence on the river. At length, about the beginning of June, a company of 100 men, women, and children under Messrs. Hooker and Stone took their departure from Cambridge and traveled to Hartford through the pathless wilderness that lay between the 2 places. Over mountains, through ravines, swamps, thickets, and rivers, they made their way, submitting to incredible fatigue and many privations. These trials to a portion of the newcomers must have been peculiarly severe, as they were a class of society who, having enjoyed all the comforts and elegancies of life, knew little of hardship and danger. The year preceding, a fort was erected at the mouth of the river, called Saybrook Fort, in honor of Lord Say and Brooks, to whom, with several others, a commission had been given to begin a plantation at Connecticut. This was effected under the auspices of John Winthrop, a son of the governor of Massachusetts. Winthrop's commission interfered with the settlement commenced by the Massachusetts colonists, but the latter were left in the quiet enjoyment of their possessions. The number of persons in the 3 towns of Hartford, Windsor, and Wethersfield was about 800 at the close of the year 1636. The succeeding year was signalized with the critical condition of the settlement. There was a great want of provisions and of the implements of husbandry, and every article bore a high price. The year was also filled with the incidents of warfare. In the feebleness of its infancy, the little colony was called to contend with one of the most warlike tribes of Indians that ever inhabited New England, and never were heroism and fortitude displayed in a more marked degree, or animated by a loftier spirit of patriotism and piety. The particulars need not be here rehearsed. Suffice it to say, they completely triumphed over their savage foe, the Pequods, under their brave leader, Captain John Mason. They went forth to battle under the sanction and rights of religion, to save themselves, their wives and children, and the Church of Christ in the wilderness from utter extinction. The Holy Order of Hooker, in his incomparable address to the soldiers, filled their minds with an unwavering confidence in God. 77 brave men saved Connecticut and destroyed the most terrible Indian nation in New England. The necessity of warfare they would gladly have avoided, but the condition of the settlement required all their energies and efforts at home. They could neither hunt, fish, nor cultivate their fields, nor travel the shortest distance, while an insidious and cruel foe was hovering around them. They felt that he must be crippled or destroyed, or that their entire settlement would be cut off by piecemeal. The natives embraced every opportunity of committing depredations on the lives and property of the whites, a picture of the kind of life which has passed in those times, of savage treachery and English daring, is given in the following detail of incidents, which occurred on the water immediately previous to the Pequod War. John Oldham, who had been fairly trading at Connecticut, was murdered near Block Island. He had with him only 2 boys and 2 Narragansett Indians. These were taken and carried off. One John Gallup, as he was going from Connecticut to Boston, discovered Mr. Oldham's vessel full of Indians, and he saw a canoe full of Indians on board go from her laden with goods. Suspecting that they had murdered Mr. Oldham, he hailed them, but received no answer. Gallup was a bold man, and though he had with him but 1 man and 2 boys, he immediately bore down upon them, and fired duck-shot so thick among them that he soon cleared the deck. The Indians all got under the hatches. He then stood off, and running down upon her quarter with a brisk gale, nearly overset them, and so frightened the Indians that 6 of them leaped into the sea and were drowned. He then steered off again, and running down upon her a second time, bored her with his anchor, and raked her fore and aft with his shot. But the Indians kept themselves so close, he got loose from her, and running down a 3rd time upon the vessel, he gave her such a shot that 5 more leaped overboard, and perished as the former had done. He then boarded the vessel and took 2 of the Indians and bound them. 2 or 3 others armed with swords, in a little room below, could not be driven from their retreat. Mr. Oldham's corpse was found on board, the head split and the body mangled in a barbarous manner. He was a Dorchester man, one of Mr. Warren's congregation. In these circumstances, Gallup, fearing that the Indians whom he had taken might get loose, especially if they were kept together, and having no place where he could keep them apart, threw one of them overboard. Gallup and his company then, as decently as circumstances would permit, put the course into the sea. They stripped the vessel, and took the rigging and the goods which had not been carried off on board their own. She was taken in tow, with a view to carry her in, but the night coming on and the wind rising, Gallup was obliged to let her go adrift, and she was lost. At the termination of the Pequod War, there was a great scarcity of provisions in Connecticut, and fearful apprehensions were felt on the part of the settlers. With all their efforts, they had not been able to raise a sufficiency of provisions, and these became at length very costly. Corn rose to the extraordinary price of 12 shillings by the bushel. The debt contracted by the war was paid with difficulty. Nothing saved the colony from a famine but a providential supply of corn, which they were enabled to purchase from the natives at an Indian settlement called Pocahontas, Deerfield. The first Constitution of Connecticut was adopted January 15, 1639, by the free planters of the 3 towns of Windsor, Hartford, and Wethersfield, who convened at Hartford for the purpose. It was an admirably contrived instrument, providing for the freedom and liberties of themselves and their posterity. Some 50 years ago, Dr. Trumbull remarked, respecting it, that it was one of the most free and happy institutions of civil government which has ever been formed. The formation of it at so early a period, when the light of liberty was wholly darkened in most parts of the earth, and the rights of men so little understood in others, does great honor to their ability, integrity, and love to mankind. To posterity, indeed, it exhibited a most benevolent regard. It has continued with little alteration to the present time. The New Haven colony was settled in the spirit that influenced the comers to the other parts of New England, and eminently so. The establishment of the Church of God on its true basis, and the enjoyment of civil and religious liberty, was the object of the emigrants, and they proceeded to secure the fair inheritance by the wisest counsels and the most efficient action. The company who first constituted the settlement was a rare assemblage of choice spirits. Among them were John Davenport, a distinguished minister in London, and Theophilus Eaton and Edward Hopkins, wealthy merchants of the same city, and eminent for their abilities and integrity. They were with their associates arrived at Boston in the summer of 1637, and would have been gladly retained in the Massachusetts colony had they consented. Strong inducements were held out to them to fix their residence there, but they wanted more room than they could find in the vicinity of Boston for themselves, and the large number of friends whom they expected to follow them. Their principal reason, however, for migrating elsewhere, as suggested by the historian of Connecticut, was probably the desire of being at the head of a new government, modeled both in civil and religious matters, agreeably to their own apprehensions. It had been an observation of Mr. Davenport that whenever a reformation had been effected in the church, in any part of the world, it had rested where it had been left by the reformers. It could not be advanced another step. He was embarked in a design of forming a civil and religious constitution, as near as possible to scripture, precept, and example. Their strict views, it seems, could not be fully met elsewhere. Mr. Davenport and his company, on the 30th of March, 1638, sailed from Boston to Quinnipiac, New Haven, and arrived at the desired spot of about middle of April. A portion of their company, with Eaton at their head, had made a journey to Connecticut during the preceding autumn to explore the lands and harbors on the sea coast, and having fixed upon Quinnipiac as the best place for a settlement, erected a hut there, in which a few men passed the winter. The first Sabbath which Mr. Davenport spent in the wilderness was on the 18th of April, 1638, when he preached a discourse on the temptations of the wilderness. In a short time, at the close of a day of fasting and prayer, they entered into what they called the Plantation Covenant, in which they solemnly engaged in their civil ordinances as well as religion. They would be governed by the rules of Scripture. At different times and in separate contracts, they purchased their lands of the Indians by the payment of such articles as were satisfactory to the latter. As the New Haven adventurers were the most opulent company which came into New England, they were disposed and able to lay the foundation of a first-rate colony, the proofs of which are visible, in part, in the elegant city which became its capital. The foundations of the civil and religious polity of the colony were laid on the 4th of June, 1639, with every due solemnity. The act was not consummated until the 25th of October of the same year, as a term of trial was required for the 7 men who would constitute the 7 pillars of the church. The number of subscribers to the compact on the 4th of June was 63, to which there was soon added another 50 other names. This colony enjoyed great comparative order and tranquility, as well from the extreme care with which it was constituted at the beginning, the superior wealth and character of its founders, and their wise and prudent intercourse with the neighbors, the Indians. The New Haven colony was distinguished among the sister colonies for its zeal in behalf of education, for its great strictness in the administration of the laws, for its scrupulous justice towards the Indians, and for the absence of a frivolous or extravagant legislation, which in some instances have been thought to characterize the other colonies. The colony, however, was not exempt from occasional providential calamities, particularly in its commercial pursuits. For a period, the colonists did not succeed in their principal secular object. Their plans may not have been the most judicious, but their greatest misfortune in this concern was the loss of a large ship, which contained a valuable cargo of about 5,000 pounds. The ship, with its precious burden and more precious navigators, was never heard of more after it left the harbor. Several other settlements in the vicinity were nearly coeval with that of New Haven. Milford and Gifford were settled in 1639, as also Stafford and Fairfield the same year, Stamford in 1641, and soon after the town of Brantford. End of section 7. Section 8 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, Early Settlements, New England or Northern Settlements, Part 3. A settlement at an early period was made in New Hampshire, but it did not, until some time afterwards, constitute a distinct colony. In the spring of 1623, 2 members of the Council of Plymouth, Goodrich and Mason, having obtained a grant of a tract of country, sent over a few persons with the purpose of establishing a colony and fishing at the river Piscataqua. This was the beginning of the town of Portsmouth, but for several years together with the town of Dover, which had a fish house erected about the same time. It was a small and scarcely permanent settlement. In 1629, some of the settlers about the Massachusetts Bay purchased a tract of country of the Indians, with a view to unite with the settlement at Piscataqua. After this purchase, the latter settlement was favored with a small increase, but no other settlements were made all the year 1638, when the towns of Exeter and Hampton commenced. Exeter was settled by people chiefly from Boston, who had been regularly dismissed from their church relations, and were constituted at once into a church into their new locality. Like the settlers of the other New England colonies, those of New Hampshire were desirous of enjoying the ministrations and ordinances of the gospel, and were able to obtain excellent ministers. These several plantations continued for many years to live on good terms with the natives, and were generally well supplied with provisions, in consequence of their advantages for fishery. They constituted distinct civil communities, after the most perfect model of freedom, but were unable to preserve their peculiar organization on account of the intrusion of disaffected individuals from the colonies of Massachusetts and Plymouth, and the constant influx of other emigrants. They were too weak, thus, to stand alone, and, after suitable negotiations on the subject, they came under the jurisdiction of Massachusetts in 1641, on the condition of enjoying equal privileges with the people of that colony, and having a court of justice maintained among themselves. This union continued nearly 40 years, and was followed by the greater increase in security of the colony. The rise of the colony at Rhode Island commenced in the expulsion of Roger Williams from Massachusetts. He was a minister of the gospel at Salem, but holding tenets that were obnoxious to the people there, and being unwilling to renounce them. After friendly remonstrance and dealing, he was ordered to quit the jurisdiction of Massachusetts. He accordingly took his exile thence, and traveling with his few followers, as far as the present town of Rehoboth. He sat down there, but being within the jurisdiction of Plymouth Governor Winslow, out of courtesy to the government of Massachusetts, desired Mr. Williams to leave that place. The latter then, crossing the Pawtucket River, came to the spot which, in acknowledgment of God's merciful providence to him in his distress, he called Providence. He purchased the lands of his plantation of the Indian owners, became the father of the colony, and for a period appeared to have combined in his person the principal powers of government. Times of scarcity occurred in the Providence plantation, as in most of the other colonies in North America, and the followers of Mr. Williams were saved from famine only by the products of their forests and rivers. No personal resentment seems to have arisen between Mr. Williams and Governor Winthrop from the proceedings which led to the founding of the new settlement. All the several colonies remained at peace and cultivated friendship with each other. The religious difficulties in Massachusetts, arising out of the case of the fanatical Mrs. Hutchinson, were the occasion of the origin of the Rhode Island plantation, south of Providence. Several gentlemen differed in principle from the prevailing belief of the churches, and chose to leave the colony. Among them were William Coddington, John Clark, and others, who came to Providence in search of a place where they might enjoy their own sentiments unmolested. Through the assistance of Mr. Williams, they purchased a quetneck of the Indian Sachems. The adventurers, 18 in number, incorporated themselves into a body politic and chose Mr. Coddington to be their judge or chief magistrate. The character of the climate and soil soon brought many adventurers to their settlement. The territory was Rhode Island, according to its subsequent name. The two settlements of Mr. Williams and Mr. Coddington being destitute of any charter from the mother country, the former went to England with a view to procure one. He succeeded in the object, and returned with the liberal charter of incorporation of Providence and Rhode Island plantations. The district, now state of Maine, though the first permanent settlement commenced in 1630, was for a long time in an unhappy condition from the number and hostility of the Indians within its borders. The early settlers, after the death of their proprietary, Sir Fernando Gorges, formed some kind of voluntary compacts and chose their own rulers, but the difficulties under which they labored induced them in 1650 to unite with the government of Massachusetts and to become an integral part of that colony. Their civil and religious institutions generally resembled those of the other colonies of New England. In the first settlements, churches were early established, which enjoyed the labors of some of the worthiest ministers of their time. A project of great importance was consummated in 1643 in the Union formed by the New England colonists. It had been proposed by the colonies of Connecticut and New Haven as early as 1638, but was not brought to a conclusion until 5 years after. The Confederacy consisted of Massachusetts, New Plymouth, Connecticut, and New Haven. The plan of it evidently reminds one of the Great Confederacy, afterwards formed between the 13 United States, with similar provisions and principles. It was a powerful means of defense and of the subsequent strength and prosperity of the colonies. It maintained their internal peace, awed the savage tribes, and caused their neighbors, the Dutch and the French in Canada, to respect them. By the Articles of Confederation, they entered into a firm and perpetual league of friendship and amity, for offense and defense, mutual advice and assistance upon all just occasions, both for preserving and propagating the truth and liberties of the gospel, and for their own mutual safety and welfare. Each colony was to continue its separate organization as to courts and laws, but to be considered as one in regard to their public transactions. This union subsisted, with some alterations, more than 40 years, and was dissolved when the charters of all the colonies were rescinded by James II. It was known under the style of the United Colonies of New England. The state of Vermont was not settled until long after the other New England states. It was as late as the year 1724, before any settlement was made in that territory. This was on a spot within the present town of Brattleboro, where, at the same time, during a severe Indian war, the government of Massachusetts had erected a fort. It was then supposed that the settlement was within the limits of that state, but it afterwards appeared not to be the case. Subsequently, it was believed that the territory belonged to New Hampshire. Grants were accordingly made from time to time by the latter colony of tracts within the territory of Vermont. As it was the scene of warfare during the middle of the century, the country became well known to many individuals, and not a few openings were made in the wilderness towards the cessation of hostilities on the northern borders. During the Revolutionary War, the Green Mountain Boys, as they were familiarly called, distinguished themselves by their bravery and rendered important service to the cause. In 1777, the inhabitants constituted themselves an independent state. As Vermont was settled mostly by emigrants from Connecticut, the character of the people was similar to that of the inhabitants of the latter state and of New England in general. They were careful to establish their civil and religious institutions in accordance with those of the sister states, and have been highly distinguished by their stability in the principles and usages of the fathers. The character of the early settlers of New England deserves a distinct notice, beyond that which has incidentally appeared in narrating the history of their achievements. A brief sketch can only be presented, and scarcely commensurate with the importance of the topic, but it is all that the limits of this work will admit. The greatness of the results, though affected extensively by the direct providence of God, manifests the peculiarity of the dispositions and motives of the agents who were concerned in producing them. The planters of New England were men of whom their descendants need not be ashamed. So far as the pride of ancestry may be lawfully indulged, New Englanders of the present race may indulge it to the full, in view of the character and deeds of their forefathers. They were inferior men in no sense of the word, however apt we may be to connect the idea of adventurers with that of a roving, restless, dissipated, loose-living class of men, loving savage nature, or freedom from the restraints of civilized life. They became adventurous, not from love of adventure, but from high and noble impulses, the impulses of religion. To advance that precious interest was indeed their commanding object. This was indicated by their circumstances and manner of life in Holland before they removed thence, and by the desire they felt to leave that country. Could their favorite views in respect to religion have been carried out there, they would probably never have come to this western wilderness. Their declarations and professions, through their leading men, also show that the establishment and enjoyment of a free gospel was their great object. Their laws and institutions, moreover, evince that this was their principal concern, in connection with the diffusion of education and knowledge. These all had reference, more or less directly, to the moral and religious welfare of the community. The cause of God and righteousness was guarded by the wisest and most decided legal provisions. The concurrent declarations of all the early writers among them likewise indicate the spirit and purposes which distinguishes the fathers of New England above, perhaps all other settlers of new countries, in proposing and carrying forward the interests of religion. Indeed, no object but religion and its enjoyment could have borne them through their almost unprecedented trials and privations. To these they voluntarily submitted on account of their religion. They were not otherwise compelled to leave their native land and the homes of their childhood, the seats of ease and plenty, to hardships of any kind. Many of them had never been exposed before. But the love of God's word and freedom of worship according to the light of their own minds were motives with them sufficient to brave every peril and earthly woe. They were not inferior men in respect to their civil standing in the community. They did not proceed generally from the lower orders of society, the poorer artisans and the laborers. They belonged mostly to the middle and respectable ranks of English society. A few were classed with the higher orders, but not to the same extent as was the fact with the settlers of Virginia, if we may judge from the list of names and titles of several emigrants of the different colonies. In respect to a worldly chivalrous bearing and spirit of adventure, New England and Virginia differed. The latter were eminent in this respect, but never were men more truly brave than the fathers of New England. In moral courage, they were unrivaled. Like other adventurers, they manifested their undaunted spirit in relinquishing their comfortable homes, in braving the dangers of the deep, in encountering the horrors of a wilderness, in incurring the risk of famine and pestilence, and in frequently combating a fierce savage foe. There were as extraordinary traits of martial heroism displayed among the pilgrims of New England, when called forth for the necessity of circumstances, as can be found in the history of any of the American colonists, though this was not a characteristic in which they gloried. The exploits of Miles Standish of Plymouth and John Mason of Connecticut might be ranked among the most striking exhibitions of courage on record. Of Standish, it is remarked by an old historian that he was allied to the noble house of Standish in Lancashire, and inherited some of the virtues of that honorable family, as well as the name. But the high bearing and courage of the planters was eminently of a moral kind. Unlike their Virginia neighbors, they suffered no misrule in their settlements. If any threatened for a time, they promptly put it down. Their courage was seen in resisting evil among themselves. They feared not to put their laws into execution. They were characterized by a healthful, vigorous public spirit, consenting to sacrifice their own individual interests for the general good. They thus manifested a noble nature, the product of principle, if not of birth. The fathers of New England were not ignorant men, and unversed in the concerns of the world. Their clergymen and leading men in civil life were among the ripe scholars of the age. They had been educated at the English universities, and numbers of them had occupied important stations in church and state. As authors and men of influence in their native land, they could not have sunk their high character by emigration, and though in a wilderness and under the pressure of mighty cares, they could not so advantageously pursue their studies as in the shades of academic retirement. They still did not neglect to add to their intellectual stores. In several instances, they brought large and valuable libraries with them. The writings of Colton, Hooker, Davenport, Winthrop, Bradford, Prince, and others show that they were eminently men of mind and masters of language, that they were well versed in the science and literature which adorned the age, and their universal learning, sanctified by grace, we know, was devoted to the most noble and beneficent purposes. There were among the merchants and men of business who had figured in the world's affairs before they came to these solitudes, men of large experience and cultivated taste, not wanting in any accomplishment deemed essential and refined in honorable society. The mass of the people who came over to this country as its settlers must evidently, from the nature of the case, have been of that thinking, intellectual, practical class, who understood their rights and duties as human beings, as also the principles of government, and could not, therefore, with their good sense and honesty, submit to the exactions and wrongs of tyranny. This, of all others, is the most valuable body of the community. The estimate which the fathers placed upon education is seen in the immediate establishment of literary institutions, both of the higher and lower grades. Scarcely had the venerable men felled the trees of the forest than they erected the common schoolhouse, the academy, and the college. In the midst of their untold personal pressing cares and troubles, they exercised a far-reaching sagacity and benevolent regard towards the common good, and towards posterity, in laying broadly the foundations of order, intelligence, and virtue. They conceived the highest idea of the importance of sound education to their rising republic. They wisely judged the solid learning and true religion were the firmest pillars of the Commonwealth and of the Church. Within 10 years from the settlement of Massachusetts, a college with good endowments was founded for the use of the colony. The planters of New England were not poor men, needy adventurers. Had they been such, whence could the funds have been derived that were necessary to sustain the enterprise? It is evident that large sums of money were expended in the transportation of themselves, their cattle, and their effects to this country, and in their various removals when here, as well as in the continued sustentation of their families in times of scarcity and famine. These we know from their history were of frequent occurrence. Governor Winthrop, Haynes, Eaton, and Hopkins were men of wealth. So also were Mr. Johnson, Mr. Colton, and Mr. Hooker. The last two uncommonly rich were ministers. Mr. Johnson was reputed to be the wealthiest of all the original emigrants. The mass of the early comers must also have possessed no inconsiderable means to enable them to bear the heavy expenses of their voyage and settlement. With such a basis of property, it is not a matter of surprise that, notwithstanding the drain and exhaustion of the first few years, they should have increased greatly in their worldly substance in the end, inasmuch as they settled on a virgin soil, possessed abundance of land, and carried on a lucrative trade in the products of the country. Their habits of sobriety and industry were essentially favorable to their advancement in wealth. The New England planters were not wanting in any moral virtues, piety, wisdom, or magnanimity. There never lived on earth, if we may credit history, a more disinterested, upright, conscientious, prudent, and holy body of men. Their souls were imbued with the loftiest principles of patriotism and piety. They gave undoubted proofs of the possession of the spirit in their exertions, toils, and sacrifices for the best welfare of their descendants and the cause of Christianity. In their spirituality, prayerfulness, purity, and well-ordered lives, they wished above all things to serve God and to do good, to transmit to posterity a pure church and free form of government. They received the word of God as their sole guide in religious concerns and moral conduct. They regulated their individual life, their families, their local societies, their churches, and their state by its rules, so far as the latter could be consistently applied. They were sound in the faith, receiving the doctrines of grace as the real system of divine truth, were strict in preserving the order and carrying out the discipline of the churches, and were rigid in the administration of law and justice. Their zeal and liberality in supporting the institutions of the gospel among themselves, and in efforts to Christianize the Indians, were marked traits in their character. They considered it one of the great objects of their mission to this continent to become the means of the salvation of its aboriginal inhabitants, and thus to extend Christ's kingdom in the world. In a most commendable degree, they carried their religion in the various everyday concerns of life, and consulted, especially on every occasion of interest and importance, the particular guidance and blessing of God. Such was the character of New England's fathers. They were not perfect men. They did not claim for themselves the attributes of perfection. Neither can others, their warmest panegyrists, claim it for them with any consistency. They had their errors, the errors of the age. All darkness had not passed away from their understandings, not all obliquity from their hearts. There was an austerity, a preciseness in some points, in an accommodating temper, which perhaps is not well suited to all times of every state of society, but which the natural course of imitation from age to age, there will be apt to be a feeble resemblance of the original. so that where the conduct in the beginning was over-strict, in the lapse of years it would be apt to fall quite too far below the true standard of virtue. The founders of a nation, if they fail at all in firmness of temper or rigidness of discipline, will be very apt to bring on the sooner a dissolute state of the body politic. Our fathers on this account were not so much at fault as many suppose. They were fitted by the guidance and grace of God for the times in which they lived, for the work which they were called to perform. If some few spots or shades could have effaced from their characters, they would have been still more fitting instruments of good to the Church and to posterity. But as the case is, no other founders of an empire probably ever possessed so large a portion of wisdom and goodness. In respect to charges made against the fathers of New England, pertaining to superstition, enthusiasm, injustice towards the Indians, treatment of supposed witches, bigotry, persecution, and the incorporation of church and state, they were capable of a satisfactory refutation in all the material points, and have often received that refutation. While something, however, is to be laid to human imperfection in their case, yet even in these matters, more is due to the grace of God, which preserved them so comparatively free from evils to which their natural dispositions or their circumstances might be supposed to lead them. It was indeed a new order of things which was introduced by the Pilgrim Fathers in their removal to America. The Mayflower came to these shores freighted with great moral principles, as well as with the precious cargo of godly men and women. Of those principles, some were the following, viz., the right of private judgment in the examination of divine truth is to be held sacred. Conscience, enlightened by the word of God, is sufficient guide as to truth and duty. A majority governs in church and state. Universal education is the basis of free government. The observation of the Sabbath is a moral virtue and essential to the safety of a people. From these principles others have been deduced, or to them others of scarcely less importance have been added in more recent times. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Middle and Southern Settlements. The settlement of the state of New York commenced in 1613, so far as the erection of a fort near the present city of Albany and a few trading houses on the island of Manhattan, New York, may be said to constitute a settlement. The Dutch founded their claim to the soil from the discovery of the Hudson by an Englishman of that name, who was then in the employ of the Dutch. But the British king disputed the claim from the fact of the previous discovery of the country by the Cabots. The Dutch were forced for a short time to yield to the demands of the English, but the colony having increased in the course of a year, the English were required in their turn to yield their authority to the original occupants. For a series of years the latter continued in peaceful possession, and by characteristic toil and perseverance secured the blessings of a growing settlement. The territory on both sides of the Hudson occupied by the settlers was called New Netherlands. In defence of their colony, in 1623, they built several forts, one on the east side of Delaware Bay, which they named Nassau, and another 150 miles up the river, which they called Aurania. At the mouth of the river they built a town, to which they gave the name of New Amsterdam, afterwards New York. Near Fort Nassau the Swedes had a settlement, and from the interfering claims of the two people quarrels arose, which in a few years ended in the subjugation of the Swedes. In consequence of the Dutch claims so far to the eastward, difficulties frequently arose between them and the Connecticut and New Haven colonies. But these never amounted to another rupture, and the Dutch were occasionally assisted in the Indian warfare by their more courageous neighbours. At the accession of Charles II to the British throne, the province of New Netherlands passed into the hands of the English. As the king, by a charter, had conveyed the whole territory to his brother, the Duke of York and Albany, he undertook to effect his object by force, and accordingly dispatched an armament under the command of Colonel Nichols, who was also appointed governor of the province. The exhibition of force was the means of effecting a treaty of capitulation on the part of Stuyvesant, the Dutch governor. From this time New Amsterdam and the whole conquered province received the name of New York, the original settlers choosing for the most part to remain, and being permitted to adopt many of their own forms of government. New Jersey was settled by the Dutch, not long after they had fixed themselves on the Hudson River. The Danes also commenced a settlement at a place to which they gave the name Bergen. This was about the year 1624. In 1626 a company of Swedes and Finns purchased land on both sides of Delaware River, and commenced a settlement on the western bank. The Dutch, however, considering themselves as the original settlers, laid claim to the country. They had built a fort as early as 1623 on the east bank of the South River, as the Delaware was then called. It was not until the year 1640 that the English made any attempt to colonize the territory in question, and then they were resisted and expelled by the Swedes and Dutch. A few years afterwards, however, the Duke of York granted New Jersey to John, Lord Berkeley, and Sir George Carteret, the territory receiving that name in compliment to Sir George, who had been governor of the island of Jersey in the English Channel. Carteret soon after arrived at Elizabethtown, which he made the seat of government. The state of Delaware was originally settled by the Dutch and Swedes, the former as early as 1629, having purchased a tract of land near Cape Henlopen. The enterprise of planting a colony on the Delaware was entrusted to an experienced navigator, De Vries, and in 1630 an association was formed for this purpose, in pursuance of which a settlement was made the next spring, on the west side of the river, at a place since called Lewiston. The Swedes also made considerable settlements on the same side of the river, but whether these preceded that of the Dutch is considered doubtful, the more recent authorities leaning rather to the Dutch claim. The Swedes, however, whatever their pretensions may have been, were conquered by the Dutch, in whose possession the country remained until the surrender of New York in 1664. It was immediately after taken possession of for the Duke of York by Sir Robert Carr. A portion of its subsequent history is included in that of Pennsylvania, as Delaware had not even an assembly separate from that of Pennsylvania for several years. Settlements commenced in Maryland as early as 1634. 2 or 3 years previously, Lord Baltimore had visited the colony of Virginia, and observing that the Virginians had formed no settlement to the northward of the river Potomac, he determined to procure a grant of territory in that region. But he died before the necessary authority by charter, which Charles had promised, could be given him. The patent, however, was filled up for his son Cornelius Cabot, who had then become Lord Baltimore. The king gave to the new province the name of Maryland in honour of his queen, Henrietta Maria. It was originally included in the patent of the South Virginia Company, a circumstance which gave rise for a time to disputes and difficulties between these communities. Lord Baltimore pursued a wise course in forming his colony. He established a basis of security to property and of freedom to religion, bestowing in absolute fee 50 acres of land on every emigrant, and allowing toleration to the various sects of the Christian faith. George Calvert, the brother of the governor, arrived with the first colony, consisting of about 200 Roman Catholics from England. Calvert, by kindness and liberality, obtained possession of an Indian town of importance, to which he gave the name of St. Mary's. Lord Baltimore was constituted the proprietor of the province, and he and his descendants, with some years of interruption, continued to enjoy the rights of jurisdiction and property until the time of the Revolution. Then the people, having adopted a constitution, refused to admit the claims of the representatives of Lord Baltimore. The charter, embracing what is now North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, was granted by Charles II in 1662 to Edward, Earl of Clarendon, George, Duke of Albemarle, William, Lord Craven, and several others. This country was called Florida, and claimed by the Spaniards. The claim, nevertheless, was supposed to be relinquished by the stipulations of a treaty between Great Britain and Spain in 1667. The previous efforts to colonize this portion of the American continent had been unsuccessful, and grants that had been given to the different individuals were now pronounced by the Privy Council to be null and void. A government was organized over the few settlers that were scattered in different parts, Mr. Drummond having been appointed governor. The settlers on Albemarle Sound were allowed, on certain conditions, to retain their lands. The proprietors of the Carolinas did not make serious effort towards adding to the number of the colonists until 1667. 2 ships carried out a number of adventurers, with provisions, arms, and utensils necessary for building and cultivation. Sale was appointed governor in 1669. In what place he first landed is uncertain, but not being pleased with his situation, he moved to the southward and took possession of a neck of land between Ashley and Cooper rivers. Here he laid out a town, which in honour of the British king he called Charleston. This was the origin of South Carolina, as distinguished from North Carolina. The distance between Albemarle and the new location induced the proprietors to establish 2 separate governments, the settlements on the Sound constituting North Carolina. The early existence of the northern colony is said to have been marked in a sad degree by confusion and misrule, owing mainly to the exceptional nature of its fundamental constitutions. Georgia, though the last of the English colonies established in North America, may be mentioned here, since it was included in the original grant with the Carolinas. The Charter of Georgia as a district was granted in 1732, and embraced the country on the south of the Carolinas, between the rivers Savannah and Altamaha, and extended westward from the heads of these rivers to the South Sea. It was given to 21 persons, who were wealthy and influential individuals, as trustees, who were incorporated for the purpose of settling and establishing the colony. In pursuance of this design, in 1733 James Oglethorpe embarked for the province with 116 persons destined for settlement. He selected the present site of Savannah as the most desirable spot for this object. Here he built a fort, and put the colony in a proper state of defence, not neglecting in the meantime to cultivate friendly relations with the Indians. though the objects of the settlement of Georgia were in great measure benevolent, as they contemplated among other things an asylum for the poor and wretched in England and Ireland, yet the hopes of prosperity entertained by the trustees were not a little disappointed. The expenditures necessary for the support of the colony became at length very onerous. The colony also was disturbed by the hostility of the Spaniards on the south, and nothing under divine providence but the wise counsels and determined valour of General Oglethorpe saved it from destruction in the early part of its existence. The tract of country west of the Delaware was in 1681 granted to William Penn, son of the distinguished Admiral Penn, as a reward for the services of his father. The boundaries of the tract are definitely given us in the Charter, but are too minute to be here specified. The whole region was afterwards called Pennsylvania, constituting a state of very large and regular dimensions. The origin of the name is beautifully and ingeniously accounted for in a letter written by William Penn. "This day, January the 5th, 1681, says he, after many waitings, watchings, solicitings, and disputes in the council, my country was confirmed to me under the Great Seal of England, with large powers and privileges, by the name of Pennsylvania, a name the king would give it in honour of my father. I chose New Wales, being a hilly country, and when the secretary, a Welshman, refused to call it New Wales, I proposed Sylvania, and they added Penn to it, though I much opposed it, and went to the king to have it struck out. He said 'twas past, and he would take it upon him. Nor could 20 guineas move the under secretary to vary the name, for I feared it would be looked on as a vanity in me, and not as a respect in the king to my father, as it really was. Thou mayest communicate my grant to friends, and expect shortly my proposals. 'Tis a dear and just thing, and my God, that has given it to me through many difficulties, will, I believe, bless and make it the seed of a nation. I shall have a tender care to the government that it be well laid at first. And it was well laid. The territory was peaceably and by fair purchase procured of the natives, and though difficulties occasionally existed in the government, which gave the proprietor considerable concern, yet the colony enjoyed a career of prosperity for several successive years. The effects of his magnanimity and justice were especially visible in the early history of the colony. Such, as briefly reviewed, is the history of the original settlements of the old 13 United States. The character of the settlers, as well as their circumstances, were various. They were from different nations in the Old World, though the great majority were of direct English descent. But amidst the variety there is a degree of uniformity. A similar basis of institutions and principles has obtained, and they have admirably coalesced in forming and sustaining one and a general government, amid their several distinct state organizations, a government admirable for its simplicity, freedom, exact equipoise, and liberal compromises. The number of states is now more than doubled, and ere long will probably be threefold. Through the divine blessing, let it be perpetual. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Red Corsair. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States, Indians, Their Tribes and Wars. Indian Tribes. At the period of the settlement of the English colonies in America, savage tribes of Indians were scattered over the country. In many respects, they possessed a similar character, usages, and institutions, a bond of affinity running through their several communities and tribes. As a race of men, they were distinct from all the races found in the Old World. Their history was unknown, and to us, in these times, dates no farther back than to the period of European discovery here. They had, indeed, their traditions, but these, like the traditions of all other nations, are no farther entitled to credit than they are confirmed by appearance or probable conjecture. If the hypothesis be correct of the Asiatic origin of the aborigines of America, by the way of Bering's Straits, there would seem to be a probability in the general account given of their migration towards the east, and of their conquest of a more civilized race, then occupying the country. Such a race seems to have been once in existence, judging from the monuments and relics that have been occasionally found among us. They were called the Alekewi, and their more rude conquerors styled themselves the Lenape, and the Mainkwe, or the Iroquois. These seem chiefly to have divided the country between them after they had expelled the Alekewi. The general name of the Delawares has since been given to the former, and their language called by the French the Algonquin. The Iroquois inhabited more the upper parts of the country, along the lakes and the St. Lawrence. The Lenape, or Delawares, extended themselves to the south and east. When our fathers came to these shores, they found here the descendants of these savage conquerors. They were entirely uncivilized, having, probably, undergone no process of civilization from the time of the migration of their ancestors to the Mississippi and the Atlantic slope. As distributed through the various parts of the 13 original states, they may be mentioned, as to their confederacies or tribes, in the following order. In the central and southern parts of New England there were 5 principal tribes: the Wampanoags, or Pokanokets, the Pawtuckets, the Massachusetts, the Narragansetts, and the Pequods. The Pokanokets were the first known to the English settlers. The territory inhabited by this tribe was that which now constitutes the southeastern part of Massachusetts and the eastern portion of Rhode Island. To the chief of this tribe, who was Massasoit at the time of the English emigration, other smaller tribes were subject, dwelling principally on the adjacent islands. His residence, as also afterwards that of Phillip his son, was at Montauk, now Mount Hope, in Bristol, Rhode Island. The tribe of Pawtuckets occupied the land upon the Merrimack near its mouth as their principal seat, though they extended themselves south until they came in contact with the Massachusetts. The Massachusetts were found about the bay which bears the name of the tribe. They were bounded by the Pawtuckets on the north and the Pokanokets on the south. Their head Sachem held under his rule several smaller tribes, some of which were known by the name of the Neponsets, the Nashuas, and the Pocumtucks. The acknowledged sovereign of the Confederacy at the time of the English settlement was the widow of a powerful chief, styled sometimes the Massachusetts Queen. They were situated in a delightful region where now stands the metropolis of New England, with its cluster of noble towns in the vicinity. The tribe of the Narragansetts held their chief seat on the island of the Connecticut, in the bay called after their name. Here also their Grand Sachem resided. They extended west of the Pawcatuck River, where they came into the neighborhood of the Pequods. The Pokanokets bordered them on the east. They occupied a beautiful country and happily adapted to their mode of life, which was fishing and hunting. Their disposition was more mild and peaceable than usually appeared in the Indian character. When the English arrived in that region, they found there Canonicus, the Grand Sachem of the tribe, who proved a benefactor of Rhode Island. The tribe of Pequods were seated in the eastern part of Connecticut, having the Narragansetts on their eastern border. They were a fierce and warlike race. Their Grand Sachem, Sassacus, resided on the heights of Groton, near the river called by their name, now the Thames. Sassacus held the Mohegans subject to his authority. These were a tribe occupying the place where Norwich now stands. Uncas, the leader of the latter, joined the whites in their war with the Pequods. These several tribes, at the period referred to, were singularly diminished in number and power on account of a wasting sickness which had been sent among them a few years before. In the northern portion of New England roved the Indians whose general name was that of Tarentines, or Abenakis. They inhabited the coast of Maine throughout, and extended into New Hampshire. Their character was ferocious, and the settlers suffered severely from their wars, murders, and depredations. Stealing in, at the dead of night, upon the villages or dwellings, they burned and plundered indiscriminately whatever came in their way, butchering men, women, and children without mercy. The 5 tribes or nations that spread out east of Lake Erie and south of Lake Ontario were the Iroquois or Mainquais, who had become thus divided in consequence of being pressed by the Hurons, and 1 or 2 other tribes inhabiting the St. Lawrence. They were called the Senecas, Cayugas, Onondagas, Oneidas, and Mohawks. They at length became a powerful race in their new abodes, and not only overcame the Hurons, but made war upon the Delawares, and were objects of dread far and near. The most warlike community of the whole was said to be the Mohawks. Their power and exactions reached east and south to a great distance. The Indians in the southerly portion of the country were of course earlier known to the English than those already mentioned. This was true of the tribes at least that inhabited Virginia, of which there were more than 40 in number in 1607. The nucleus of an entire confederacy inhabiting the territory from the sea coast to the falls of the rivers was the Powhatan Nation. This confederacy included no less than 30 tribes, and the number of warriors was estimated at 8,000. The chief of the same name, who figures so much in the history of Virginia, was the great Sachem of the confederacy. The seat of the hereditary dominions was near the present site of the city of Richmond. Here the noble Pocahontas was born, and passed her early uncultivated life. The Indians who dwelt on the highlands between the falls of the rivers and the mountains were divided into 2 confederacies not long after the arrival of the English. One division consisted of the Monohoics in the 8 tribes on the north. The other consisted of the Monacans in 5 tribes stretching on the south into Carolina. The latter went under the name of Tuscaroras and connected with the Iroquois. Of the Indians in the southern extremity of the country, the principal confederacies were the Creeks, whose locality was mostly in Georgia, the Cherokees, who inhabited the mountainous back country, and the Choctaws and Chickasaws, who dwelt in the region between the mountains and the Mississippi. 2 or 3 other tribes occupied particular localities, which need not be indicated. End of Section 10.
Section 11 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States Indians, Their Tribes and Wars, Origin of the American Indians. Although not in precise accordance with the plan of this work, yet on account of the interest which attaches to the subject, we devote a few pages to an exposition of the various theories advanced in relation to the origin of the Indian tribes existing at the time the English settled the country. These theories have been various, according to the whims or predilections of the authors. Some have seen in them an original species of the human race, unconnected with any of the nations or tribes of the Old World. Others had fancied their resemblance to this or the other people, ancient or modern, of the Eastern continent, as Hebrews, Trojans, Tartars, and the like. Voltaire and other skeptical writers have accounted for their origin, According to the first name theory, they have considered the Indian placed in America by the hand of the Creator or by nature, just as the buffalo or the tortoise or any other animal was placed there, or just as trees and other products of vegetation that are indigenous to the soil. Thus they make no account of the apparent scriptural doctrine of the unity of the human race, the common descent from Adam. The identity of the Indian with the Hebrew or the Israelite has been conjectured by many. Reverend Thomas Thorogood, an author of the 17th century, held that opinion and endeavored to prove that the Indians were the Jews, who had been lost in the world for the space of near 2,000 years. Adair, who claims to have resided 40 years among the southern Indians, published a large quarto upon their origin, history, etc. He endeavors to prove their identity with the Jews by showing the similarity of their customs, usages, and language to those of the latter. The author of The Star in the West, Dr. Bodenotte, has followed the same thing, and thinks assuredly that the Indians are the long-lost 10 tribes of Israel. Roger Williams at one time expressed the same opinion. He writes in a letter to friends in Salem that the Indians did not come to America from the Northeast, as some had imagined, for the following reasons. 1. Their ancestors affirm that they came from the Southwest and returned thence when they die. 2. Because they separate their women in a little wigwam but themselves at certain seasons. And 3. Beside their god, Khotund, to the southwest, they hold that Nanawitnamut, a god overhead, made the heavens and the earth, and he avers also that he, the writer, had found some taste of affinity with the Hebrews. The similarity of practices, or even of a number of terms in a language, can, however, be no conclusive proof of sameness of origin. It may be merely accidental, or in respect to customs more particularly, may be owing to similarity of circumstances. Who will pretend that different people, when placed under similar circumstances, will not have similar wants, and hence similar actions? That like wants will not prompt like exertions, and like causes produce not like effects. The slight resemblances existing or fancied to exist between the Indians and the Israelites may be owing to a clause like the one pointed out. As to the language of the Indians, Mr. William Wood, an old writer, says, some have thought that they might be of the dispersed Jews, because some of their words be near unto the Hebrew, but by the same rule they may conclude them to be of the gleanings of all nations, because they have words after the Greek, Latin, French, and other tongues. Hubbard, an American historian who wrote about 1680, had this among other passages on the subject. If any observation be made of their manners and dispositions, it is easier to say from what nations they did not, than from what they did derive their original. Doubtless their conjecture, who fancy them to be descended from the 10 tribes of the Israelites, carried captive by the Salamister and Esarhaddon, hath the least show of reason of any other, there being no footsteps to be observed of their propinquity to them more than to any other of the tribes of the earth, either as to their language or manners. Thomas Morton, an early New England historian, refers their origin to the scattered Trojans, observing, for after that Brutus, who was the 4th from Aeneas, left Latium, upon the conflict held with the Latins, where, although he gave them a great overthrow to the slaughter of their grand captain and many others of the heroes of Latium, yet he held it more safely to depart unto some other place and people than by staying to run the hazard of an unquiet life or doubtful conquest, which, as history maketh mention, he performed. This people was dispersed there is no question, but the people that lived with him, by reason of their conversation with the Grecians and Latins, had a mixed language that participated of both. Morton maintains the great similarity of the languages of the Indians to the Greeks and Romans, as an instance of which he fancied he'd heard among their words Pasco Pan, and hence thinks without doubt their ancestors were acquainted with the god Pan. A writer, Mr. John Josselyn, who resided sometime in New England towards the middle of that 17th century, pronounces the speech of the Mohawks to be the dialect of the Tartars. He says, the Northeast people of America, that is, New England, etc., are judged to be Tartars, called Samoatis, being alike in complexion, shape, habit, and manners. That the Indians are Scythians is an opinion expressed in a decided manner by Cotton Mather. He was confirmed in it on meeting with this passage of Julius Caesar. Difficilis inventur quam interficier, rendered by him. It is harder to find them than to foil them. Caesar was speaking of the Scythians, and the aptness of the language is expressing one peculiarity of the Indians in their warfare. Their sudden attacks and retreats is noticeable. Dr. S. L. Mitchell of New York, a voluminous writer in his day, thought that he had settled the question of the origin of the Indians. They came, in his opinion, from the northeast of Asia, and that is now perhaps the most common belief. He thinks that they possessed originally the same color as that of the northeastern nations of Asia. Dr. Swinton, author of many parts of the Universal History, after stating the different opinions of various authors who have advocated in favor of the dispersed people, the Phoenicians and other Eastern nations, observes that therefore the Americans in general were descended from a people who inhabited a country not so far distant from them as Egypt and Phoenicia. One will, as we apprehend, readily admit. Now, no country can be pitched upon so proper and convenient for this purpose as the northeastern part of Asia, particularly Great Tartary, Siberia, and more especially the peninsula of Kamchatka. That probably was the track through which many Tartarian colonies passed into America and peopled the most considerable part of the New World. End of section 11. Section 12 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. United States Indians, Their Tribes and Wars, Virginia Indian Wars. The intercourse of the colonists in Virginia with the Indians was not altogether such as to secure their friendship. Difficulties arose, which were settled only by a resort to wars and massacres. The earlier colonists either returned to their native land, were destroyed by famine, or were cut off by violence. The whole scheme of colonizing was, at first, a series of mismanagement or misfortune. The earliest attempt at settlement under the captains Amadis and Barlow in 1684 was abortive. It is related that the English, after landing on an island called by the Indians Wakokan, saw none of the natives until the third day, when 3 were observed in a canoe. One of them came on shore, and the English went to him. He was not at all intimidated, but spoke much to them, and then went fearlessly on board the vessels. The whites, after making him some presents, received some food in return. Wingina, chief of the Indians in that place, never had much faith in the good intentions of the English, and to him was mainly attributed the breaking up of the colony. They were disposed to return home, having made no serious attempt at settlement. The next colony which proceeded to Virginia was conducted by Sir Richard Grenville in 1685. He had the imprudence to commit an outrage upon the natives, which occasioned at length the breaking up of the colony of 108 men, whom he left behind him. He burned an Indian town in revenge of a petty theft, which some native committed upon him. Ralph Lane, who was governor, became justly chargeable with very reprehensible conduct. He put to death some of the natives on the most frivolous charges, and it is no wonder that the animosity of the Indians was aroused, and that the small band of adventurers were so discomfited as to seek a return to England. No attempt to settle Virginia had succeeded up to the year 1607. The ill-advised schemes of the company or their controversies, and the suspicions and hatred of the Indians, had defeated every enterprise hitherto. But one man, Captain Smith, by his sagacity and heroism, at length accomplished the object. Of his adventures no particular account needs to be given here, as these have been narrated in another part of this work. But his connection with Powhatan affords the occasion of bringing the latter more especially into view in this place. This chief is described as being tall and well-proportioned, wearing an aspect of sadness, exceedingly vigorous, and possessing a body fitted to endure great hardships. At the time of the settlement of Jamestown, he was about 60 years of age, and rendered the more majestic by the greyness of his hair. He inspired the awe of beholders as he was seated on his wooden form, and adorned with his robe of raccoon skins, and his headdress of various feathers having the appearance of a crown. He governed many nations, and many of them by the right of conquest. The place of his residence at first was at Powhatan, near the falls of James River, but afterwards, when he had extended his conquest north, it was at a place called Warro-Woco-Moco. His dominion included the country upon James River, from its mouth to the falls and all its tributary streams. This was the boundary of his country southernly, and thus across the territory, nearly as high as the falls of all the great rivers over the Potomac, even to Patuxent in Maryland. He usually kept a guard, consisting of 40 or 50 of his bravest men, especially when he slept. But this number was fourfold after the arrival of the English. His wives were numerous, and taken or dismissed at his pleasure. When he slept, one sat at his head and another at his feet. His places for temporary residence, or at a certain season of the year, were numerous. At these places he had victuals provided against his coming, in spacious wigwams 30 or 40 yards in extent. His manner of attack upon his neighbors was stealthily and fiercely cruel. An instance is given in his surprisal, on one occasion, of the people of Pequod, who were his neighbors and subjects. To effect his barbarous purpose, he sent several of his men to lodge with them the night on which he designed an attack. Then, secretly surrounding them in their wigwams, commenced a horrid massacre. Many of the men were killed, their scalps taken, and the women and children made prisoners. The scalps were exhibited upon a line between the 2 trees as a trophy, and the chief of Pequod and his wife Powhatan became servants of the emperor. Through Captain Smith's address, this prince was now brought completely into the English interest, although eventually through the imprudent conduct of Newport, who soon after arrived from England, he was induced to practice deception upon his new friends in the way of trade. Smith, however, in his turn, took advantage of the emperor, to the no great credit of his moral principles. The revenge was complete, as the following example shows. Smith gained his end fully by pretending to set a great value on a few blue beads, which he had exposed to Powhatan as if by accident, and which he professed to be very unwilling to part with, as they were born, according to his account, only by great kings. This fired the emperor with the wish to secure them at whatever sacrifice on his part. In the infatuation produced, he parted with 200 or 300 bushels of corn for a pound or 2 of beads. Thus, the intercourse of the whites with these simple children of nature in the early period of our history was not always marked with that delicate regard of right and veracity with which every transaction of this nature should be attended. The consequences very naturally appeared in the many plots and counterplots which were contrived to embarrass one another or to effect unlawful objects. On one occasion, Powhatan became offended with Smith because he could not procure swords from him in the manner in which he procured them from Newport. When the latter was about leaving the country, Powhatan sent him 20 turkeys, for which he demanded and obtains 20 swords in return. He supposed that he could do the same with Smith, but was disappointed, and accordingly he ordered his men to seize the English wherever they could find them. The consequence was that many of the latter in the vicinity of the forts were robbed of their swords. These depredations were continued until Smith surprised a number of the Indians, from whom he learned that Powhatan was endeavoring to get all the arms in his power, with a view to massacre the whites. When the chief found that his plot was discovered, he sent Pocahontas his daughter with gifts in order to apologize for his conduct, and pretended that the mischief was done by some of his chiefs. He directed her to use her influence in effecting the release of his men, in which he succeeded, and thus the parties became at peace again. The friendship which Powhatan manifested towards the English at any time was short-lived, and seems not to have been at all sincere. Constant deceptions were practiced by him to gain his ends, and so long as he lived, difficulties existed between him and the English. The noble Pocahontas was a sort of mediator between them, and often brought important intelligence as seasonable aid to the latter. On one occasion, after a long conference in regard to a trade in provisions, in which deceptions were employed on both sides, and in which Powhatan endeavored to persuade Captain Smith and his men to treat with him in a friendly manner and throw aside their arms, Smith was about to resort to force in order to effect his object. Powhatan, however, succeeded in escaping from the conference and in conveying his women, children, and effects into the woods. Even then he attempted to allure Smith into his presence unarmed, if possible, by sending him a present. Finding at last all artifices without effect, Powhatan resolved to fall upon the English in their cabins on the following night, but here Pocahontas interposed her kind offices, and was the means, most probably, of saving the life of Smith and his attendants. She came alone in a dark night through the woods, and apprised Smith of her father's design. For such a favor, Smith offered her whatever article she would please to accept, but she declined taking anything, and with tears in her eyes, remarked that if her father should see her with anything, he would suspect what she had done, and instantly kill her. She then retired as she came through the dismal forest. After Smith's final departure from Virginia, the Emperor's animosity against the whites was confirmed, as the English successor in the government, Lord de la Warr, was much less cautious and moderate in his measures with the Indians. Severe as Smith's treatment of them was at times. The new governor, finding Powhatan not disposed to yield to his demands, proceeded to an act of horrid barbarity. Having got into his power an Indian prisoner, his lordship caused his right hand to be cut off. In this shocking condition, he sent the poor creature to Powhatan. At the same time, he gave the sachem to understand that he would serve all the Indians in that manner if they refused obedience any longer, and that he would destroy all the corn, which was then near to the harvest. Powhatan consequently could not but feel the most burning indignation against the Englishmen. 2 years after Smith left Virginia, that is, in 1611, Captain Argyle treacherously took the king's daughter prisoner, with a view to prevent him from doing any injury to the English, as also to extort a large ransom from him, and such terms of peace as they should prescribe. On being informed of the captivity of Pocahontas, connected with the demand that he should restore to the English their men, guns, and tools, taken at different times by the Indians, the stern and wary chief became greatly embarrassed and knew not what to do. They did not hear from him until at the expiration of 3 months, when he complied with their demand only in part. This did not satisfy Argyle. The demand in full was reiterated, but Powhatan was again for a long time silent. The result was that in a year or two, Sir Thomas Dale took Pocahontas to the residence of her father, in hopes to effect an exchange and bring about a peace. Powhatan was absent from home, and the party met with no kindly reception from the Indians, who seemed to take the presence of the English in dudgeon. The latter burned many of their Indian habitations and gave out threats of other vengeance. This had the effect of inducing some of the Indians to come and make peace, as they called it. Pocahontas had then an opportunity of seeing 2 of her brothers, which gave her unbounded joy. After the marriage of this excellent Indian woman to Mr. Rolfe, the whites experienced less trouble from Powhatan, though it is believed that they were never entirely exempt from the effects of his policy or his power. The successors of Powhatan were, first, Oppet Chapin, and next, Oppen Cano, both brothers of the emperor. Such was the law of the succession. The first named chiefs seems never to have been noted for any distinguishing quality, but is spoken of as being feeble and decrepit. He compared unfavorably with his brother, who in the council and in the field was the most conspicuous personage among the Powhatans. He had, during the lifetime of the late emperor, procured from the free tribe of the Chickahominies the title of their king. It was Oppen Cano, who figured so disastrously in the great massacre of the whites on the 22nd March, 1622, which has been narrated in another place. It was kept a profound secret during 4 years and burst upon the settlement like a bolt from heaven. In the vengeance with which the English followed this act of treachery and blood, it was for some time supposed that Oppen Cano was among the killed. But if history does not misguide us, the same Sachem, 22 years afterwards, executed a still greater massacre upon the English. It is not known how long he had been plotting the extirpation of the whites, but in 1644 all the Indians over the space of country, 600 miles in extent, were joined in the enterprise. The governor and council had appointed a fast day to be kept through the country upon Good Friday with the success of the king. On the day before the intended fast, Oppen Cano, borne in a litter, led his warriors forward and connected the work of death. He is supposed to be near 100 years old at this time. The massacre commenced in the outparts of the circumjacent country and continued 2 days. The Indians fell suddenly upon the inhabitants and killed all indiscriminately, to the number of 300. Their progress was checked by the arrival of Sir William Berkeley at the head of an armed force. Subsequently to this massacre, the date has not been ascertained. This bloody chief was taken prisoner. Sir William intended to send him as a present to the King of England. He was, however, prevented from doing it by the assassination of Oppen Cano. The soldier who was appointed to guard him fired upon him and inflicted a mortal wound, it having been, as was supposed, an act of private revenge. Just before the old chief expired, hearing a great noise and crowd around him, he ordered an attendant to lift up his eyelids, as from age and fatigue the elasticity of his muscles was in a great degree impaired, when he discovered a multitude pressing around him to gratify the morbid desire of beholding a dying sachem. Aroused with indignation and little fearing death, he seemed to disregard the crowd, but raising himself from the ground in the spirit of his wonted authority, commanded that the governor should be called to him. When the latter came, the chief uttered in his hearing the impassioned remark, "Had it been my fortune to have taken Sir William Berkeley prisoner, I would not meanly have exposed him as a show to my people," and soon after expired. An Indian, whom they afterward had seized as prisoner, confessed that they attempted his destruction of the English, because they saw the latter took up all their lands from them and would drive them out of the country. And they took this season, for they understood that they were at war in England, and began to go to war among themselves. These intrusions upon the Indian territory were, however, conformable to the grants of the proprietors, the Indians. Open Canal could hardly have expected an entire conquest, as his people had already begun to melt away, and the villages of the English planters were springing up over an extent of country of over 500 miles, with a comparatively large population. Narragansets succeeded Open Canal as a tributary to the English. In 1648, he came to Jamestown in company with several other chiefs, and brought a number of beaver skins to be sent to the English king. He delivered a prolonged address, which he concluded with the protestation that the sun and the moon should first lose their glorious lights and shining before he or his people should ever more wrong the English. The successor of this chief is supposed to have been Totopotomo, as he was king of Pamunkey in 1656. In that year, a body of western or inland Indians, to the number of 600 or 700, came down from the mountainous country and took possession of the territory about the falls of James River. This fact coming to the knowledge of the legislature of Virginia, which was then in session, it was resolved to dislodge the Indians from their new location, as their situation and proximity were considered dangerous to the whites. The war seems not to have been attended with any success on the part of the colony. The English leader with 100 men, and Totopotomo with 100 of his warriors, suffered extremely in an engagement. It appears, however, that a peace was not long after concluded with the Indians. A renowned warrior, Nemetanau, not having been mentioned in the proper order of time, may be introduced here. He was supposed to have an agency in bringing about the great massacre of 1622. He was, however, an object of jealousy to Open Canal, the leader in the tragedy, on account of his popularity among his countrymen. He is said to have been an eccentric and vain person, being wont to dress himself up in strange attire and barbaric fashion with feathers, on which account he obtained the name of Jack of the Feather. As he had been engaged in many fights with the English, and, though particularly exposed, had never received a wound, he was considered by the Indians to be invulnerable. The cause and manner of his fate were the following. Only about 14 days before the massacre, Jack of the Feather went to the house of one Morgan, where he saw many such articles exhibited as were calculated to excite admiration in such people. Jack, perhaps, had not the means to purchase, but it seems he was resolved somehow or other to possess them. He therefore told Morgan that if he would take his commodities to Pamunkey, the Indians would give him a great price for them. Not in the least mistrusting the design of Nemetanau, the simple Englishman set out for Pamunkey in company with the Indian. This was the last the English ever heard of Morgan. However strange it may seem, Jack's ill-directing fate sent him to the same place again, and what was still more strange, He had the cap of the murdered Morgan upon his head. Morgan's servants asked him where their master was, who very deliberately answered that he was dead. This satisfied them that he had murdered him. They therefore seized him in order to take him before a magistrate of Berkeley, but he made a good deal of resistance, which caused one of the captors to shoot him down. The singular part of the tragedy is yet to be related. Though mortally wounded, Nimetanow was not killed outright, and his captors, which were two stout young men, got him into a boat to proceed to Mr. Thorpe's, the magistrate. As they were going, the warrior became satisfied that he must die, and with the most extraordinary earnestness besought that two things might be granted him. One was, that it should never be told to his countrymen that he was killed by a bullet, and the other, that he should be buried among the English, so that it should never be discovered that he had died, or was subject to death like other men. Such was the pride and vanity exhibited by an Indian at his death. From the preceding brief notices of the hostile bearing of the savage tribes towards the early southern planters, it will be apparent that the colonization of that portion of America was no easy matter. The jealousy of the Indians towards their new neighbors was soon excited, nor did the conduct of the colonists serve to allay, but rather to increase it. The cruelty and vindictiveness of the Indians cannot be justified, but in their circumstances may be found, perhaps, some small apology. This was their country. They were proprietors of the soil. Here they lived. Here were their altars. Here their fathers' sepulchres. And they regarded them with the veneration and love of which they were capable. Who can blame them? Who censure their feelings, that patriotism, the love of liberty, which, when found among civilized nations, are highly extolled? Among the Indian chiefs there were men of no small sagacity, who, foreseeing the consequences to themselves and people of the drift and extension of the English, can it be deemed strange that their anticipations were most sad, or that they should adopt every expedient which seemed likely to avert calamities to them most fearful? End of section 12.
Section 13 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 4. Plymouth Colony and the Indians. In the early period of the settlements of New England, the difficulties with the Indians were of less frequent occurrence than those which took place in the Virginia colony. The providence of God had prepared the way for the Pilgrims to enter upon their wilderness inheritance. The power of the Indians had been weakened by sickness, or their dispositions softened, perhaps, in some cases, by their adversities. There were instances, certainly, of singular friendship toward the whites on the part of these children of nature, as was manifested in Samoset, Massasoit, and others. But the character, objects, and policy of the Pilgrims will account, in part, for the comparative freedom from Indian hostility which marked the early era of their settlement in this land. As they came to enjoy and disseminate their religion, they had no motive to irritate or disturb the aboriginal inhabitants. Wealth was not sought from them, nor any greater portion of the soil than would suffice for their wants, at the same time leaving to the Indian behind the boundless wilderness which alone he cared for. They would have reclaimed him from heathenism and taught him religion, science, and the arts of civilized life, had he been pleased to learn them. This was attempted in some instances, but the success, though a matter of gratitude, was not at any time very considerable. The policy of the fathers was to cultivate peace with all the Indian tribes, and during many years, so far as the settlement of the eastern shore was concerned, the object generally was effected. Still, occasionally difficulties would occur, and at length, under a new set of chiefs, the notes of savage warfare rung loud and long over the hills and vales of New England. But we will here speak more particularly of the earliest colony, Plymouth. The first encounter had with the Indians preceded the disembarkation of the company of adventurers. It was a select party of some 15 or 16, who had landed with a view to explore the country. Overtaken by night, they set their watch, hoping doubtless to pass the night unmolested. But about midnight they heard a hideous cry. The cry then ceased, and it was then supposed that it had been the noise only of wolves and foxes. About 5 o'clock, however, they again heard a sudden and strange noise, which they knew to be the same voices, though they varied their notes. One of the company being abroad came running in, and cried, "They are men! Indians! Indians!" And with this announcement came a shower of arrows. The whites ran out with all speed to recover their arms. The cry of the enemy was terrific, especially when they perceived what the whites were about to do. Their arms being secured, the Indians were ready to make an assault. One, who appeared to be the leader of the latter, a stout, athletic man, stood behind a tree within a musket shot, and there let his arrows fly at the English. 3 several shots were poured in upon him without touching him. At length one seemed to take effect, as he bounded off, and his company with him, yelling most hideously. It is not known that any blood was shed in this encounter, though the probability is that the chief was wounded. Of the arrows that were left on the field, several were picked up and sent as a curiosity to friends in England. Some of them were ingeniously headed with brass, some with hart's horn, and some with the claws of eagles. An intercourse of an agreeable character between the Pilgrims and the natives soon commenced, by means of Samoset, whose manner of introducing himself to the settlement has been mentioned in another portion of this work. The hospitality with which he was treated secured his friendship and confidence, and he communicated to the settlers, in answer to their inquiries, whatever information he possessed respecting the Indians and the country. He is described by an early historian as having been a tall, straight man, the hair of his head black, long behind and short before, none at all on his face. He ate and drank freely of that which was offered him, and although they wished his absence at night, yet he was unwilling to leave, and they could not do otherwise than keep and watch him. This visit of the kind Samoset was an augury of good to the colony. It seemed purely a providential event. The visit continued only until the next morning, but was repeated in the course of a day or two. His return then brought to the acquaintance of the colony other Indians, who accompanied him. They were some of Massasoit's men, whose object was to trade with the English. As Samoset was charged not to let any who came with him bring their arms, these therefore left their bows and arrows at a distance from the place. They were entertained in a fitting manner. They ate liberally of the English victuals, and appeared very friendly, sang and danced after their manner like antics. They were dismissed as soon as it could be done conveniently, without effecting any trait. Samoset, either being sick or feigning himself so, would not depart, and contrived to continue several days longer. In this visit some stolen articles were returned by the Indians through Samoset's influence. At the next visit he made, he was accompanied by Squanto, as once before related. The latter was said to be the only native of Patuxet, the Indian name of Plymouth, living there at that period. His captivity and residence in England had prepared him, by understanding the English language, to render service to the colony. Squanto, it appears, was the only person that escaped the great sickness at Patuxet. The extent of its ravages, as near as can be judged, was from Narragansett Bay to Kennebec, or perhaps Penobscot, and is supposed to have commenced about 1617, and its continuance between 2 and 3 years, as it was nearly abated in 1619. According to the account of the Indians, it was a terrific scene, the deaths occurring with such frequency that the living were not able to bury the dead. In the language of an author of the time, "They died in heaps as they laid in their houses, and the living that were able to shift for themselves would run away, and would let them die, and let their carcasses lie above the ground without burial. For in a place where many inhabited, there had been but one," referring to Squanto, "left alive to tell what became of the rest." When the Pilgrims arrived in this country, their bones were thick upon the ground in many places. Squanto, with another Indian and several Englishmen, was employed on one occasion to go in search of an English boy who had been lost in the woods. Having been informed of some Indians that the boy was at Nauset, they proceeded in a vessel to that place, joined also by Ayenot, the sachem of Cumaquit, and 2 of his men. Aspinet, the chief at Nauset, being informed by Squanto that his English friends had come for the boy, he came with a great train, and brought the boy with him, one carrying him through the water. Not less than 100 Indians appeared on this occasion, half of whom attending the boy to the boat, the rest standing aloof with their bows and arrows looking on. The child was delivered up in a formal manner, covered with beads, and Aspinet embraced the opportunity of making peace with the English, the latter giving him a knife, as also one to the kind Indian who first entertained the lost boy and brought him to Nauset. Squanto had shown his early attachment to the English in his conduct towards Captain Dermer, who visited the country the year before the Pilgrims arrived here. When the Indians would have killed him on some occasion, Squanto successfully pleaded in his behalf. They had in view the avenging of some murders which a foreigner, an Englishman, had a while before inflicted on their people. These 2 Indians, Samoset and Squanto, remained with the English, instructing them how to live in their country. Squanto became an important personage in the Indian politics. He was in the main friendly to the English, but his devices to enhance himself in the eyes of his new friends, or to make himself great in the eyes of his countrymen, were not always wise, and were not unfrequently mischievous. In 1622 he forfeited his life by plotting to destroy that of Massasoit. On that occasion the latter went to Plymouth, burning with rage against Squanto, but the governor succeeded in quieting him for that time. Soon after he sent a messenger to entreat the governor's consent to his being put to death, but the latter would not be persuaded to yield to his request. Squanto denied all knowledge of the plot. The English, however, seemed well satisfied that Squanto had laid this shallow scheme to set them against Massasoit, thinking they would destroy him, by which means he expected to become chief sachem himself. And this seems the more probable, as Massasoit was for some time irreconcilable, because they withheld Squanto from him. When the English understood his object, they assured the Indians that they did not concur in the plot, and that they would do no injury to them unless the Indians began with the whites. Squanto was sharply reproved by the governor, but he was so necessary to the welfare of the colony in respect to its intercourse with the Indians that he was retained there. The following instance is related of his maneuvers to possess his countrymen with great fear of the English, He told them that the English kept the plague buried in one of their storehouses, and that they could send it at any time to any place, to destroy whatever persons or people they would, though they themselves stirred not out of doors. This piece of information was of course calculated to inspire them with great terror. Some sagacious Indians at length discovered the trick, by inquiring of the English respecting it. Squanto died during an expedition or trading voyage which was undertaken among the Indians of Cape Cod, to buy corn in a time of scarcity. He was pilot on this occasion. He was seized with sickness in the midst of the undertaking, his disorder being a fever, and he bleeding much at the nose, which the Indians reckon a fatal symptom. The disease soon overpowered him. He desired the governor would pray for him, that he might go to the Englishman's God. He bequeathed his effects to sundry of his English friends, as remembrances of his affection. Thus died the famous Squanto, or Tisquantum, in December 1622. To him the Pilgrims were greatly indebted, although he often, through extreme folly and short-sightedness, gave them, as well as himself and others, a great deal of trouble. One of the most interesting personages of Indian history is Massasoit, already spoken of incidentally. His visit to the Pilgrims had been previously announced through Samoset and Squanto. He was chief of the Wampanoags, and resided at a place called Pokanet by the Indians, which is now included in the town of Bristol, Rhode Island. He was a friend to the English, and persevered in his friendship to the last. His renown was more in peace than in war, and is for that reason more precious in the memory of the wise and virtuous. It has often been thought strange that so mild a sachem as Massasoit should have possessed so great a country, and our wonder has been increased when we consider that Indian possessions are generally obtained by prowess and great personal courage. We know of none who could boast of such extensive dominions, where all were contented to consider themselves his friends and children. Powhatan, Pontiac, Little Turtle, Tecumseh, and many more that we could name, have swayed numerous tribes, but theirs was a temporary union in an emergency of war. That Massasoit should be able to hold so many tribes together without constant war required qualities belonging only to a few. That he was not a warrior no one will allow, when the testimony of Anawan is so direct to the point. For that great chief gave Captain Church an account of what mighty success he had formerly in the wars against many nations of Indians, when he served Assomequin, Massasoit, Phillip's father. The limits of his country cannot be exactly pointed out, as occasionally the Nipmucks, or inland Indians, owned his sway, and at other times that of the Narragansets sachem. He possessed at least Cape Cod, and all that part of Massachusetts and Rhode Island, between Massachusetts and Narragansett bays, extending into the interior to some distance between Pawtucket and Charles rivers. The distance is not accurately known. This chief had several places of residence, but the favorite one would appear to have been Mount Hope. It has always been deemed a picturesque and beautiful locality. The Indian name Pokanoket signifies the wood or land on the other side of the water. There was a place in Middleborough and another in Raynham, where Massasoit spent some parts of the year, probably the summer. It was, of course, in Massasoit's country that the Pilgrim Fathers had arrived. With their object and the nature of their movement he could not be supposed to be acquainted. These points he made some attempts to ascertain, by sending occasionally some of his men to the settlement at Plymouth. It was in this way that his introduction to the English was brought about, the visit of Samoset and Squanto being the preparation for the event. It was on the 22nd of March, 1621, that the great Sagamore, with Quaddaquina, his brother, made his appearance before them. Much caution was observed by each party in respect to the meeting, as they were uncertain of one another's views. But presents were made to the Indians, and much goodwill was expressed. The following description of the scene has been given. As Massasoit proceeded to meet the English, they met him with 6 soldiers, who saluted each other. Several of his men were with him, but all left their bows and arrows behind. They were conducted to a new house, which was partly finished, and a green rug was spread on the floor, and several cushions for Massasoit and his chiefs to sit down upon. Then came the English governor, followed by a drummer and trumpeter, and a few soldiers, and after kissing one another, all sat down. Some strong water being brought, the governor drank to Massasoit, who in his turn drank a great draught that made him sweat all the while after. They now proceeded to make a treaty, which stipulated that neither Massasoit nor any of his people should do hurt to the English, and that if they did, they should be given up to be punished by them, and that if the English did any harm to him or any of his people, they, the English, would do the like to them. Massasoit is represented as having trembled much on the occasion, through his fear of the English. This was his first visit to the infant colony, and its consequences seem to have been of the most propitious character. He ever afterwards treated the English with kindness, and the compact was followed by a long period of peace. The only exception to his feelings of friendship for the newcomers arose from the affair of Squanto, as has been already detailed. Massasoit could not but feel aggrieved, but a sort of necessity seemed to be laid upon them to secure the good offices of Squanto, and they could not know, perhaps, how far he was implicated in wrong. Indeed, it is stated that at one time they were about to deliver up Squanto to Massasoit's men, but that the latter, in their impatience at the delay, went off in a rage. Sometime during the next summer, Massasoit was visited by several of the English, among whom were Mr. Edward Winslow, Mr. Stephen Hopkins, and Squanto, their interpreter. The object they had in view was to ascertain his place of residence, in the event of having to call on him for assistance, to cement and continue their begun friendship, and particularly to induce him to restrain his men in regard to their visits to the colony, as it was a time of scarcity, and they could not afford to support such vagabonds. They took presents with them in order to render their visit agreeable to the Sagamore, and such was the effect produced. Massasoit was absent at the time, but being immediately sent for, he soon returned to meet his guests. The report of their guns, upon hearing he was on the way, frightened the Indian women and children to such a degree that they all fled. But their salutation in the same manner to Massasoit as he drew near very greatly elated him. He welcomed his guests with kindness, and took them into his house, but they had sorry accommodations and scanty fare. Except tobacco for smoking, their entertainment for the first night was only a supperless bed, as he had no victuals to give them. Their bed, if it might be so called, consisted only of planks raised a foot from the ground, with a thin mat upon them, with a mixed company to occupy it, so that they were worse weary of their lodgings than of their journey. After fasting 2 nights and 1 day, they partook of a scanty but timely meal of boiled fish. In the language of the times it is related, "Very importunate was he to have us stay with them longer, but we desired to keep the Sabbath at home, and feared we should either be light-headed for the want of sleep, for what with bad lodging, the savages' barbarous singing, for they used to sing themselves to sleep, lice and fleas within doors, and musquetoes without, we could hardly sleep all the time of our being there, we much fearing that if we should stay any longer we should not be able to recover home for want of strength. So that on Friday morning before the sun rising we took our leave and departed, Massasoit being both grieved and ashamed that he could no better entertain us. A sickness with which this sachem was seized in 1623 occasioned another visit on the part of Mr. Winslow. He had been sent for by the chief to visit him in his distress, accompanied by one Master John Hampton, then on a visit to the colony, and he took with him medicines and cordials such as were deemed necessary. As it was a custom among the Indians for all the friends of a chief to attend on such occasions, Mr. Winslow found on his arrival that the house was filled with people. They were noisily engaged in practicing their charms or powwows, and all was confusion and uproar, a poor sedative surely for a sick man. To keep heat in him, some half-dozen women were busily employed in chafing his arms, legs, and thighs. When they had made an end of their incantations, the chief was told that his friends, the English, were come to see him. Unable to see, but learning who it was, he desired to speak with Mr. Winslow. The interview was touching in no small degree, and especially as Massasoit said, "Oh, Winslow, I shall never see thee again." Like other Indians, he could not articulate the liquid L. By Winslow's kind exertions, however, his sickness began to abate, and the sachem finally recovered, contrary to the expectations of himself and all his friends. For this attention of the whites he ever felt grateful, viewing it as the means of his recovery. He gave a striking proof of his appreciation of the favor shown him, even before the departure of Winslow, by informing Hobomok of a plot laid by some of his subordinate chiefs for the purpose of destroying the 2 English plantations. This he charged him to make known to the English, which was done. Massasoit mentioned at the same time that he had been urged to join in it, or give his consent to the plan, but that he had steadily opposed it. The evils which that plot brought upon its authors will be seen in another place. Massasoit manifested a great desire for the welfare of his people, as appeared from his inducing Mr. Winslow to go among them, in the midst of a prevailing sickness, and administer to them the medicines and cordials which had proved so efficacious in his own case. This, his paternal regard for his people, raised him still higher in the estimation of the English. Many Indians, before Mr. Winslow left, came to see their chief, some probably from a distance of 100 miles. A war which commenced in 1632 between Massasoit and Canonicus, the sachem of the Narragansetts, was speedily terminated by the interference of the English in behalf of their benefactor. Captain Miles Standish led the force, and accomplished the object with little bloodshed, although the Indians expected a serious contest. Massasoit showed his kind feeling towards Mr. Williams in giving up the lands in dispute between him and the Narragansett sachem, since Mr. Williams had bought and paid for all he possessed of the latter. His title was precarious so long as Massasoit laid claim to the territory, as it would then be considered as being within the jurisdiction of Plymouth. The land thus given up included that which is the island called Rhode Island, Prudence Island, and perhaps some others, together with Providence. Agreeably to Massasoit's advice in regard to the Indian plot for the massacre of the whites, already referred to, that a bold stroke should be struck and the heads of the plot destroyed, the daring Standish, with a party of only 8 men, went into the hostile country to effect the object. The party intended secrecy, but the Indians in some way obtained knowledge of it, or mistrusted Standish's design. Accordingly, they began to prepare for the conflict. One of them, Pequod, a man of great courage, called a Paniis, told Hobomok he understood the captain was there to kill him, and the rest of the Indians there. "Tell him," said Pequod, "we know it, but fear him not, neither will we shun him." By their conduct before the English, in sharpening their knives, and in their insulting gestures and speeches, they showed how little apprehension they entertained, especially as the English were so inconsiderable in number. Pequod even told Standish that though he were a great captain, yet he was but a little man, and that he himself, though he was no sachem, yet was a man of great strength and courage. Standish little heeded what was said, but watched his opportunity, as the parties were in a house together. After considerable manoeuvring, he could get advantage over but a few of the Indians. At length, having got Pequod and Wetoowamat, a bloody Massachusetts chief, both together, with another man and a youth, brother to Wetoowamat, and like him in character, and having about as many of his own company in the same room, he gave the word to his men to commence the work. The door was at once made fast, and Standish himself began the terrible contest. Snatching from Pequod his own knife from his neck, though with a desperate struggle, he pierced with it the athletic Indian, and brought him to the floor. The rest killed Wetoowamat and the other man, and took the youth, whom the captain caused to be hanged. After this, other encounters were had with the scattered Indians, and some 3 more were also killed. In justice to the savages, it is worthy of remark that they were provoked to the conspiracy, for which they were so severely dealt with, by the unauthorized aggressions of Weston's men, a colony of 60 Englishmen, who had come over a year or 2 before, under the direction of Thomas Weston. He was at first a friend of the Pilgrims, but became at length their traducer. This company, after living upon the ill-supplied settlers at Plymouth through the winter of 1621–22, had made at Weymouth an inexpedient settlement. The Pilgrims prosecuted this bloody enterprise under the excitement produced by the horrible intelligence from Virginia of the great Indian massacre in that colony. In view of this bloody tale, we cannot but regret the necessity which our fathers felt for engaging in such a work, and we cannot but be touched with the piety and humanity of the godly Mr. Robinson, the father of the Plymouth Church, in consequence of the present affair, that it would have been happy if they had converted some before they had killed any. Between the years 1649 and 1657, Massasoit sold to the English at different times various tracts of land for a valuable consideration. Indeed, being entirely subservient to the English, he claimed to hold little or nothing of his own at length, and ceased to act in his own name. He therefore scarcely appears in the records of the colony during the 3 or 4 last years of his life. He died, it is believed, in 1662, his son Alexander dying also the same year. Another son, the celebrated Phillip, succeeded him. Even Massasoit could be guilty of an Indian trick, as the following instance, related by Governor Winthrop, evinces. Mr. Winslow, on returning from a trading voyage southward, left his vessel, and traveling by land, called on his old friend Massasoit, who agreed to accompany him during the remainder of the journey. While they were on the way, Massasoit sent on one of his men forward to Plymouth, for the purpose of surprising the people by the announcement of Winslow's death. As the declaration was believed at Plymouth, from the manner in which the account was given, it produced unmingled grief at the settlement. But shortly, what was their astonishment at seeing him alive, in company with his Indian friend. When it was known that the sachem had caused the sad news to be conveyed to them, they demanded the reason of his conduct in practicing such a deception. He gave as a reply that he might be more welcome when he did return, and that such things were customary with his people. Of Conbitant, as one of the Indian chiefs in that region, something deserves to be said. He was one of the most renowned captains within the dominions of Massasoit. The place of his residence was Metapoiset, in the present town of Swansea. He ever looked upon the English with a jealous eye, considering them as enemies and intruders on the soil, and his plans appeared to be shaped for the destruction of the strangers as soon as he could find a fitting occasion. In the summer of 1621 he was supposed to be in the interests of the Narragansetts, and plotting with them to overthrow Massasoit. He had much also to say against the English, and the peace concluded between Nauset, Comacwyd, and the latter. Against Squanto and Hobomok he indulged a deadly enmity. Discovering on one occasion the house where Squanto was, he set a guard around it and secured him. Hobomok, seeing that Squanto was taken, and Conbitant holding a knife to his throat, being a strong man, broke away from them, and came to Plymouth with the news of Squanto's probable death. Upon this the people sent an expedition of 14 men, under Standish, to rectify matters. After much toil, this small handful of men arrived at the place where they expected to find Conbitant. They beset the house, and demanded of the chief if he were there. The savages seemed to be struck dumb with fear. Upon being assured that they sought only Conbitant, and that every Indian was safe who would be still, they at length, though a few of them endeavored to escape, told the assailants that Conbitant was returned home with his whole train, and that Squanto was yet living and in the town. The attack being made in the night carried terror to the hearts of the Indians, as in the affray a couple of guns were discharged, some of them never having heard the report of firearms before. While the English were searching the house, Hobomok got on the top of it, and called Squanto and another Indian, Tocomahamon, whom they sought. They both appeared in a short time, together with several others, some armed and others naked. The captured wigwam was held until daylight, when the prisoners were released, and the little army marched into the town of the Narragansets. Here, it seems, Squanto had a house, to which they went, and where they took breakfast. The issue of the whole was the giving out of a decree from the court that they held, in which they warned Conbitant of the consequences of offering violence to Tisquantum, Hobomok, or any of Massasoit's subjects. Conbitant seemed from this time to lay aside his enmity to the English, or at least his open opposition, as on the 13th of September following he went to Plymouth and signed a treaty of amity, together with others. The English, nevertheless, always doubted his sincerity. What became of this sachem is not known to history. His name appears no more on record after 1623, and it is supposed that he either fled his country or died about that time. Hobomok, already spoken of occasionally in the story of others, deserves a more particular notice. He was a notable warrior, who came to Plymouth about the end of July, 1621, and remained with the English to the close of his life. He was the principal means of the lasting friendship of Massasoit, which he took much pains to promote. Esteemed by his own countrymen for his prowess and valor, he was extremely serviceable to the colonists, by teaching them how to cultivate the fruits and grains peculiar to the country. The latter had no reason to apprehend treachery on his part, as Hobomok was a favorite of Massasoit, and one of his principal captains, and was entirely in their interest. The following incident strengthened them in their opinion. The Massachusetts Indians had, for some time, been inviting the settlers into their country to trade for furs. When, in March 1622, they began to make ready for the voyage, Hobomok told the people that he feared the Massachusetts were joined in confederacy with the Narragansetts, and that they therefore would seize upon this occasion to cut off Captain Standish and his company abroad. and also, in the meanwhile, it was to be feared that the Narragansetts would attack the town at home, giving reasons for his apprehensions, declaring also that Tisquantum was in the Confederacy. He intimated that the latter would use many persuasions to draw the people from their shallops, that the Indians might take advantage of their situation. They, however, proceeded on their voyage, but had not reached a great distance before a false messenger came running into Plymouth, apparently in great agitation. He informed them that Conbitant, with many of the Narragansetts, and he believed Massasoit with them, were on their way in order to cut off the English. The story was unhesitatingly believed, and their instant purpose was to bring back Captain Standish, who had just left in the boat with Hobomok. The discharge of a cannon from the town brought the company back. They had no sooner arrived than Hobomok assured them there was no truth in the report, and said it was a plot of Squantos, who was then in one of the boats. He knew that as to Massasoit, that chief would not engage in such an enterprise without consulting him. Although there was reason to believe this, or at least to confide in the sincerity of Hobomok, yet, as related in another place, the English saw fit to connive at Squanto's practices. Hobomok was greatly beloved by Massasoit, notwithstanding he became a professed Christian, and Massasoit was always opposed to the English religion himself. He was the pilot of the English when they visited Massasoit in his sickness, whom before their arrival they considered dead, which caused great manifestations of grief in Hobomok. He often exclaimed, as they were on the way, "My loving Sachem, my loving Sachem, many have I known, but never any like thee." Then turning to Mr. Winslow, said, "While you live, you will never see his like among the Indians, that he was no liar, nor bloody and cruel like other Indians. In anger and passion he was soon reclaimed, easy to be reconciled towards such as had offended him, that his reason was such as to cause him to receive advice of mean men, and that he governed his people better with few blows than others did with many." In the division of the land at Plymouth among the inhabitants, Hobomok received a lot as his share, on which he resided after the English manner, and died a Christian among them. The year of his death does not appear, but was previous to 1642. End of section 13. Section 14 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 5. English and Narragansetts. The Narragansetts were considered a great nation among the Indians. The territory of their sachem extended about 30 or 40 miles from Seekonk River and Narragansett Bay, including Rhode Island and other islands in that bay. Pawcatuck River separated it from the Pequods. Under the rule of Canonicus in 1642, this nation was at the height of its greatness, and was supposed to embrace a population of 30,000 inhabitants. He was sachem of the tribe at the time of the landing of the Fathers on the shores of New England, and continued in this capacity to the time of his death in 1647. He died, it is believed, at a very advanced age. At the period of the settlement of Plymouth, the Wampanoags were in great fear of the Narragansetts, and at one time war actually existed. During its continuance, Massasoit fled before Canonicus and sought the protection of the English. The Narragansetts at an early period were not disinclined to seek a quarrel with the English. In view of the weakness of the latter, they began to utter threats, although the summer preceding they had desired and obtained peace. They deemed it a favorable opportunity for their purpose, as the English had just received an addition to their numbers, but not to their arms or provisions, a circumstance of which the Indians were advised. Their desire or intention was definitely made known by the following significant circumstance. In February 1622, Canonicus sent a man, accompanied by one Tocamahamon, a friendly Indian, into Plymouth, bringing with him a bundle of arrows bound with a rattlesnake's skin, and leaving them there, immediately left the place. When Squanto was made acquainted with the incident, he informed the English that it was a challenge for war. The governor, Bradford, taking the rattlesnake's skin and filling it with powder and shot, returned it to Canonicus. At the same time he instructed the messenger to bid him defiance and dare him to the combat. This had the desired effect upon the Indian sachem. He refused to receive the skin, as also the other chiefs, until it was at last returned to Plymouth. Canonicus was evidently awed by the hostile bearing and threat of the English. Not long after this affair, the Pequods proposed to the Narragansetts to join them in rooting out the English, on the ground that if the Pequods were once destroyed, the ruin of the Narragansetts was sure to follow. The English would want their lands. They were spreading fast. But a timely combination would save both tribes and their inheritance. On these politic representations, the historian Hubbard cleverly remarks that McIvell himself, if he had sat in council with them, could not have insinuated stronger reasons to have persuaded them to a peace. It is said that the Narragansetts felt the force of them, and were almost persuaded to accede to the proposal, and to join with the others against the English. But when they considered what an advantage they had put in their hands, by the power and favor of the English, to take full revenge of all their former injuries upon their inveterate enemies, the thought of that was so sweet that it decided their hesitating minds. The governor of Massachusetts, in order to prevent a union between these savage nations, and to strengthen the bands of peace between the Narragansett Indians and the colony, sent for Miantonimo, who was their sachem in connection with Canonicus, inviting him to come to Boston. Upon this, Miantonimo, together with 2 of the sons of Canonicus, another sachem, and a number of their men, went to Boston, and entered into a treaty to the following effect: that there should be a firm peace between them and the English and their posterity; that neither party should make peace with the Pequods without the consent of the other; that they should not harbor the Pequods; and that they should return all fugitive servants, and deliver over to the English, or put to death, all murderers. The English were to give them notice when they went out against the Pequods, and they were to furnish them with guides. It was also stipulated that a free trade should be maintained between the parties. These articles were indifferently well observed by the Narragansetts, till their enemies the Pequods were totally subdued. But after that event they began to grow insolent and treacherous, especially Miantonimo himself. The English seem always to have been more favorably disposed towards other tribes than to the Narragansetts, as appears from the interest they took in the wars between them and their enemies. As long as the other tribes succeeded against them, the English took no part in the contests. But whenever the Narragansetts prevailed, they were ready to intercede. After the period of the Pequod War in 1637, the Narragansetts were the most numerous and powerful of the Indian tribes in this part of the country. Conscious of their power, and discontented that the whole sovereignty over the rest of the Indians was not adjudged to belong to them, or envious that Uncas, the chief sachem of the Mohegans, had gained the favor of the English more than themselves, They constantly sought occasions of disagreement with the Mohegans. This was in contravention of an agreement made between the English and the Narragansetts in the year 1637, when they had helped to destroy the Pequods, and also the Triple League between the English, Mohegans, and Narragansetts entered into at Hartford in 1638. The Narragansetts seem to owe a special spite against Uncas and the Mohegans from the time of the distribution of the Pequods after the termination of the war. They had probably expected the whole management of that affair for themselves. They therefore found occasions of quarrel with Uncas, and were hardly kept from making open war with him when they saw all other attempts to destroy him by treachery, poison, and sorcery had failed. The Mohegans, though a less numerous and powerful people than the Narragansetts, were yet more warlike in character and more politic in their intercourse with the whites. The disposition of Miantonimo was haughty and aspiring, and he seemed to infuse the same spirit into the minds of his people. He possessed a fine figure, was tall of stature, and was a master of cunning and subtlety. It was strongly suspected that, in the year 1642, he had contrived to draw all the Indians throughout the country into a general conspiracy against the English. Letters from Connecticut, received at Boston, had announced the existence of such a conspiracy, and even the details of it were given. The time appointed for the assault was said to be after harvest; the manner to be by several companies entering into the houses of the principal men, professedly for the purposes of trade, and then to kill them there; one company seizing their arms, and others being at hand to prosecute the massacre. It was urged on the part of Connecticut that war should be begun with them, and that if Massachusetts would send 120 men to Saybrook, at the mouth of the river, they would meet them with a proportionable number. Though there was a probability in the stories afloat respecting the Narragansetts, yet the General Court of Massachusetts did not think the information to be a sufficient ground for commencing a war. The court, however, ordered that the Indians within their jurisdiction should be disarmed, and to this they willingly assented. The sachem of the Narragansetts was, moreover, sent for to Boston, and by his readiness to appear, confirmed the English in the opinion that nothing had as yet occurred which could be construed into a justifiable cause of war. The sachem's quarrel with the Mohegans would very naturally render them a subject of such a report, whether there was a foundation for it or not. Miantonimo very consistently urged before the court that his accusers should be confronted to him, and their allegations sifted, so that the truth might be ascertained; that if they could not prove their charges, they might receive the punishment which was their due, and which would have been inflicted on himself if found guilty, that is, death; and that as the English must have believed the report because they ordered the disarming of the Indians, so equity required that they who accused him should be punished according to the offense charged upon his own person. He, moreover, engaged to prove that the report was raised by Uncas himself, or some of his people. On the part of English, the disarming of the Indians was excused on the ground that Englishmen's houses had been robbed in several instances by the Indians, which was a consideration that somewhat satisfied the chief. The Connecticut people yielded, though with reluctance, to the decision of the Massachusetts court. They spent 2 days in making a treaty of peace, the delay being occasioned by the difficulty of obtaining Miantonimo's consent to a portion of the stipulations. It was, however, effected to the satisfaction of the English. Indian hostages were given for its performance, and, excepting a company stationed in the Mohegan country for the protection of Uncas, the whites laid aside warlike preparations. In the year 1643, Miantonimo invaded the Mohegans with 900 of his warriors. Uncas met him at the head of 500 of his men on a large plain. Both prepared for action and advanced within bow shot. Before the conflict commenced, Uncas advanced singly, and thus addressed his antagonist: "You have a number of men with you, and so have I with me. It is a pity that such brave warriors should be killed in a private quarrel between us. Come like a man, as you profess to be, and let us fight it out. If you kill me, my men shall be yours, but if I kill you, your men shall be mine." Miantonimo replied, "My men came to fight, and they shall fight." Uncas had before told his men that if his enemy should refuse to fight with him personally, he would fall down, and then they were to discharge their missiles on the Narragansetts, and fall upon them as fast as they could. This was accordingly done. Uncas instantly fell upon the ground, and his men poured a shower of arrows upon Miantonimo's army, and with a horrible yell advanced rapidly upon them and put them to flight. Uncas and his men pressed on, driving them down ledges of rock, and scattering them in every direction. Miantonimo was overtaken and seized by Uncas, who by a shout called back his furious warriors. About 30 Narragansetts were slain, among whom were several noted chiefs. Finding himself in the hands of his implacable enemy, Miantonimo remained silent, nor could Uncas by any art force him to break his sullen mood. "Had you taken me," said the conqueror, "I should have asked you for my life." No reply was made by the indignant chief, and he submitted without a murmur to his humiliating condition. He was afterwards conducted to Hartford by his conqueror, and delivered to the English, by whom he was held in duress until his fate should be determined by the commissioners of the colonies. After an examination of his case, the commissioners resolved that as it was evident that Uncas could not be safe while Miantonimo lived, but either by secret treachery or open force his life would be constantly in danger, he might justly put such a false and bloodthirsty enemy to death, but this was to be done out of the English jurisdiction, and without cruelty or torture. Miantonimo was delivered to Uncas, and by a number of his trusty men was marched to the spot where he was captured, attended by 2 Englishmen to see that no torture was inflicted, and the moment he arrived at the fatal place, one of Uncas's men came up behind, and with his hatchet split the skull of the unfortunate chief. The body was buried on the spot, and a heap of stones piled upon the grave. The place since that time has been known by the name of Sachem's Plain, and is situated in the town of Norwich in Connecticut. The Narragansetts, as was to be expected, ever afterwards bore an implacable malice against Uncas and all the Mohegans, and also for their sakes secretly against the English, so far as they dared to discover it. But the death of Miantonimo, and the preparation for the invasion of the Narragansett country by the English, which had been made, put an end to hostilities for a period in the eastern part of Connecticut. In continuing the Narragansett history, Ninigret now properly comes into view. As already mentioned, he was sachem of the Neantics, a tribe of the Narragansetts. In 1644 the Narragansetts and Ninigret's men united against the Mohegans, and for some time obliged Uncas to confine himself and men to his fort. The Indians, however, afraid of the English, abandoned the siege, and came into Boston to sue for peace. This was granted, but a short time after it became necessary to again terrify them. With 20 men, Captain Atherton marched to the wigwam of Ninigret, entering which he seized the chief and threatened his life. This step had the desired effect. The Indians begged for life and promised submission. Some time after this occurrence, Ninigret again grew troublesome, and again had to be quieted by an armed force sent against him. In the panic with which he was affected, he submitted to the demands that were laid upon him. Ninigret passed the winter of 1652–53 among the Dutch of New York. This circumstance awakened the suspicions of the English, especially as hostile feelings existed at that time between the Dutch and English. The report from several Sagamores was that the Dutch governor had attempted to hire them to cut off the English. The consequence was a special meeting of the English commissioners of the several New England colonies to consult in reference to this subject. Their object was to ascertain the truth of the rumor that the Narragansetts had leagued with the Dutch to break up the English settlements. Several of the chiefs of the Narragansetts were accordingly questioned by a letter, through an agent living at the Narragansett, in regard to this plot, but their answers were altogether exculpatory. As to any other positive testimony that Ninigret was plotting against the English, there appears to be none. In the year 1652, a war having commenced between England and Holland, it was apprehended that hostilities would take place between the colonies of the two nations in America. A threatening attitude was indeed held for some time by the Dutch of New Netherlands, and forces were raised by the 4 New England colonies, but no collision occurred. In the event of hostilities, it was believed that the sachem Ninigret would lead the Narragansetts to the aid of the Dutch, and that he had held a conference with them at Manhattan in the winter of 1652. Whether that was the case or not, he refused for some time after to treat with the English for a continuance of the peace. Under these threatening appearances, the commissioners of the colonies met, and resolved to raise 270 infantry and 40 cavalry for the purpose of chastising Ninigret's haughtiness, and bringing the Narragansetts to terms. The forces were duly apportioned among the colonies. Massachusetts had been at first reluctant, but finally assented to the measure. The commissioners nominated Major Gibbons, Major Dennison, or Captain Atherton to the chief command, leaving it in complaisance to the General Court of Massachusetts to appoint which one of the 3 they should please. But rejecting these, who were men of known courage and enterprise, they appointed Major Simon Willard. The commissioners instructed him to proceed with such troops as should be found at the place of general rendezvous by the 13th of October, directly to Ninigret's quarters, and demand of him the Pequods who had been put under him, and the tribute which was due. If Ninigret should not deliver them and pay the tribute, he was required to take them by force. He was instructed to demand of the sachem a cessation from all further hostilities against the Long Island Indians. Receiving these and some other instructions, he proceeded into the Narragansett country. When he arrived at the place of rendezvous, he found that Ninigret had fled into a swamp about 15 miles distant. The latter had left his country, corn, and wigwams without defense, and they might have been laid waste without danger or loss. He, however, returned without ever advancing from his headquarters, or doing the enemy the least damage. About 100 Pequods took this opportunity to renounce the government of Ninigret, and come off with the English army, putting themselves under the control of the whites. The commissioners in favor of the expedition were dissatisfied with the conduct of Major Willard, and charged him with having neglected a fair opportunity of chastising the Indians by the destruction of their dwellings and their fields of corn. He, however, pleaded in excuse that his instructions were equivocal, and the season for marching unfavorable. By many people in Connecticut and New Haven it was believed that the commander was secretly instructed by the government of Massachusetts to avoid depredations on the property of the Indians, and thereby prevent a war, which the latter colony considered to be of doubtful policy. However this may be, it is certain that Major Willard received no censure from the Massachusetts court, and no one doubted his firmness as an officer. After the return of the English troops from the Narragansett country, Ninigret assumed his former spirit of defiance, and continued the war against the Indians upon Long Island. Both the Indians and the English there were soon thrown into great distress. It became apparent that these Indians could not hold out much longer, but that they must submit themselves and their country to the Narragansetts, unless they should receive speedy aid. In consequence of this state of things, and as these Indians were in alliance with the colonies, measures were taken to aid them against Ninigret. An armed vessel was stationed off Montauk to watch his movements, and forces were held in readiness at Saybrook and New London, to move on the shortest notice, should the hostile chief again attempt to invade the island. Hostilities, however, continued some time, and the tribes in various directions exhibited a strange, changeable conduct. Uncas, in this exigency, was so pressed by the Narragansetts that Connecticut was obliged to send men to his fortress to assist in defending himself against them. The Narragansetts, in several instances, threatened and plundered the inhabitants of Connecticut. In 1657 some mischief was done at Farmington, in which the Norwottuck and Pocomatuck Indians were supposed to be accomplices. Even the Mohegans under Uncas also partook of the hostile spirit, and an assault was made by them upon the Podunk Indians at Windsor. At length the Long Island Indians turned against their friends on the island, and Major Mason was ordered with a force for the protection of the English in that quarter. At last the war, and the difficulties in regard to the Narragansetts, having ceased for a period, the English were once more left to pursue the arts of peace, and consummate their labors for colonizing the country. End of section 14. Section 15 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 6, Pequod War. The Pequods are supposed to have emigrated from the interior parts of the country towards the seashore of Connecticut. They inhabited more or less of the territory now constituting that state, as well as a part of Rhode Island, and New York as far west as the Hudson River. At what time this emigration took place is not known. Being a fierce, cruel, and warlike people, they made all the other tribes stand in awe of them, though they were fewer in number than their neighbors, the Narragansetts. The principal seat of the Pequod Sagamores was near the mouth of the Pequod River, now the Thames, where New London is built. There was said to be one principal Sagamore or sachem over the rest. He who sustained this distinction at the time of the English settlements in Connecticut was Sassacus. His name alone was a terror to all the neighboring tribes of Indians. At the height of his power he had 20 sachems under him. Sassacus ever regarded the English with feelings of jealousy and hatred. As he considered them intruders on his domains, he was determined to expel them if possible. Fired with rage, he breathed nothing but war and revenge. The utmost effort and art were employed by him to produce a combination of Indian power against them. The Narragansetts, as related in another place, barely escaped the snare. But though unable to effect any extensive union, Sassacus was firm in himself, and inspired all the Indians under his influence with the resentment that burned in his own bosom. Finding war with this powerful and exasperated chief unavoidable, the Connecticut people prepared for it with such means and resources as they could command. A court was summoned to meet at Hartford on the 1st day of May, 1637, at which it was resolved that an offensive war should be immediately commenced against the Pequods. 90 men were ordered to be raised from the 3 towns on Connecticut River, and Captain John Mason was appointed to command an expedition into the heart of the Pequod country. At the same time, the report of the slaughter and horrid cruelties committed by this savage tribe against the people of Connecticut roused the other colonies to exertions against the common enemy. Massachusetts resolved to send 200 men, and Plymouth 40, to assist the sister colony in prosecuting the war. Captains Stoughton, Trask, and Patrick were appointed their commanders. The troops embarked at Hartford on the 10th of May, and sailed down the river to Saybrook. They consisted of 90 Englishmen and about 70 Mohegans and river Indians. While at Saybrook, 40 of the Indians under Mason, being out at some distance from the place, fell in with about 40 of the enemy, killed 7 and captured 1, who was brought to the fort and executed by the English. Here the little army was joined by Captain Underhill with 19 men, who had some months before been sent by the governor of Massachusetts to strengthen the garrison at Saybrook. This accession to his forces permitted Mason to send back 20 of his original number for the protection of the infant settlements on the river, which were peculiarly exposed at this crisis. The whole force, including the Indians, was embodied and directed by Mason. After remaining several days at Saybrook to complete his arrangements, he sailed with his Connecticut forces for Narragansett Bay, where he arrived on the 19th of May. At this place 200 of Miantonimo's warriors were engaged to accompany the English forces on the expedition. Information was now received from Captain Patrick that he had arrived at Providence with 40 Massachusetts men, under orders to join the troops of Connecticut. For various reasons, but chiefly from an apprehension that the Pequods might gain intelligence of the expedition, Mason commenced his march without waiting for Patrick's company, and soon reached Nahantic, the seat of the Narragansett sachems. Here he was joined by an additional company of Indians, the whole army, including the English, amounting to more than 500. Here they stayed overnight, and learning that the Pequods held 2 forts, one at Mystic River and the other about 3 miles west of that, they resolved, contrary to their original plan of attacking both together, to make a united attack on the Mystic Fort, and accordingly commenced their march. After a march of 12 miles, through forests and over hills and morasses, Mason reached the Pawcatuck. The day was very hot, and the men, through the great heat and a scarcity of provisions, began to faint. Here he halted for some time and refreshed the troops. In the meanwhile, the Indians, who had previously boasted how they would fight, when they learned that the forts were to be actually attacked, and the dreaded Sassacus to be met, were overcome by their fears, and many of them returned home to Narragansett. But the intrepid Mason, resolving to advance, dispatched a faithful Indian to reconnoiter the fort, who soon returned with information that the Pequods were unapprised of their danger, and appeared to be resting in entire security. The march was immediately recommenced towards Mystic River, and on the night of the 26th the whole body encamped about 3 miles from the fort. The important crisis was now come when the very existence of Connecticut under Providence was to be determined by the sword in a single action, by the good conduct of less than 80 men." They proved themselves, as the event shows, worthy of the occasion, and properly conscious of the interest at stake. To God they looked for aid and courage at an hour when the decision was to be made, whether all that they held dear in life should be secured or wrenched from them forever. 2 hours before day the troops were in motion for the assault. At this juncture Mason's Indians entirely lost their resolution and began to fall back. The captain bid them not to fly, but to surround the fort at any distance they pleased, and there remain witnesses of the courage of the English. Without delay the fort was approached on 2 opposite sides, the Pequods having just before been aroused from sleep by the cry of one of their number, "Owanux! Owanux! Englishmen! Englishmen!" He had at that instant been awakened by the barking of a dog. While the Pequods were rallying, Mason's troops advanced, and poured in a fire through the openings of the palisades, and wheeling off to a side barricaded only with brush, rushed into the fort, sword in hand. Notwithstanding the suddenness of the attack and their great confusion, the enemy made a desperate resistance. Concealing themselves in and behind their wigwams, they maintained their ground stoutly against the English, who, advancing in different directions, cut down every Indian they met. But the victory was not certain. It had not been achieved. Mason felt it to be an awful moment. Happily it occurred to him to burn the Indian wigwams. The shout was immediately uttered, "We must burn them!" It was done. In a few moments the mats with which their dwellings were covered were in a blaze, and the flames spread in every direction. As the fire increased, the English retired without the fort, and environed it on every side. The Indians, now recovering courage, formed another circle exterior to that of the English. The amazed Pequods, driven from their covert by fire, climbed the palisades, and presenting themselves in full view, more than 100 were shot down. Others, sallying forth from their burning cells, were shot, or cut in pieces with the sword. In the meantime many perished in the flames within the fort. The battle in this locality continued about an hour, and the scene of terror and blood is hardly to be described. 70 wigwams were consumed, and between 500 and 600 of the enemy, of all descriptions, strewed the ground, or were involved in the burning pile. This victory was achieved with the loss only of 2 men killed and 20 wounded. In the course of the attack in the interior of the fort, Captain Mason's life was in immediate danger. As he was entering a wigwam to procure a firebrand, a Pequod, perceiving him, drew his arrow to the head, with a view to pierce the captain's body. At this critical moment a resolute sergeant entering in, rescued his commander from imminent peril by cutting the bowstring with his cutlass. Although the result of the engagement was the complete overthrow of the Pequod camp, yet the situation of the Connecticut army was extremely dangerous and distressing. 2 of their troops were killed, and at least 1/4 wounded. The remainder were faint with fatigue and want of food. They were in the midst of an enemy's country, many miles from their vessels, and their ammunition was nearly expended. The principal fortress of their enemy was but 3 miles distant, where there was a fresh army, which they knew would be filled with rage on learning the fate of their comrades. In this perilous condition, while they were consulting on the course to be pursued, their vessels, as if guided by the visible hand of Providence, appeared in sight, steering with a fair wind into the harbor. The little band, however, were not permitted to reach Pequod harbor without additional fighting, for no sooner had the vessels been discovered than 300 Indians came from the other fort and were disposed to attack Captain Mason's party. He, however, so disposed of his few available men, assisted by the Indians with him, who carried the wounded English, that the Pequods were prevented from coming so near as to do any mischief. But the balls of the English muskets took effect on several of their number, and though, when the enemy came in sight of the demolished fort, they raved and tore their hair from their heads, and rushed forward with the utmost fury to demolish the English, they were taught to repent their rashness. Finding all attempts in vain to break in upon the little army, they left the victors to pursue the remainder of their way to Pequod harbor unmolested. They entered it with their colors flying, and were received on board the vessels with every demonstration of joy and gratitude. The troops employed on this expedition reached their homes in about 3 weeks from the time they embarked at Hartford. They were received with the greatest exultation. Benisons were poured forth on them from all lips, but to God especially, as the helper of his people in their fearful trial, did the anthem of praise ascend from the domestic altar and the solemn assembly. The Pequods, on the departure of Captain Mason, burned their wigwams, destroyed their principal fort, and were with difficulty restrained from putting their own chief Sassacus to death, as they looked upon him as the author of their calamity. They scattered themselves throughout the country, Sassacus, Manonoto, and 70 or 80 of their chief counselors and warriors taking their route over Hudson River. In the meantime, Massachusetts, hearing of the success of Mason, dispatched a body of 120 men under Captain Stoughton to follow up the victory. Arriving in the enemy's country, the Massachusetts army, finding a body of that tribe in a swamp, made an assault upon them with the aid of the Narragansetts. Some 28 were killed, and a larger number taken prisoner. The court at Connecticut ordered that 40 men should be raised forthwith for the further prosecution of the war under the same commander. These troops formed a junction with the party under command of Stoughton at Pequod, and the conclusion was immediately to march in pursuit of Sassacus. They proceeded on their way as far as Quinnipiac, New Haven, where, after staying several days, they received intelligence that the enemy was at a considerable distance in a great swamp to the westward. Here the Indians were met, and an engagement took place, under circumstances of great difficulty to the English, many of whom were nearly mired, but it was nevertheless attended with success. The fighting was of a most desperate character, the assailants finding it nearly impossible to master or dislodge the foe. Under the cover of a fog, after having been watched through the night, Sassacus and 60 or 70 of his bravest warriors broke through the English ranks and escaped. About 20 Indians were killed, and 180 were taken prisoners. The Pequods, who remained in the territory, amounting to some 200, besides women and children, were at length divided among the Narragansetts and Mohegans, and the nation became extinct. The character of this war, from the boldness and vigor with which it had been prosecuted, seemed to belong to the age of romance. It is replete with thrilling incident and daring adventure. Yet the sober religious spirit and convictions of duty which accompanied the pilgrims to battle turn its chivalrous aspect into the features of stern reality and unavoidable necessity. It involved the fate of an infant republic and the interests of posterity. The conquest of the Pequods, while it was so fatal to one party, was productive of the most happy consequences to the other. It struck the Indians throughout New England with such a salutary terror that they were contented to remain at peace nearly 40 years. End of section 15. Section 16 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 7. Phillip's War. To communities and nations, crises arrive, in which, through danger and sufferings, they are either overcome and extirpated, or spring forward to an improved condition after the first hurtful effect of the trial is passed away. The war with Philip constituted such a crisis to the New England colonies. There danger was imminent, their sufferings were fearful, and the immediate consequences were lamentation and weakness and indebtedness. But their recuperative energies soon reappeared, and a wide door thus became open to extended settlement and population. The causes of the war lay partly in the condition of the colonies, and partly in the character of Philip. The English settlements were extending far into the wilderness, the home of the Indian, and were rapidly increasing in strength. The natives viewed them as intruders, and considered the probability that at no distant day they would be dispossessed of the heritage of their fathers. They were jealous of the designs of the English, and impatient under the encroachments already made. They viewed themselves as the proper lords of the forest, and they now saw that their hunting grounds were abridged, and the wild animals on which they depended for subsistence were disappearing, as the white men felled the trees and cultivated the soil and reared his dwellings. In view of this progress of the whites, nothing seemed to remain to the native savage but to be forced from his loved haunts, and to lose his cherished possessions, or to arouse, and by a desperate effort of strength and valor, to regain all that he once owned. The individual among the Indians whose foresight most clearly discerned the state of things, and whose spirit was equal to the emergency of attempting to resist it, was Pometicum. He was styled Philip by the English, a nickname given him on account of his ambitious and haughty temper, and by this name he is chiefly known in history. He was the sachem of the Wampanoags, residing at Mount Hope, a younger son of the famous Massasoit, the friend of the whites. Philip had not spared any pains for a long time to effect a conspiracy, and to unite the Indians in a general war against the colonists. But it happened that before his plan was matured, his intentions, and those of the Indians generally, were revealed to the English. The Indian who betrayed him was Sossaman, one of Eliot's converts. For this he was murdered by Philip's men, 3 of whom were seized, tried, and executed. This was the signal for blood. The first attack of the Indians was upon Swansea, several of whose inhabitants were killed. Philip soon after suddenly left his place of residence and his territory to the English. The occasion of his precipitate retreat was the following. Additional assistance being needed, the authorities of Boston sent out Major General Savage from that place, with 60 horse and as many foot. They scoured the country on the march to Mount Hope, where Philip and his wife were supposed to be at that time. They came into his neighborhood unawares, so that he was forced to rise from dinner, and he and all with him fled farther up into the country. They pursued him as far as they could go for swamps, and killed 15 or 16 in that expedition. At the solicitation of Benjamin Church, a company of 36 men were put under him and Captain Fuller, who on the 8th of July marched down into Pocasset Neck. This force, small as it was, afterwards divided, Church taking 19 men, and Fuller the remaining 17. The party under Church proceeded into a point of land called Punkatisset, now the southerly extremity of Tiverton, where they were attacked by a body of 300 Indians. After a few moments' fight, the English retreated to the seashore, and thus saved themselves from destruction. For Church perceived that it was the intention of the Indians to surround them. They could expect little more than to perish. but they knew they were in a situation to sell their lives at the dearest rate. Thus hemmed in, Church had a double duty to perform, that of preserving the spirit of his followers, several of whom viewed their situation as desperate, and erecting piles of stone to defend them. As boats had been appointed to attend upon the English in this expedition, the heroic party looked for relief from this quarter. But though the boats appeared, they were kept off by the fire of the Indians, and Church, in a moment of vexation, bid them begone. The Indians, now encouraged, fired thicker and faster than before. The situation of the English was now most forlorn, although as yet, providentially, not one of them had been wounded. Night was coming on, their ammunition nearly spent, and the Indians had possessed themselves of a stone house that overlooked them. But just in season to save them, a sloop was discovered bearing down towards the shore. It was commanded by a resolute man, Captain Golding, who effected the embarkation of the company, taking only 2 at a time in a canoe. During all this time the Indians plied their firearms, and Church, who was the last to embark, narrowly escaped the balls of the enemy, one grazing the hair of his head, and another lodging in a stake, which happened to stand just before the center of his breast. The band under Captain Fuller met with a similar fortune, but escaped by getting possession of an old house close upon the water's edge, and were early taken off by boats. He had 2 of his party wounded. Church soon after joined a body of English forces, and again penetrated Pocasset, and renewed his skirmishes with the enemy. The main body of the English not long after arrived at the place, on which Phillip retired into the recesses of a large swamp. Here his situation for a time was exceedingly critical, but at length he contrived to elude his besiegers, and, effecting his escape, fled to the Nipmucks, by whom he was readily received. Soon after the war began, an effort had been made by the governor of Massachusetts to dissuade the Nipmucks from espousing the cause of Philip. But at the time, not agreeing among themselves, they would only consent to meet the English commissioners at a place 3 miles from Brookfield on a specified day. The English authorities deputed Captains Hutchinson and Wheeler to proceed to the appointed place. They took with them 20 mounted men, and 3 Christian Indians as guides and interpreters. On reaching the place agreed upon, no Indians were to be seen. Upon this the party proceeded still further, when, on reaching a narrow defile, they were suddenly attacked. 8 men were killed outright, and 3 mortally wounded. Among the latter was Captain Hutchinson. With the above loss a retreat was effected, and under the guidance of the 3 Christian Indians, the remnant made their way to Brookfield. They were, however, immediately followed by the Indian foe. Luckily there was barely time to alarm the inhabitants, who, to the number of 70 or 80, flocked into a garrison house. It was slightly fortified about the exterior side by a few logs hastily thrown up, and in the interior by a few feather beds suspended to deaden the force of the bullets. The house was soon surrounded by the enemy, and shot poured upon it in all directions. But the fire of the besieged kept the Indians from a very near approach. By persevering exertions the English were enabled to maintain themselves, until a force under Major Willard came to their relief. He was in the vicinity of Lancaster with 48 dragoons when he learned the critical condition of Brookfield. With a forced march of 30 miles, he reached the place the following night. At the very time Major Willard arrived at Brookfield, the Indians were contriving some machinery to set the garrison on fire. They first endeavored to effect their purpose by fire arrows, and rags dipped in brimstone tied to long poles spliced together. But this method was without effect, while it exposed them to the deadly fire of those within the building. They next filled a cart with hemp, flax, and other combustible materials, and this, after they set it on fire, they thrust backward with their long poles. But no sooner had the flame began to take effect than it was extinguished by an unexpected shower of rain. Major Willard soon left the region of Brookfield and marched the principal part of his forces to Hadley for the protection of the settlements in that quarter. When he had completed his business, he returned to Boston, leaving Lathrop and Beers at Hadley. A considerable number of Christianized Indians belonging to the neighborhood of Hadley occupied a small fort about a mile above Hatfield. On the occurrence of the difficulties in that region, these, as all other Indians, were watched and suspected of conniving with Phillip. To put their fidelity to a test, Captains Lathrop and Beers, with a force of 180 men, ordered these Indians to surrender their arms. They hesitated to do so then, but promised a speedy compliance. Yet on the following night, August 25th, they left their fort and fled up the river towards Deerfield to join Phillip. The English captains commenced a pursuit early the next morning, and came up with them at a swamp opposite to the present town of Sunderland, where a warm contest ensued. The Indians fought bravely, but were finally routed, with a loss of 26 of their number. The whites lost 10 men. The Indians who escaped joined Phillip's forces, and Lathrop and Beers returned to their station in Hadley. Near the middle of September, Captain Lathrop was sent from Hadley with 88 men to bring away some corn, grain, and other valuable articles from Deerfield. It was at that very time that the company under Captain Moseley, then quartered at Deerfield, intended to pursue the enemy. But upon the 10th of the month, that most fatal day, the saddest that ever befell New England, Lathrop's company was attacked by the Indians, who had selected a place very advantageous to their purpose, knowing that the English with their teams would pass the road at the spot. The place was at the village now called Muddy Brook, in the southerly part of Deerfield, where the road crossed a small stream, as it now does, bordered by a narrow morass. Here the Indians in great force had planted themselves in ambuscade, and no sooner had Lathrop arrived at the spot than the Indians poured a heavy and destructive fire upon the columns, and then rushed furiously to close engagement. The English ranks were broken, and the scattered troops were everywhere attacked. Those who survived after the first onset met the foe individually, and endeavored to sell their lives as dearly as possible. Seeking the covert of a tree, each one selected an object of attack, and the awful conflict now became a trial of skill in sharp shooting, on the issues of which life or death was suspended. But the overwhelming superiority of the Indians, as to numbers, left no room for hope on the part of the English. They were cut down every instant from behind their retreats, until nearly the whole number were destroyed. The dead, the dying, the wounded strewed the ground in every direction. Out of nearly 100, including the teamsters, only 7 or 8 escaped from the bloody spot. The wounded were indiscriminately massacred. This company consisted of choice young men, the very flower of Essex County, none of whom were ashamed to speak with the enemy in the gate. 18 of the men belonged to Deerfield. Captain Moseley, being only 4 or 5 miles distant, heard the sound of musketry, and reasonably concluded what was the cause of the report. By a rapid march for the relief of Lathrop, he arrived at the close of the struggle, where he found the Indians stripping and mangling the dead. At once he rushed on in compact order and broke through the enemy, charging back and forth, and cutting down all within range of his shot. After several hours of gallant fighting, he compelled the Indians to flee into the more distant parts of the forest. His loss amounted to 2 killed and 11 wounded. Until this period, the Indians near Springfield remained friendly, and refused the appeals of Phillip, to cooperate with him against the white population. But now that he held the northern towns, they were closely watched by the English, who supposed that the Indians might take sides with him, as his cause seemed likely to prevail. The suspicions entertained concerning them were confirmed. On the night of the 4th of October, they admitted about 300 of Phillip's men into their fort, which was situated at a place called Long Hill, about a mile below the village of Springfield, and a plan was concerted for the destruction of the place. The plot, however, was revealed by an Indian at Windsor, and the inhabitants of Springfield had time barely to escape into their garrisons. Here they resisted the attacks of the Indians until they received relief from abroad. The unfortified houses, 32 in number, together with 25 barns, were burned by the savages. The people were reduced to great distress, and had very inadequate means of support through the ensuing winter. The confidence of Philip and his Indians was now greatly increased by their successes. The next blow which they aimed was at the headquarters of the whites, hoping to destroy Hatfield, Hadley, and Northampton, as they had Springfield. But by the providence of God and the good conduct of the whites, they were effectually foiled. At this time Captain Appleton with 1 company lay at Hadley, and Captains Moseley and Poole with 2 companies at Hatfield, and Major Treat was just returned to Northampton for the security of that settlement. Against such commanders it was in vain for the untutored Indian to contend in regular battle. Philip's men, however, made a bold attempt, and 700 or 800 strong fell upon Hatfield on the 19th of October, attacking it on all sides at once. They had previously cut off several parties which were scouring the woods in the vicinity. While Poole bravely defended one extremity, Moseley with no less vigor protected the center, and Appleton, coming on with his troops, maintained the other extremity. After a severe struggle, the Indians were repulsed at every point. After leaving the western frontier of Massachusetts, Philip was known next to be in the country of his allies, the Narragansetts. They had not heartily engaged in the war, but their inclination to do so was not doubted, and it was the design of Philip to incite them to activity. An army of 1,500 English was therefore raised by the 3 colonies of Massachusetts, Plymouth, and Connecticut, for the purpose of breaking down the power of Philip among the Narragansetts. It was believed that the next spring that nation would come with all their power upon the whites. Conanchet, their sachem, in violation of the treaty, had not only received Philip's warriors, but aided their operations against the English. These were the grounds of the great expedition against the Narragansetts in the winter of 1675. Philip had strongly fortified himself in South Kingston, Rhode Island, on an elevated portion of an immense swamp. Here his men had erected about 500 wigwams of a superior construction, in which was deposited an abundant store of provisions. Baskets and tubs of corn, hollow trees cut off about the length of a barrel, were piled one upon another about the inside of the dwellings, which rendered them bullet-proof. Here about 3,000 persons, as is supposed, had taken up their residence for the winter, among whom were Philip's best warriors. The forces destined to the attack of this great rendezvous of Philip and his men were under command of Governor Winslow of Plymouth. By reasons of a great body of snow and the prevalence of intense cold, much time was consumed in reaching the fort. On the 19th of December they arrived before it, and by reason of a want of provisions found an immediate attack indispensable. No Englishman, however, was acquainted with its situation, and but for an Indian who betrayed his countrymen, there is little probability that the assailants could have effected anything against it. The hour of their arrival was 1 o'clock on that short day of the year. There was but one point where the place could be assailed with the least probability of success, and this was fortified by a kind of blockhouse directly in front of the entrance, and had also flankers to cover a cross fire. The place was protected by high palisades and an immense hedge of fallen trees surrounding it on all sides. Between the fort and the main land was a body of water, which could be crossed only on a large tree lying over it. Such was the formidable aspect of the place, such the difficulty of gaining access to the interior of it. On coming to the spot, the English soldiers attempting to pass upon the tree in single file, the only possible mode, were instantly swept off by the fire of the enemy. Still others, led by their captains, supplied the places of the slain. These also met the same fearful fire, with the same fatal effect. The attempts were repeated until 6 captains and a large number of men had fallen, and now was a partial but momentary recoil from the face of death. At length, however, Captain Moseley got within the fort with a small band of men. Then commenced a terrible struggle at fearful odds. While these were contending hand to hand with the Indians, the cry was heard, "They run! They run!" and immediately a considerable body of their fellow soldiers rushed in. The slaughter of the foe became immense, as the assailants were insufficient in strength to drive them from the main breastwork. Captain Church, who was acting as aide to Winslow at the head of a volunteer party, about this time dashed through the fort and reached the swamp in the rear, where he poured a destructive fire on the rear of a party of the enemy. Thus attacked in different directions, the warriors were at length compelled to relinquish their ground and flee into the wilderness. The Indian cabins, contrary to the advice of some of the officers, who thought it best that the wearied and wounded soldiers should rest there for a time, "were now set on fire. In a few moments everything in the interior of the fort was involved in a blaze, and a scene of horror was now exhibited. Several hundred of the Indians strewed the ground on all sides. About 300 miserable women and children, with lamentable shrieks, were running in every direction to escape the flames, in which many of the wounded, as well as the helpless old men, were seen broiling and roasting, and adding to the terrors of the scene by their agonizing yells. The most callous heart must have been melted to pity at so awful a spectacle. By information afterwards obtained from a Narragansett chief, it was ascertained that they lost about 700 warriors at the fort, and 300 who died of their wounds. After the destruction of the place, Winslow, about sunset, commenced his march for Pequod in a snowstorm, carrying most of his dead and wounded, where he arrived a little after midnight. Several wounded, probably not mortally, were overcome with cold, and died on their march, and the next day 34 were buried in one grave. Many were severely frozen, and about 400 so disabled that they were unfit for duty. The whole number killed and wounded was about 200. The sufferings of the English after the fight were well pronounced to be almost without a parallel in history. The spirit of Phillip animated the Indians even where he was not present, for he was now by some supposed to be beyond the frontier. On the 19th of February they surprised Lancaster with complete success, falling upon it with a force of several hundred warriors. It contained at that time 50 families, of whom 42 persons were killed and captured. Most of the buildings were set on fire. Among the captives were Mrs. Rowlandson and her children, the family of the minister of that place, who were afterwards happily redeemed. The town was saved from entire ruin by the arrival of Captain Wadsworth with 40 men from Marlborough. Not far from this time, a fatal affair occurred at Pawtuxet River, in Rhode Island. Captain Pierce of Scituate, with 50 men and 20 Cape Cod Indians, having passed the river, unexpectedly met with a large body of Indians. Perceiving that their numbers rendered an attack upon them hopeless, he fell back and took a position so as to be sheltered by the bank. In this situation the company was not long secure. Part of the Indians crossed the river and attacked them from the opposite bank, while the remainder encircled them on the side of the river where they had sought protection, and poured in upon them a most destructive fire. Hemmed in so effectually, there was no possibility of escape, and nothing was left them but to sell their lives as dearly as possible. This was accordingly done, and before the unfortunate men were nearly all cut off, more than 100 of the enemy are said to have fallen by the desperate valor of the English. The Christian Cape Cod Indians showed their faithfulness and courage in this melancholy affair, as also their dexterity and foresight. 4 of them effected their escape, and one of these aided the escape of the only Englishman that survived the encounter. One of them, whose name was Amos, after Captain Pierce was disabled by a wound, would not leave him, so long as there was a prospect of rendering him service, but loaded and fired his piece several times. At length, to save himself, he adroitly adopted the plan of painting his face black, as he perceived the enemy had done to their faces. In this disguise he ran among them, and pretended to join them in the fight. But, watching his opportunity, he soon escaped into the woods. Of another it is reported that, being pursued by one of the enemy, he sought the shelter of a large rock. While in that situation, he perceived that his foe lay ready with his gun on the opposite side, to fire upon him as soon as he stirred. A stratagem only saved his life. Raising carefully his hat upon a pole, he seemed, to the person lying in wait, to have exposed himself to a shot. A ball was instantly sent through the hat, but one was returned in earnest against the head of the enemy. Thus the Christian Indian, through his address, found the means of escape from his singular peril. A similar subtle device was used by another of these Indians, who was pursued as he attempted to cross the river. Hiding himself behind a mass of earth turned up with the roots of a tree, he was watched by the enemy in the expectation that he would soon be obliged to change his position. But instead of doing this, the Cape Cod Indian, perforating his breastwork, made a convenient loophole, and shot his enemy before he had time to notice the artifice. The 4th Cape Cod Indian who escaped effected his object by affecting to be in pursuit of an Englishman with his upraised hatchet. This ingenious feint, of course, was the means of saving the white man at the same time. The work of destruction continued among the towns of New England at this period. To a greater or less extent, Rehoboth and Providence suffered, also Plymouth, Chelmsford, and Andover. Either men were killed, or dwelling houses and barns were burned. But the most signal disaster at this time fell upon the English in the vicinity of Sudbury. On the morning of the 20th of April, the largest body of Indians which had at any time appeared attacked the place, and, before a force could be brought against them, set fire to several buildings, which were consumed. The inhabitants rallied, and bravely defended their homes, and being soon joined by some soldiers from Waterton, they forced the Indians to retreat without effecting further mischief against the town that day. On hearing the news of the attack on Sudbury, some of the people of Concord flew for its protection. As they approached a garrison house, a few Indians were discovered, and a pursuit was given them. The flight of the latter proved to be only a decoy, and the Concord people, 11 in number, found themselves ambushed on every side. Fighting with the utmost desperation, they were all cut off except one. The Indians who remained in the adjoining woods for further depredations found another opportunity to glut their vengeance against the whites. Captain Wadsworth, hearing of the transactions at Sudbury, marched with several men, joined by Captain Brocklebank and 10 others, towards the place. At a mile and a half from the town, 500 Indians lay in ambush behind the hills. When Wadsworth arrived at the spot, the Indians sent out a few of their party, who crossed the track of the English, and being discovered by the latter, affected to fly through fear. Wadsworth, with great want of caution, immediately commenced a pursuit, and was consequently drawn into the ambush. The Indians began the attack with great boldness. For some time the English maintained good order, and retreated with small loss to an adjacent hill. After fighting 4 hours and losing many men, the Indians became doubly enraged, and resolved to try the effect of another stratagem. In this they completely succeeded. They immediately set the woods on fire to the windward of the English, which, owing to the wind and the dryness of grass and other combustibles, spread with great and fatal rapidity. The English were driven by the fury of the flames from their favorable position, and were thus exposed to the tomahawks of the Indians. Nearly all the English fell. Some accounts say that they sold their lives to the last man. Several towns in the colony of Plymouth, as Scituate, Bridgewater, Middleborough, and Plymouth, were in turn attacked and injured, though not many of their inhabitants were destroyed. They probably betook themselves to the fortified houses, which now became common in the exposed villages. Connecticut, not being exposed to the incursions of the natives, sent out several volunteer companies in aid of her sister colonies, in addition to the troops required as her quota in the present war. These volunteer forces were raised principally from New London, Norwich, and Stonington, joined by a body of friendly Indians. On the 27th of March, a body of these troops, under Captains Dennison and Avery, penetrated the country of the hostile Narragansetts. In the course of their excursion, they struck the trail of a large body of Indians, and commenced pursuit. The latter, upon the approach of the English, scattered in all directions. It proved to be a force commanded by Conanchet. He took a route by himself, and being swift of foot, hoped to outstrip his pursuers. In crossing a river, however, he accidentally plunged under water, and wet his gun. On this occurrence he was soon overtaken by a fast-running Pequod, to whom he surrendered himself at once. A young Englishman, coming up, began to put various questions to the chief, who, little liking to be catechized in that manner, replied to him with a look of contempt, "You, much child, no understand matters of war. Let your captain come, him I will answer." Conanchet was conveyed to Stonington, and after a sort of trial was condemned to be shot by the Mohegan and Pequod sachems. The alternative of life was, however, presented to him, if he would make peace with the English. The chieftain indignantly refused it, and gave utterance to the feelings of his untamed spirit, when his sentence was pronounced in the sentiment that he liked it well that he should die before his heart was soft, or he had said anything unworthy of himself. Conanchet was the son of the famous Miantonimo, who was put to death by Uncas, as related in another portion of this work. When success no longer attended Phillip in Massachusetts, those of his allies whom he had seduced into this war began to accuse him as the author of all their calamities. Many of the tribes, therefore, scattered themselves in different directions. The Deerfield Indians were among the first who abandoned his cause, and many of the Nipmucks and Narragansetts soon followed their example. Still, Phillip, though he had not been much seen during the winter, and it is doubtful even where he had spent the most of it, had no intention of abating his efforts against the English. In the month of May, 1676, he was found at the head of a powerful force in the northern part of Massachusetts, extending many miles on its frontier from east to west. Considerable numbers of his people were also still in and about Narragansett, ravaging and annoying the adjacent English settlements. Large bodies of the Indians about this time, anxious to secure the advantages of fishing in Connecticut River, took up positions at the falls between the present towns of Gill and Montague. This was in the vicinity of the line of country occupied by Phillip's forces. They felt the more secure here, as the English forces at Hadley and the adjacent towns were not at this time at all numerous. 2 captive lads, who had escaped from the Indians, informed the English of their situation, and the little pains they had taken to guard themselves. The intelligence thus brought induced the people of Hatfield, Hadley, and Northampton to raise a force, for the purpose of attacking the enemy at so favorable a point. About 160 troops were raised and placed under the command of Captain Turner. They marched silently in the dead of the night, and came upon the Indians a little before the dawn of day, whom they found almost in a dead sleep, and without any scouts abroad, or watching around their wigwams at home. When the Indians were first awakened by the thunder of their guns, they cried out, "Mohawks! Mohawks!" as if their own native enemies had been upon them. But the dawning of the light soon rectified their error, though it could not prevent their danger. The loss of the Indians was great. 100 men were left dead on the ground, and 140 were seen to pass down the cataract, but one of whom escaped drowning. The march of the English forces back was, however, attended with no small disaster. The Indians, learning the inconsiderable numbers that had attacked them, rallied in their turn, and hung upon the rear of the English. Their captain, just then enfeebled by sickness, was unable to arrange or conduct his forces as they should have been, and the consequence was a degree of confusion, and their separation into small parties. In this manner they suffered the loss of 38 men, though the Indians paid dearly for it by the loss of more than 100 of their warriors on the way. Captain Turner perished in the expedition. By the destruction at the falls, Philip's forces were seriously diminished. Yet his spirit continued unsubdued and undaunted, and he was resolved to retort upon the English the injuries he had sustained. Accordingly, on the 30th of May, 600 of his warriors appeared at Hatfield, and rushed suddenly into the town. They immediately set fire to 12 unfortified buildings, and attacked several palisaded dwelling houses. These were bravely defended by the people. In the midst of the fight, as the inhabitants were attacked, whether in their dwellings or at their labors, a party of 25 resolute young men crossed the river from Hadley, and came with such animation upon the Indians, and with so deadly a fire, that the latter were driven back. Eventually, the whole body of the enemy was obliged to return without effecting, as was intended, the complete destruction of the place. They, however, drove off a large number of sheep and cattle. Massachusetts and Connecticut now increased their forces in this quarter, as it appeared that the foe was determined on devastating the settlements upon the river. Hadley became next the object of attack, in which about 700 Indians were engaged. The assault was made on the 12th of June. The Indians, having laid an ambuscade at the southern extremity, and advanced the main body towards the other the preceding night. Though the Indians exhibited their usual fierceness, they were met and repulsed at the palisades. Renewing their attacks upon other points, they seemed resolved to carry the place. Still, they were held in check until assistance arrived from Northampton, when the foe was driven into the woods. It was during this attack, as is supposed, that the assistance was afforded to the whites, which has generally been ascribed to Gough, one of the fugitive judges from England, which at the time was believed to have been rendered by the guardian angel of the place. In the midst of the confusion and distress of the battle, a gray-headed, venerable-looking man, whose costume differed from that of the inhabitants, appeared, and assumed the direction of the defense. He arrayed the people in the best manner, showing that he well understood military tactics, led in the battle, and by his exhortations and efforts rendered essential aid on the occasion. After the departure of the Indians he was not observed, and nothing was heard of him afterwards. As it is known that at that time Goffe and Whaley were concealed in the house of Mr. Russell in Hadley, it is inferred that one of these men, Goffe, for Whaley was superannuated, left his concealment in the danger which existed, and put forth the effort here recorded in order to save the town. Philip was now secure in no place, but his haughty spirit was untamed by adversity. Although meeting with constant losses, and among them some of his most experienced warriors, he nevertheless seemed as hostile and determined as ever. In August the intrepid Church made a descent upon his headquarters at Mattapoisett, where he killed and took prisoners about 130 of his men. Even Philip escaped with difficulty. So great was his precipitation that he was obliged to leave his wampum behind, which, with his wife and son, fell into the hands of the victors. That son, it was afterwards ascertained, was sold into slavery, as it was also the mournful fact with a number of Philip's captured followers. Philip, as stated above, escaped with difficulty. The particulars, as related by Church, are as follows. Church's guide had brought him to a place where a large tree, which the enemy had fallen across a river, lay. Church had come to the top end of the tree, when he happened to spy an Indian upon the stump of it, on the other side of the stream. He immediately levelled his gun against the Indian, and had doubtless dispatched him, had not one of his own Indians called hastily to him not to fire, for he believed it was one of his own men. Hearing this, in all probability, the Indian upon the stump looked about, and Church's Indian, then seeing his face, perceived his mistake, for he knew him to be Philip. Church's Indian then fired himself, but it was too late. Philip immediately threw himself off the stump, leaped down a bank on the other side of the river, and was out of sight. Church at once gave chase for him, but was unable to discover his course, and only took some of his friends and followers, as has been related. But from this time Philip was too closely watched and hotly pursued to escape destruction. His end was rapidly drawing near. His followers mostly deserted him, and he was driven from place to place, until he found himself in his ancient seat near Pokanoket. The immediate occasion of his death is thus narrated. He having put to death one of his own men for advising him to make peace, this man's brother, whose name was Alderman, fearing the same fate, deserted him, and gave Captain Church an account of his situation, and offered to lead him to his camp. Early on Saturday morning, 12th August, Church came to the swamp where Philip was encamped, and before he was discovered had placed a guard about it so as to encompass it, except at a small place. He then ordered Captain Golding to rush into the swamp and fall upon Philip in his camp, which he immediately did, but was discovered as he approached, and as usual Philip was the first to fly. Having but just awaked from sleep, and having put on part of his clothes, he fled with all his might. Coming directly upon an Englishman and Indian, who composed a part of the ambush at the edge of the swamp, the Englishman's gun missed fire, but Alderman, the Indian, whose gun was loaded with 2 balls, sent one through his heart, and another not above 2 inches from it. Quote, "He fell upon his face in the mud and water, with his gun under him." End quote. This important news was immediately communicated to Captain Church by the man who performed the exploit, but the captain suffered nothing to be said concerning it, as he wished to dislodge the enemy from his retreat. Philip's great captain, Anawan, had, however, led out about 60 of his followers from their dangerous situation, and when the English scoured the swamp, they found not many Indians left. These were killed and captured. After the affair was over, Church communicated to his troops the gratifying intelligence of Philip's death, upon which the whole army gave 3 loud huzzas. Philip's body was drawn from the spot where he fell, the head taken off, and the body left unburied, to be devoured by wild beasts. With the great chief fell 5 of his most trusty followers, one of whom was his chief captain's son, and the Indian who fired the first gun in this bloody war. Thus fell this chieftain, who, though an untutored savage, was doubtless a great man, considered in reference to his intellectual resources and the influence he wielded among his compatriots. Had his lot fallen among a civilized race, and fighting as he did for his native country, he had been as illustrious as any hero of any age or clime. Philip's war proved a most serious concern to the infant colonies. It cost them $500,000, and the lives of above 600 inhabitants, who were either killed in battle or otherwise destroyed by the enemy. 13 towns and 600 houses were burned, and there was scarcely a family in the United Colonies that had not occasion to mourn the death of a relative. Dr. Trumbull thinks the loss exceeds the common estimate. He concludes that about 1 fencible man in 11 was killed, and every 11th family burnt out. But the war was still more disastrous to the Indians. Great numbers of them fell in battle, their lodges were destroyed, and, indeed, their country conquered. Scarcely 100 warriors remained of the great leading tribe of the Narragansetts. Of Philip's warriors several were remarkable men. Among these were Nanonteno, or Canonchet, Anawan, Quinapin, Tuspequin, and Tatosan. We can briefly notice but one, the mighty Anawan. We have seen that at the time of Philip's death he escaped with a number of his men. The place of his retreat was not long after disclosed by an Indian and his daughter, who had been captured. It was in a swamp in the southeast part of Rehoboth. Captain Church, upon this information, adopted a most daring stratagem to secure Anawan. At the head of a small party, conducted by his informers, Church cautiously approached in the evening the edge of a rocky precipice, under which the chief was encamped, and critically examined the position. The Indians, their arms, their employments, for they were preparing for a meal, and other defenses were all noticed by Captain Church, and particularly the fact that Anawan and his son were reposing near the arms. As he learned from his guide that no one was allowed to go out or come into the camp except by the precipice, he determined to seek his object in that direction. The Indian and his daughter, according to a concerted plan, with baskets upon their backs, as if bringing in provisions, preceded Church and his men, by their shadows concealing the latter, and descended the rock. In this way, although with great difficulty, they all reached the bottom without alarming the Indians. It happened, singularly enough, that their descent was accomplished without discovery, on account of the noise made by the pounding of a mortar, a squaw being engaged in that work in preparing green dried corn for their supper. Under favor of the noise thus made, the rustling sound proceeding from their leaps from crag to crag was not noticed. Church, with his hatchet in his hand, stepped over the young man's head to the arms. The young Anawan threw his blanket suddenly over his head and shrunk up in a heap. The old chief started upon end and cried out "Hawa," meaning welcome. Finding that there was no escape, he resigned himself to his fate and fell back on his couch, while his captors secured the rest of the company. English and Indian amicably ate their supper together, and Church afterwards laid down to rest, as he had not slept during the 36 previous hours. But his mind was too full of cares to admit of repose, and after lying a short time he got up. On one occasion during the night he felt suspicious of Anawan's intentions, as the latter, after attempting in vain to sleep, arose and left the spot a short time. Returning with something in his hands, Church having in the meantime prepared himself for the worst, he placed it on the ground, and falling on his knees before his captor, said, "Great Captain, you have killed Phillip and conquered his country, for I believe that I and my company are the last that war against the English. I suppose the war is ended by your means." His pack consisted of presents, being principally several belts of wampum, curiously wrought, and a red cloth blanket, the royal dress of Phillip. These he gave to Church, expressing his gratification in having an opportunity of delivering them to him. The remainder of the night they spent in discourse, in which Anawan gave an account of his success and exploits in former wars with the Indians, when he served Assomequin, Philip's father. Anawan, it is said, had confessed that he had put to death several of the captive English, and could not deny but that some of them had been tortured. Under these circumstances, and considering the exasperation which the English naturally felt, it was hardly to be expected that mercy should be shown him. Church, however, did not intend that he should be put to death, and had earnestly entreated for him. But in his absence from Plymouth not long after, the old chief was executed. It is not uncommon with historians and others to denounce and execrate the conduct of Philip and his warriors as wanton and savage. They were doubtless cruel, they were savage. The writer would not become their panegyrist. But let it be remembered that if they cannot be exculpated, there are mitigating circumstances which should always be mentioned in connection with their most inhuman barbarities. The influences of Christianity never bore upon them. They inflicted no greater tortures upon the English than they often inflicted upon other prisoners of their own complexion. But in addition, they were fighting for their own country. They were patriots, and they saw in the progress and prosperity of the English the downfall of Indian power, the annihilation of Indian title. They were fathers, husbands, and full well did they know that soon their family relations would be broken up, and the inheritance of their children forever fail. Who can blame them for wishing to perpetuate their hold on their native hunting grounds, or leaving to their posterity an inheritance dear to them as ours is to us? We cannot justify their treachery, their indiscriminate and wholesale butcheries, but surely we may admire their bravery, their endurance, their patriotism. End of section 16. Section 17 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 8. War of William III. During the 3 wars of King William, Queen Anne, and George II, the sufferings of the northern colonies were severe and protracted, or were intermitted only at short intervals. The hostility of the Indians was kept alive, and often kindled into a fresh flame, through the agency of European settlers on their northern border. These took up the quarrel of France and England, and sought occasions to molest the subjects of the English sovereign in America. In King William's War, the French combined with the Indians in bringing fire and sword upon the inhabitants of New England and New York. A connected account need not be given of the disastrous occurrences that took place during this sanguinary war, but only particular instances of hostilities and their effects will be narrated in this portion of the present work. We commence with the attack on Schenectady. This was made in pursuance of a plan adopted by Count Frontenac, then the governor of Canada, in revenging on the English colonies the treatment which King James had received from the English government, and which had inflamed the resentment of Frontenac's master, Louis XIV. The governor fitted out 3 expeditions against the American colonies in the midst of winter, of which one was against New York. The attack on Schenectady was the fruit of this expedition. It was made by a party consisting of about 200 French and perhaps 50 Caughnawaga Indians, under the command of 2 French officers, Molay and Sainte Helene, in 1689–90. Schenectady was then in the form of an oblong square, having a gate at each extremity. But as one of the gates only could be found, they all entered at that one. The gate was not only open, but was also unguarded. Although the town was impaled, and might have been protected, no one deemed it necessary to close the gate at night, presuming that the severity of the season was a sufficient security. The enemy divided themselves into several parties, and waylaid every portal, and then raised the war whoop. It was between 11 and 12 o'clock on Saturday night, the 8th of February, when the fearful tragedy commenced. Molay attacked a garrison, where the only resistance of any account was made. He soon forced the gate, and all the English were slaughtered, and the garrison burned. One of the French officers was wounded in forcing a house, and thereby wholly disabled. But Sainte Helene having come to his assistance, the house was taken, and all who had shut themselves in it were put to the sword. Nothing was now to be seen but massacre and pillage on every side. The most shocking barbarities were committed on the inhabitants. 63 houses and the church were immediately in a blaze. Anciente women, in their expiring agonies, saw their infants cast into the flames, being first delivered by the knife of the midnight assassin. 63 persons were murdered, and 27 were carried into captivity." A few persons were enabled to escape, but being without sufficient clothing, they lost their limbs from the severity of the cold as they traveled towards Albany. About noon the next day the enemy left the desolated place, taking such plunder as they could carry with them, and destroying the remainder. It was designed, it seems, to spare the minister of the place, as Molay wanted him as his own prisoner, but he was found among the mangled dead, and his papers burned. The houses of 2 or 3 individuals were spared for particular reasons, while the rest were consigned to the flames. Owing to the state of the traveling, news of the massacre did not reach the great Mohawk Castle, 17 miles distant, until at the expiration of 2 days. On the reception of the news, a party commenced a pursuit of the foe. After a tedious route, they fell upon their rear, killed and took 25 of them, and effected some other damage. The second party of French and Indians was sent against the delightful settlement at Salmon Falls, on the Piscataqua. At 3 Rivers, Frontenac had fitted out an expedition of 52 men and 25 Indians. They had an officer at their head, in whom the greatest confidence could be reposed, Sieur Hortel. In his small band he had 3 sons and 2 nephews. After a long and rugged march, Hortel reached the place on the 27th of March, 1690. His spies having reconnoitred it, he divided his men into 3 companies, the largest portion of which he led himself. The attack was made at the break of day. The English made a stout resistance, but were unable to withstand the well-directed fire of the assailants. 30 of the bravest of the inhabitants were cut to pieces. The remainder, amounting to 54, were made prisoners. The English had 27 houses reduced to ashes, and 2,000 domestic animals perished in the barns that had been burnt. The third party, which was fitted out from Quebec by the directions of Frontenac, made an attack upon Casco in Maine. This was commanded by Monsieur de Portneuf. Hertel, on his return to Canada, met with this expedition, and joining it with the force under his command, came back to the scene of warfare in which he had been so unhappily successful. As the hostile company marched through the country of the Abenakis, numbers of them joined it. Portneuf, with his forces thus augmented, came into the neighborhood of Casco, according to the French account, on the 25th of May, 1690. On the following night, having prepared an ambush, he succeeded in taking and killing an Englishman, who fell into it. Upon this occurrence the Indians raised the war whoop, and about 50 English soldiers, leaving the garrison to learn the occasion of it, had nearly reached the ambush when they were fired upon. Before they could make resistance, they were fallen upon by the French and Indians, who with their swords and tomahawks made such a slaughter that but 4 of them escaped, and those with severe wounds. Quote, "The English, seeing now that they must stand a siege, abandoned 4 garrisons, and all retired into one which was provided with cannon. Before these were abandoned, an attack was made upon one of them, in which the French were repulsed with the loss of 1 Indian killed, and 1 Frenchman wounded. Portneuf began now to doubt of his ability to take Casco, fearing the issue; for his commission only ordered him to lay waste the English settlements, and not to attempt fortified places. But in this dilemma Hertel and Hopwood, a celebrated chief of the tribe of the Kennebecs, arrived. It was now determined to press the siege. In the deserted forts they found all the necessary tools for carrying on the work, and they began a mine within 50 feet of the fort, under a steep bank, which entirely protected them from its guns. The English became discouraged, and on the 28th of May surrendered themselves prisoners of war. There were 70 men, and probably a much greater number of women and children, all of whom, except Captain Davis, who commanded the garrison, and 3 or 4 others, were given up to the Indians, who murdered most of them in their most cruel manner. And if the accounts be true, Hopwood excelled all other savages in acts of cruelty." These barbarous transactions, producing alike terror and indignation, aroused New England and New York to attempt a formidable demonstration against the enemy. The General Court of Massachusetts sent letters of request to the several executives of the provinces, pursuant to which they convened at New York, May 1st, 1691. 2 important measures were adopted as the result of the deliberations on this occasion. Connecticut sent General Winthrop with troops to march through Albany, there to receive supplies, and to be joined by a body of men from New York. The expedition was to proceed up Lake Champlain, and was destined for the destruction of Montreal. There was a failure, however, of the supplies, and thus the project was defeated. Massachusetts sent forth a fleet of 34 sail under Sir William Phipps. He proceeded to Port Royal, took it, reduced Acadia, and thence sailed up the St. Lawrence, with the design of capturing Quebec. The troops landed with some difficulty, and the place was boldly summoned to surrender. A proud defiance was returned by Frontenac. The position of the latter happened to be strengthened just at this time by a reinforcement from Montreal. Phips, learning this, and finding also that the party of Winthrop, which he expected from Montreal, had failed, gave up the attempt and returned to Boston, with the loss of several vessels and a considerable number of troops. A part of his fleet had been wrecked by a storm. During the progress of King William's War, the atrocities committed upon the colonists by the French and Indians were equal to any recorded in the annals of the most barbarous age. Connected with these were instances of heroic valor on the part of the sufferers, which are not surpassed by any on the historic page. A specimen will here be related. On the 15th of March, 1697, the last year of King William's War, an attack was suddenly made on Haverhill in Massachusetts by a party of about 20 Indians. It was a rapid but fatal onset, and a fitting finale of so dreadful a 10 years' war. 8 houses were destroyed, 27 persons killed, and 13 carried away prisoners. One of these houses belonged to a Mr. Dustin in the skirts of the town. Mr. Dustin was engaged in work at some distance from home, but by some means he learned what was passing at the place. Before the Indians had reached his house, he had arrived there, and been able to make some arrangements for the removal of his wife and children. The latter he bid to run. His wife, who had but only a few days before become the mother of an infant, was in no condition to leave her bed. He undertook, however, to remove her, but it was too late. The Indians were rushing on. No time could be lost, and Mr. Dustin turned with despair from the mother of his children to the children themselves. It became necessary at once to hasten their flight. They were 7 in number, besides the infant left with its mother, the eldest being 17 years, and the youngest 2 years old. The Indians were upon them, and what could the agonized father do? With his gun he mounted his horse, and riding in the direction of his children, overtook them only about 40 rods from the house. His first intention was to take up the child that he could least spare, and escape with that. But alas, that point he was unable to decide. They were all equally dear to him. He therefore determined to resist the enemy, who was on a pursuit, and if possible save all. Facing the savages, he fired, and they returned the fire. The Indians, however, did not choose to follow up the pursuit, either from fear of the resolute father, who continued to fire as he retreated, or from an apprehension of arousing the neighboring English before they could finish their depredations in the town, and hence this part of the family soon effected their escape. We now return to the house. There was living in it a nurse, Mrs. Neff, who heroically shared the fate of her mistress when escape was in her power. The Indians entered the house, and having ordered the sick woman to rise and sit quietly in the corner of the fireplace, they commenced the pillage of the dwelling, and concluded by setting it on fire. At the approach of night, Mrs. Dustin was forced to march into the wilderness and seek repose upon the hard, cold ground. Mrs. Neff, in attempting to elude the Indians with the infant, was intercepted. The babe was taken from her, and its brains beat out against a neighboring tree. The captives, when collected, amounted to 13 in number. That same day they were marched 12 miles before encamping, although it was nearly night before they set out. Succeeding this for several days, they were obliged to keep up with their savage comrades over an extent of country of not less than 140 or 50 miles. Mrs. Dustin, feeble as she had been, wonderfully supported the fatigue incident to her situation. After this, the Indians, according to their custom, divided their prisoners. Mrs. Dustin, Mrs. Neff, and a captive lad from Worcester fell to the share of an Indian family consisting of 12 persons. These now took charge of the captives, and appear to have treated them with no unkindness, save that of forcing them to extend their journey still farther towards an Indian settlement. They, however, gave the prisoners to understand that there was one ceremony to which they must submit after they had arrived at their place of destination, and that was to run the gauntlet between two files of Indians. This announcement filled Mrs. Dustin and her two companions with so much dread that they mutually decided to attempt an escape. Accordingly, after obtaining information from the Indians themselves as to the way of killing and scalping their enemies, who gave the information without suspecting their object, they laid their plans for taking the lives of the savages. One night, "when the Indians were in the most sound sleep, these three captives arose, and softly arming themselves with the tomahawks of their masters, allotted the number each should kill. And so truly did they direct their blows, that but two, a boy and a woman, made their escape, the latter having been seriously wounded. Having finished their fearful work, they hastily left the place. As the scene of the exploit was a small island in the mouth of a stream that falls into the Merrimack, they made use of a boat of the Indians to effect their escape, the others being scuttled to prevent the use of them in pursuit, should the Indians be near. And thus, with what provisions and arms the Indian camp afforded, they embarked, and slowly took the course of the river for their homes, which they reached without accident." The whole country was startled at the relation of the heroic deed, the truth of which was never questioned. The palpable proofs of their feat they brought with them, and the General Court of Massachusetts gave them £50 as a reward, and they received from individuals likewise substantial tokens, expressing the admiration in which the exploit was held. The governor of Maryland, hearing of the transaction, sent them also a generous present. This is a case where individuals may perhaps differ in opinion as to the strict moral propriety of the deed. The necessity of such an act for relief from suffering may be estimated differently, according to the different theories which men have adopted. Yet it seems to have been generally, if not universally, approved by those who lived contemporaneously with the transaction, and who, from the stern integrity of their character, and from their acquaintance with the circumstances of the country, were peculiarly well fitted to judge. Such were some of the striking events during the period of King William's War, a war which continued nearly 10 years, and brought incalculable distress upon the colonies. The Peace of Ryswick in 1697 put an end to it, but this peace proved to be of short duration. End of section 17. Section 18 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 9. Queen Anne's War. King William having deceased in 1702, Queen Anne was seated on the British throne, and war soon began again to rage throughout Europe. England and France, including Spain also, drew the sword to settle some unadjusted claims between them, and the contest of the parent countries, as usual, soon involved their American colonies. The states of Massachusetts and New Hampshire became the principal scenes of the war in America, the colony of New York being secured from aggression through the neutrality of the 5 nations on her borders. The war, which lasted more than 10 years, is generally denominated Queen Anne's War, and was attended with the usual barbarous and distressing results incident to savage warfare. The drama opened at Deerfield on the Connecticut River on the 19th of February, 1704, The preliminaries to it had occurred a little before, in the destruction of several small settlements from Casco to Wells in Maine, and the killing and capture of 130 people in the aggregate. This was in contravention to the solemn assurance given by the Eastern Indians of peace with New England. As Deerfield was a frontier town, the enemy had watched it for the purpose of capture from an early period. Indeed, it had been constantly exposed to inroads during King William's War, but had resolutely maintained its ground, and increased in size and population, especially from the termination of that war. It was palisaded, though imperfectly. Several detached houses were protected by slight fortifications, and 20 soldiers had been placed within it. They had, however, been quartered about in different houses, and forgetting their duty as soldiers, were surprised with the rest of the inhabitants. There was a great depth of snow upon the ground, a circumstance which gave the enemy an easy entrance over the pickets. The commander of the French was Hertel de Rouville. The assailants, in approaching the place, used every precaution to avoid disturbing the soldiery or the inhabitants by noise in walking over the crusted snow, stopping occasionally, that the sound of their feet might appear like the fitful gusts of the wind. But the precaution was unnecessary, for the guard within the fort had retired and fallen asleep. None of all who were in the village awaked, except to be put immediately into the sleep of death, to be doomed to a horrible captivity, or to effect a difficult and hazardous escape into the adjacent woods amidst the snows of winter. The houses were assaulted by parties detached in different directions. The doors were broken open, the astonished people dragged from their beds, and pillage and personal violence in all its forms ensued. They who attempted resistance were felled by the tomahawk or musket. Some of the separate features of this work of destruction and scene of agony deserve particular notice, and will ever call up the painful sympathies of the reader of history. The minister of the place, the Reverend John Williams, who subsequently wrote a narrative of the affair and of his own captivity, was a conspicuous actor and sufferer in the sad tragedy. Early in the assault, which was not long before the break of day, about 20 Indians attacked his house. Instantly leaping from his bed, he ran towards the door, and perceived a party making their entrance into the house. He called to awaken 2 soldiers who were sleeping in the chamber, and had only returned to the bedside for his arms when the enemy rushed into the room. Upon this, as he says, I reached my hands up to the bed tester for my pistol, uttering a short petition to God, expecting a present passage through the valley of the shadow of death. He leveled it at the breast of the foremost Indian, but it missed fire. He was immediately seized by 3 Indians, who secured his pistol, and binding him fast, kept him naked in the cold nearly the space of an hour. One of these captors was a leader or captain, who soon met the fate he merited. Says Mr. Williams, quote, "The judgment of God did not long slumber, for by sunrising he received a mortal shot from my next neighbor's house." End quote. This house was not a garrison, but being defended by 7 resolute men and as many resolute women, withstood the efforts of 300 French and Indians. They attacked it repeatedly, and tried various methods to set it on fire, but without success, in the meanwhile suffering from the fire which was poured upon them from the windows and loopholes of the building. The enemy gave up the attempt in despair. Mrs. Williams, having been confined but a few weeks previously, was feeble, a circumstance which rendered her case hopeless, but her agony was intensely increased by witnessing the murder of 2 of her little ones, who were dragged to the door and butchered, as was also a black woman belonging to the family. Rifling the house with the utmost rudeness, the enemy seized Mrs. Williams, ill as she was, and 5 remaining children, with a view to carry them into captivity. While these transactions were in progress, a lodger in the house, Captain Stoddard, seized his cloak and leaped from a chamber window. He escaped across Deerfield River, and finding it necessary to secure his feet from injury, he tore the cloak into pieces and wrapped them up in it, and was thus enabled, though in great exhaustion, to reach Hatfield. An assault was made upon the house of Captain John Sheldon, but the door was so strong and so firmly bolted that the enemy found it difficult to break or penetrate it. Their only resort, therefore, was to perforate it with their tomahawks. Through the aperture thus made they thrust a musket, fired, and killed Mrs. Sheldon, a ball striking her as she was rising from her bed in an adjoining room. The mark of the ball was long to be seen in a timber near the bed, the house having been carefully preserved, bearing upon the front door the marks of the Indian hatchet. In the meantime the son and son's wife of Captain Sheldon sprang from a chamber window at the east end of the building, but unfortunately for the lady her ankle became sprained by the fall, and being unable to walk she was seized by the Indians. The husband escaped into the adjoining forest and reached Hatfield. The enemy at length gaining possession of the house, reserved it, on account of its size, as a depot for the prisoners taken in the village. At the expiration of about 2 hours, the enemy having collected the prisoners, and plundered and set fire to the buildings, took up their march from the place. 47 persons had been put to death, including those killed in making the defense. "We were carried over the river to the foot of the mountain about a mile from my house," says Mr. Williams, "where we found a great number of our Christian neighbors, men, women, and children, to the number of 100, 19 of whom were afterwards murdered in the way, and 2 starved to death near Coos, in a time of great scarcity and famine the savages underwent there. When we came to the foot of the mountain, they took away our shoes, and gave us Indian shoes to prepare us for our journey." At this spot a portion of the enemy was overtaken by a party of the English, consisting of the few who had escaped, together with the men who had defended the 2 houses, and a small number from Hatfield, and a brisk fight ensued. The little band, however, was in danger of being surrounded by the main body of the enemy's troops as they came into the action, and accordingly they were compelled to retreat. They left 9 of their number slain. The attack on the enemy, under such circumstances, indicated the resolute and sympathizing spirit of the people, but it had well nigh proved fatal to the prisoners. Rouville, fearing at one time a defeat, had ordered the latter to be put to death, but providentially the bearer of the message was killed before he executed his orders. They were, nevertheless, held in readiness to be sacrificed in the event of disasters happening to the enemy. Soon after the termination of the skirmish, Rouville commenced his march for Canada. 300 miles of a trackless wilderness were to be traversed, and that too at a very inclement season of the year. The prospects of the captives were gloomy beyond description. Many were women, at that time under circumstances requiring the most tender treatment. Some were young children, not sufficiently strong to endure the fatigues of traveling. Infants there were, who must be carried in their parents' arms, or left behind to be butchered by the savage, or frozen on the snow, and of the adult males several were suffering from severe wounds. The first day's journey was but 4 miles, and was signalized by the murder of an infant. The Indians, however, seemed disposed generally to favor the captives, by carrying on their backs such children as were incapable of traveling. From mercenary motives they wished to keep all alive that they could, as the captives would bring a price, or be serviceable to them in some way in Canada. It was no sentiment of compassion that moved them, for as soon as their patience failed them, the miserable captive, whether man, woman, or child, was knocked on the head. At night they encamped in a meadow in what is now Greenfield, where they cleared away the snow, spread boughs of trees, and made slight cabins of brush for the accommodation of the prisoners. The strongest of the latter were bound after the Indian manner that night, and every subsequent night, in order to prevent escape. In the very first night one man broke away and escaped, and at the same time Mr. Williams, who was considered the principal of the captives, was informed by the commander-in-chief that if any more attempted to escape, the rest should be put to death. In the second day's march occurred the death of Mrs. Williams. In the course of the route it became necessary to cross Creek River, at the upper part of Deerfield Meadow. From some change of conductors, Mr. Williams, who had before been forbidden to speak to his fellow captives, was now permitted to do it, and even to assist his distressed wife, who had begun to be exhausted. But it was their last meeting, and most affecting was the scene. She very calmly told him that her strength was fast failing, and that he would soon lose her. At the same time she did not utter the language of discouragement or of complaint, in view of the hardness of her fortune. When the company halted, Mr. Williams, former conductor, resumed his place, and ordered him into the front, and his wife was obliged to travel unaided. They had now arrived at the margin of Green River. This they passed by wading through the water, which was about 2 feet in depth, and running with great rapidity. They now came to a steep mountain, which it was necessary to ascend. The narrative of Mr. Williams says here: "No sooner had I overcome the difficulty of that ascent, but I was permitted to sit down and to be unburdened of my pack. I sat pitying those who were behind, and entreated my master to let me go down and help my wife, but he refused. I asked each of the prisoners as they passed by me after her, and heard that passing through the above said river she fell down, and was plunged all over in the water, after which she traveled not far, for at the foot of the mountain the cruel and bloodthirsty savage who took her slew her with his hatchet at one stroke. The same day a young woman and child were killed and scalped. After some days they reached the mouth of White River, where Rouville divided his force into several parties, who took different routes to the St. Lawrence. Mr. Williams belonged to a party which reached the Indian village St. Francis on the St. Lawrence by the way of Lake Champlain. After a short residence at that village, he was sent to Montreal, where he was treated with kindness by the governor, Vaudreuil. In the year 1706, 57 of these captives were conveyed to Boston in a flagship, among whom were Mr. Williams and all his remaining children, 2 having been ransomed and sent home before, except his daughter Eunice, whom, notwithstanding all his exertions, he was never able to redeem, and whom, at the tender age of 10 years, he was obliged to leave among the Indians. As she grew up under Indian influence, having no other home, and no other friends who could counsel and guide her, she adopted the manners and customs of the Indians, settled with them in a domestic state, and by her husband had several children. She became also, it is said, a Catholic, and ever afterwards firmly attached to that religion. This perhaps is scarcely a matter of surprise, as the sentiment was the more easily instilled into her mind from her age and the circumstances in which she was placed. Some time after the war she visited her relations at Deerfield in company with her husband. She was habited in the Indian costume, and strange as it may seem, though every persuasive was used to induce her to abandon the savages and to remain among her connections, all was in vain. She continued to lead the life of a savage, and though she repeated her visits to her friends in New England, she uniformly persisted in wearing her blanket and counting her beads. 2 of the children of Mr. Williams, after their return, became worthy and respectable ministers, one at Waltham, the other at Long Meadow in Springfield. The captive Mr. Williams, upon his return to the colony, was desired by the remnant of his Deerfield friends to resume the duties of his pastoral office in that place. He complied with their request, and having remarried, reared another family of children, and died in 1729. During Queen Anne's War, no other single tragedy occurred like that of Deerfield. But at all times the enemy were prowling about the frontier settlements, watching in concealment for an opportunity to strike a sudden blow, and having done irreparable mischief, to escape with safety. The women and children retired into garrisons. The men left their fields uncultivated, or labored with arms at their sides, and having sentinels posted at every point whence an attack could be apprehended. Yet, notwithstanding these precautions, the Indians were often successful, killing sometimes an individual, sometimes a whole family, sometimes a band of laborers, 10 or 12 in number, and so alert were they in their movements that but few of them fell into the hands of the whites. Queen Anne died in 1714, and George I. of the House of Brunswick ascended the throne of England. During the reign of the latter, a state of warfare existed between the enemy and the colony of Massachusetts and New Hampshire for several years, distressing to the former, but attended by few signal conflicts, disasters, or victories. At length, however, it was discovered that the Indians, although instigated still by the French, were not averse to peace. Accordingly, towards the latter part of the year 1725, a treaty was concluded at Boston, and the next spring was ratified at Falmouth. A period of tranquillity succeeded this event in the northern colonies. End of section 18. Section 19 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 10. War of George II. The attempts to maintain peace with the Indians were successful through a number of years. The most happy expedient which the English adopted for that purpose was the erection of trading houses, where goods were furnished by government to be exchanged for furs, which the Indians brought to them. This had the effect of conciliating the Indians, and as it stimulated their industry, it was more serviceable to them than direct gifts. In the course of time, however, they began to be restive. Their intercourse with the whites for trading purposes renewed reminiscences of the attacks and cruelties committed upon the exterior settlements. The Indians were wont to boast of their feats, and of the tortures inflicted upon the captured English, in some instances the friends of those with whom they were now holding intercourse. They were disposed frequently, when provoked or intoxicated, to threaten to come again, with the war-whoop and the tomahawk. Hence, individual acts of violence occasionally took place at or near the trading towns, and it was evident that, whenever war between the English and French should commence, there would be a reiteration of the former scenes and acts of atrocity. The day of blood at length arrived. It was in the year 1744 that England and France again commenced hostilities. The intelligence no sooner crossed the Atlantic than the frontiers of the colonies became the area of the conflict, and the bloodthirsty savage took up his hatchet with the intention of giving vent to his long pent-up vengeance. George II had been on the throne several years. Before the proclamation of war was known at Boston, the French governor of Cape Breton sent a party to take Canso, which was effected, and the captives were conveyed to Louisburg. The proclamation of war seems to have had a singular effect on the Indians, who had manifested a degree of attachment to the whites. It awakened the naturally ferocious feelings of the savage, feelings that had been for some time suspended. and forgetting the many ties of acquaintance and friendly intercourse, he easily fell back upon those habits of carnage and plunder in which he was originally nurtured. The effect of the proclamation of war on all the other Indians was to have been expected, as gratifying their long indulged desires of mingling in the scenes of murder and pillage. It was an unhappy circumstance in regard to the Indians who had been indulged with so intimate an intercourse with the whites, that they were perfectly acquainted with all the routes from Canada to the various English settlements, thus serving as guides for others, or facilitating their predatory irruptions. With a wise foresight, upon the first intimation of war, several new forts were ordered to be built in exposed parts of the country. The western regiments of militia in Massachusetts were called on for their quotas of men to defend the frontiers in that quarter, and scouting parties were employed in various places for the purpose of discovering the incursions of the enemy and ferreting out their trails. But happily during the first year they remained quiet, or were secretly making their preparations for the part they intended hereafter to enact. The Indians commenced operations in July, 1745, at the Great Meadow, now Putney, on the Connecticut, and a few days after at Upper Ashuelot, Keene, killing at each place an individual. Somewhat later in the year, the Great Meadow was the scene of another attack, with a small loss to the whites, as also to the Indians. The vigilance of the colonists, however, was so unceasing that but little opportunity at this time was afforded for the gratification of their malignity. The eyes of the New England colonists were now fixed on one great enterprise, the reduction of Louisburg, on the island of Cape Breton, a place of incredible strength, which had been 25 years in building. Accordingly, 4,000 troops from the several colonies as far as Pennsylvania were raised, the command of which was assigned to William Pepperell. On the 4th of April, 1745, the expedition had arrived at Canso. Here they were detained 3 weeks on account of the ice. At length Commodore Warren, according to orders from England, arrived at Canso in a ship of 60 guns, with 3 other ships of 40 guns each. After a consultation with Pepperell, the Commodore proceeded to cruise before Louisburg. Soon after, the general sailed with the whole fleet. On the 30th of April, landing his troops, he invested the city. A portion of the troops on the northeast part of the harbor, meeting with the warehouses containing the naval stores, set them on fire. The smoke, driven by the wind into the Grand Battery, so terrified the French that they abandoned it. After spiking the guns, they returned to the city. Colonel Vaughan, who conducted the first column, took possession of the deserted battery. With extreme difficulty, cannon were drawn up for 14 nights successively, from the landing place through a morass to the camp. It was done by men with straps over their shoulders, and sinking to their knees in the mud, a service which oxen or horses on such ground could not have performed. The cannon of the forsaken battery were drilled, and turned with good effect on the city. On the 7th of May a summons was sent to the commanding officer of Louisburg, but he refused to surrender the place. The efforts of the assailants were then renewed, and put forth to the utmost, both by the Commodore's fleet and the land forces. Their efforts were at length crowned with success. Discouraged by the whole aspect of affairs, Du Chambon, the French commander, felt under the necessity of surrendering, and accordingly on the 16th of June articles of capitulation were signed. This expedition and its success are one of the most striking events in American warfare. It established the New England character for a daring and enterprising spirit, and it became equally the boast and the fear of Britain. The daring and the prowess that effected such an achievement might one day be arrayed against the integrity of the British Empire in America. Pious people considered that this victory was wrought out by a special guiding and cooperating Providence. After the loss of Louisburg, the conflicts on the borders became more frequent and fatal. The enemy was exasperated and determined to give the colonists no rest. Various places on the Connecticut were accordingly attacked, but chiefly settlements in New Hampshire, the results of which were very distressing to individual families. Charleston, Keene, New Hopkinton, Contoocook, Rochester, and many other places whose situations exposed them to the enemy were attacked, and a greater or less number of individuals were killed, wounded, or captured. One attack may be stated in detail. It followed the surrender of Fort Massachusetts to Vaugeois French and Indian forces, an honorable capitulation, which took place in the summer of 1746, the fort having defended itself as long as its ammunition lasted. The narrative is given in the language of another. Quote, "Immediately after the surrender of Fort Massachusetts, about 50 of Vaugeois Indians passed Hoosac Mountain for the purpose of making depredations at Deerfield, about 40 miles eastward. Arriving near the village on Sunday, they reconnoitered the North Meadow for the purpose of selecting a place of attack upon the people, as they should commence their labor the next morning. Not finding a point of attack suited to their design, which seems to have been rather to capture than to secure scalps, they proceeded about 2 miles south to a place called the Bars, where were a couple of houses owned by the families of Arnsden and Allen, but now deserted, and early in the morning formed an ambuscade on the margin of a meadow, under the cover of a thicket of alders, near which was a quantity of mown hay. The laborers of the two families, accompanied by several children, then residing in Deerfield village, proceeded to their work in the early part of the day, and commenced their business very near the Indians, who now considered their prey as certain. But a little before they commenced their attack, Mr. Eleazar Hawks, one of the neighboring inhabitants, went out for fowling, and approaching near the ambuscade, was shot down and scalped. Alarmed at the fire, the persons fled down a creek towards a mill, fiercely pursued by the Indians. Simeon Arnsden, a lad, was seized, killed, and scalped. Samuel Allen, John Sadler, and Adonijah Gillette made a stand under the bank of Deerfield River, near the mouth of the Mill Creek, whence they opened a fire on the Indians. Soon overpowered, Allen and Gillette fell, but Sadler escaped to an island, and thence across the river, under a shower of balls. In the meantime, others, making for the road leading to the town, were closely pursued, and Oliver Arnsden, after a vigorous struggle for his life, was barbarously butchered. Eunice, a daughter, and 2 sons of Allen, Samuel and Caleb, were in the field. Eunice was knocked down by a tomahawk, and her skull fractured, but in the hurry was left unscalped. Samuel was made prisoner, and Caleb effected his escape by running through a piece of corn, though the Indians passed very near him. Notwithstanding the severity of her wounds, Eunice recovered and lived to an advanced age. Although the war between England and France was terminated by the Treaty of Peace at Aix-la-Chapelle on the 18th of October, 1743, yet tranquillity did not immediately follow. The frontiers continued to be ravaged, and the comfort and progress of the settlers were seriously interrupted, for a time, beyond the general pacification. The basis of the peace, as settled at Aix-la-Chapelle, was the mutual restoration of all places taken during the war. Louisburg, the pride and glory of the war, reverted to the French, to the grief and mortification of New England. End of section 19. Section 20 of Great Events in the History of North and South America. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Great Events in the History of North and South America by Charles Goodrich. Chapter 11. French and Indian War. After a few years of peace, during which the colonies had somewhat repaired their wasted strength and resources, a declaration of war was made between Great Britain and France in the summer of 1756. There had been an actual state of warfare for 2 previous years, causing no small grief and annoyance to the colonies, who had fondly hoped longer to enjoy the blessings of tranquillity and prosecute their schemes of improvement. An invaluable blessing, however, ultimately flowed from the renewed conflict of arms, as from this time that federation took place among the separated provinces, which was consummated afterwards in their independence as a nation. The prosecution of a common object, such as was presented in the French and Indian War, naturally concentrated and united their energies, and evolved at length the idea of a more perfect political association. The causes of the war grew out of the encroachments of the French upon the frontier of the English colonies in America. Such at least was the allegation on the part of England. France had established settlements on the St. Lawrence and at the mouth of the Mississippi, and commenced the gigantic plan of uniting these points by a chain of forts, extending across the continent, and designed to confine the English colonists to the eastern slope of the Alleghanies. The French possessed considerable military strength in their northern colonies. They had strongly fortified Quebec and Montreal, and at other points the frontiers were defended by Louisbourg, Cape Breton, and the forts of Lake Champlain, Niagara, Crown Point, Frontenac, and Ticonderoga. And they had also a fort of some strength at Duquesne, now the spot on which Pittsburgh is built. The establishment of French posts on the Ohio and the attack on Colonel Washington were declared by the British government as the commencement of hostilities. The French, however, allege the intrusion of the Ohio Company upon their territory as the immediate cause of the war. General Braddock, at the head of 1,500 troops, had been dispatched to America. On his arrival in Virginia, he requested a convention of colonial governors to meet him there, to confer on the plan of the ensuing campaign. They accordingly met, and 3 expeditions were resolved upon: one against Duquesne, to be conducted by General Braddock; one against Forts Niagara and Frontenac, to be commanded by Governor Shirley; and one against Crown Point, to be led by General Johnson. The last named expedition was a measure proposed by Massachusetts, and was to be executed by troops raised in New England and New York. In the meantime, a 4th expedition, which had been previously concerted, was carried on against the French forts in Nova Scotia. This province, it seems, after its cession to the English by the Treaty of Utrecht, was still retained in part by the French, as its boundaries were not defined. They had built forts on a portion of it which the English claimed. To gain possession of these was the object of the expedition. About 2,000 militia, under Monckton and Winslow, embarked at Boston on the 20th of May, 1755, and having been joined by 300 regulars when they had arrived at Chignecto on the Bay of Fundy, they proceeded against Beauséjour, now the principal post of the French in that country. This place they invested and took possession of after a bombardment of a few days. Other forts were afterwards attacked and taken, and the whole province was secured to the British according to their idea of its proper boundaries. The military operations at the South during this time proved to be disastrous in the extreme. One of the most signal defeats took place in Virginia that the annals of American history have recorded. It had been a total loss of a large army, large for the colonial warfare, but for the prudence and valor of our youthful Fabius, George Washington. He saved a portion of it, while the whole was exposed to utter annihilation through the pride and ill-calculating policy of its leader. General Braddock was not wanting in valor or in the knowledge of European tactics, but he little understood the proper mode of meeting Indian warfare, and had the greater misfortune of unwillingness to receive advice from subordinates in office. The object of the expedition under Braddock was the reduction of Fort Duquesne. At the head of 2,000 men he commenced his march, but as it was deemed an object of great importance to reach the fort before it could be reinforced, he marched forward with 1,200 men, selected from the different corps, with 10 pieces of cannon and the necessary ammunition and provisions. The remainder of the army was left under the command of Colonel Dunbar, to follow with the heavy artillery by moderate and easy marches. Washington, who was his aide, and well acquainted with the peculiarities of Indian warfare, foresaw the danger which was impending, and ventured to suggest the propriety of employing a body of Indians, who had offered their services. These, had the commander seen fit to accept the advice, would have proved serviceable to him as scouting and advanced parties. Or had he, as was also suggested to him as a matter of safety, placed the provincial troops in his army in front, he would have avoided the danger. These troops, consisting of independent and ranging companies accustomed to such services, would have scoured the woods and morasses, and guarded against an ambuscade. Despising the enemy, undervaluing the colonial troops, and confiding only in his own valor and the splendid array of his well-drilled British regulars, he fearlessly pursued his way. The natural and necessary impediments were many, and he did not reach the Monongahela until the 8th of July. The next day he expected to invest the fort, and in the morning he made a disposition of his forces in accordance with that expectation. His van, consisting of 300 British regulars, was commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Gage, and he followed at some distance with the artillery and main body of his men, divided into small columns. Washington had the day before rejoined the army, from which he had been a short time detained by severe illness. It was noon on the 9th of July, when, from the height above the right bank of the Monongahela, he looked upon the ascending army, which 10 miles from Fort Duquesne had just crossed the stream for the second time. Everything looked more bright and beautiful than aught he had ever witnessed before. The companies in their crimson uniform, with burnished arms and floating banners, were marching gaily to cheerful music as they entered the forest." But soon and suddenly how changed the scene! How many exulting soldiers that entered the forest were destined never to emerge from it into the light of day! How many hearts that were throbbing with hope at the prospect of an easy victory were to be hushed forever! Heedless of danger, Braddock pressed forward, the distance of 7 miles only still intervening between his army and the contemplated place of action. Suddenly, in an open wood, thick set with high grass, there burst upon them the Indian war-whoop, and a fierce fire from an unseen enemy on every side. A momentary confusion and panic ensued. Many fell, and the ranks being broken, there was danger of an ignominious flight. None could at first tell who might be, or where lurked the foe that was dealing death at so fearful a rate. Braddock, however, rallied his forces, but mistakenly deemed it necessary to fight, even under these circumstances, according to European tactics, and to preserve a regular order of battle. Thus he kept his soldiers in compact masses, as fair marks for the Indian bullet or arrow, without the possibility of effectually meeting the foe. At this critical moment personal valor was of no avail. Discipline and art, combined action, and orderly movement brought not the enemy where he could be foiled. There was indeed a momentary suspension of the fight, resulting from the fall of the commanding officer of the foe, but the attack was quickly renewed with increased fury. The van fell back on the main army, and the whole body was again thrown into confusion. Had an instant retreat or a rapid charge without observance of orderly military movements been commanded, the result might have been very different. But Braddock, too ignorant of the right course, or too bigoted to the European method of battle, refused to adopt either expedient. Continually fired upon, and losing his brave men by scores, he still made efforts to form his broken and wasting troops on the very spot where they were first attacked, thus bringing the living to supply the places of the dead, and offering needlessly and without any countervailing advantage successive holocausts to the demon of battle. The enemy was small in numbers, and hardly calculated on the possibility of defeating the English army. Annoyance and delay seemed to be all that they expected to accomplish, but permitted securely, in the 2 ravines on each side of the road where they were concealed, to fire upon the English, they could but triumph. The Indians, taking leisurely aim at the officers, swept them from the field, and all but Washington were either killed or wounded. He, as aide to Braddock, was peculiarly exposed, as he rode over every part of the field to carry the general's orders. Indeed, the sharpshooters endeavored to take him off as well as the rest, but he was providentially preserved. No instrument of death might be wielded with effect upon him. The superstitious Indians were struck by the phenomenon of his escape, and concluded that he was not to be killed. One of them afterwards averred that he shot at him 17 times in succession, and was forced to yield to the conviction that he was invulnerable. At the close of the battle 4 bullets were found in his coat, and it was known that 2 horses had been killed under him. After an action of 3 hours, General Braddock, who had fearlessly breasted the volleys of the enemy, and had lost successively 3 horses from under him, received a mortal wound. His troops no longer maintained their position, but fled in terror and dismay. The provincials remained last on the field, and effected an orderly retreat, protecting at the same time the regulars in their flight. The defeat was most signal, and the loss of life appalling. The proud army at the close of the contest counted but 1/2 of its entire number. 64 officers were killed and wounded. The remains of the English forces sought their companions under Dunbar, 40 miles distant. Braddock could proceed no farther, and there expired. The army, with Dunbar for its leader, was soon after marched to Philadelphia, where it found its winter quarters. Thus, in the fatal results of that expedition, the whole frontier of Virginia was left exposed to the French and Indians. Of the enterprise against Niagara and Fort Frontenac, it may suffice to say that it utterly failed. We proceed, therefore, to that against Crown Point, the rendezvous for which was at Albany. On the last of June, 1755, 4,000 troops arrived at Albany, under the command of General William Johnson and General Lyman. Here the sachem Hendrick joined them with a body of his Mohawks. As a portion of the troops, together with the artillery, bateaux, provisions, and other necessaries for the attempt on Crown Point, could not be immediately got ready, General Lyman advanced with the main body, and erected Fort Edward on the Hudson, for the security of the apparatus above named, which was to be forwarded by Johnson. Towards the end of August, General Johnson moved his forces forward more northerly, and pitched his camp at the south end of Lake George. Here he learned that 2,000 French and Indians, under the command of Baron Dieskau, had landed at South Bay, now Whitehall, and were marching toward Fort Edward for the purpose of destroying the English transports and munitions of war. It was resolved the next morning in a council of war to send out a large detachment of men to intercept Dieskau's army on its way. To perform this service, Colonel Ephraim Williams of Deerfield was appointed at the head of 1,200 troops, 200 of whom were Indians. Dieskau, who was an able commander, had made an advantageous disposition to receive the English. While he kept the main body of his regulars with him in the center, he ordered the Canadians and Indians to advance on the right and left in the woods, with a view to surround their opponents. When the American troops had arrived considerably within the ambuscade, the Mohawk sachem Hendrick, who had been sent out too late with his band, was hailed by a hostile Indian, and instantly there commenced a sharp fire. This brought on the action sooner than was intended by Dieskau, who had ordered his flanking parties to reserve their fire till the firing should proceed from the center. It was his design to let the English troops get completely enclosed before the firing commenced, in which case there would have been an entire defeat of the English. The discharge of arms necessarily became general after the flanking parties had begun, but the advantage was altogether on the side of the ambuscaders. The provincials fought bravely, but finding that they were in danger of being hemmed in from every quarter, they were obliged to retreat. The loss of the Americans was considerable. Colonel Williams was killed. Hendrick and a number of his Indians, who fought with great intrepidity, were left dead on the field. The retreating troops joined the main body and waited the approach of their now exulting assailants. It was nearly noon when the enemy appeared in sight of Johnson's army. The battle of Lake George, which was the consequence of their meeting, occurred on the 8th of September. The American army was encamped on the banks of that lake, and covered each side of a low, thick morass. To form a sort of breastwork, trees had been felled, and this was his only cover against an attack. It happened most favorably that, 2 days before, General Johnson had received several cannon from Fort Edward. The enemy marched up in front of the breastwork within the distance of 150 yards. Soon the grand and central attack was commenced, while the English flanks were beset by the Canadians and Indians. The distant platoon fire of the French did but little execution, and the English, summoning resolution, entered with increased spirit upon the defense of their position. Working their artillery with vigor, they compelled the Indians and Canadian militia to flee into the swamps. Dieskau, under these circumstances, was forced to order a retreat. It was not effected with much success, as his troops were thrown into irrecoverable disorder, and their flight was hastened by a party pursuing them from the English camp. The Baron met the frequent fate of war. He received his death wound from a soldier, who, meeting him alone, mistook a movement on the part of the general, which was intended as propitiatory, for an attempt at self-defense, and discharged his piece at him. He was feeling for his watch to give to the soldier. His wound proved fatal, but not until he had reached England. When the Baron's army halted after its retreat or flight, it happened, just as they were about to take refreshment, that 200 men of the New Hampshire forces, which had been detached from Fort Edward to the aid of the main body, fell upon the French, and put many of them to the sword. Their dead bodies were thrown into a small lake, which from this circumstance was afterwards called the Bloody Pond. The spirits of the colonists, which had been so depressed by Braddock's defeat, were greatly revived, but the issue of the Battle of Lake George was not otherwise beneficial. The success was by no means followed up according to the expectations of the country. No further effort at this time was made to reduce Crown Point, but the remainder of the campaign was employed by Johnson only in strengthening the works at Fort Edward, and erecting on the site of the battle a fort which he called William Henry. Johnson, in his official letter respecting the engagement, makes no mention of General Lyman, although the latter held the command most of the day, as Johnson was wounded early in the action. This was an instance of ingratitude and selfishness highly unbecoming a soldier, especially as the consideration bestowed on him was a baronetcy and £5,000 sterling. The campaign of 1756, the year in which the public declaration of war was made, makes but an indifferent figure in American history. Expeditions against Niagara, Crown Point, Fort Duquesne, and other places were projected, but they severally failed. On the other hand, before the close of the summer, the Marquis de Montcalm, an efficient officer who succeeded Dieskau with a large force of regulars, Canadians, and Indians, took the important fort of Oswego on the south side of Lake Ontario, which gave him the command of the Lakes Ontario and Erie, and of the entire country of the Five Nations. 1,600 men were taken prisoners. Colonel Mercer, the commanding officer, was killed, and the loss in cannon, mortars, bateaux, and other military resources was great. During this unfortunate year, a single military adventure on the confines of Pennsylvania shows that the colonists were not insensible to the Indian depredations, and to the duty of attempting to repress them. Fort Granby in that state was surprised by a party of French and Indians, who made the garrison prisoners. Departing in this instance from their usual custom of killing and scalping the natives, they loaded them with flour, and thus drove them into the wilderness. In another quarter, the Indians on the Ohio barbarously killed, in their incursions, above 1,000 inhabitants of the western frontiers. To avenge this outrageous conduct, Colonel Armstrong, with a party of 280 provincials, marched from Fort Shirley on the Juniata River, about 150 miles west of Philadelphia, to Kittanning, an Indian town, the rendezvous of these murdering savages, and destroyed it. An Indian chief called Captain Jacobs defended himself through loopholes of his log cabin. As the Indians refused the quarter which was offered them, Colonel Armstrong gave orders to set their houses on fire. This was at once executed, and many of the Indians perished by the flames and suffocation. Numbers were shot in attempting to reach the river. Jacobs, his squaw, and a boy called the King's Son were fired upon as they were attempting to escape out of the window, and were all killed and scalped. It is computed that between 30 and 40 Indians were destroyed in this attack. 11 English prisoners were also released. On this occasion a Captain Mercer was wounded and conveyed away by his ensign and 11 men. He afterwards returned safe with 23 men and 4 released prisoners. He is believed to be the distinguished General Mercer of the United States Army, who died of wounds received in the Battle of Princeton in 1776. The campaign of the succeeding year, 1757, is chiefly memorable in our annals for the dreadful massacre of the English at Fort William Henry on the 9th of August, and which deserves a particular recital. Fort William Henry was commanded at this time by Colonel Monroe, a British officer. Being vigorously pressed, and unable to obtain assistance from General Webb, who was at Fort Edward with the main army, and having burst many of his guns and mortars, and expended most of his ammunition, he had no alternative but to surrender. By the capitulation which was signed, the troops were allowed to retain their arms, and as a protection against the Indians were to receive an escort for their march to Fort Edward. Soon after, a detachment of the French army took possession of the fort. At the same time, the Indians, impatient for plunder and blood, rushed over the parapets, and were ready for operations. Colonel Monroe, perceiving their object, and dreading to remain within the camp, exposed to their cupidity and vengeance, gave orders for marching about midnight. Preparations accordingly were made, but it was found that a large body of Indians was on the road with a view to intercept his march. Safety, therefore, did not permit them to leave the camp. Early in the morning they began their march, but their situation was worse now than it had been before, with the savages threatening and prowling around them. Armed with tomahawks or other instruments of death, they filled the woods and commenced their work of plunder and butchery upon the retreating British. Monroe complained to the French commander and demanded the promised escort. This was not furnished, probably, as the French themselves feared the Indians, but the British were advised to yield to the former their private property as the means of appeasing the foe and saving life. This was very generally done, but it produced no effect, except to increase their rapacity. Whatever was withheld they seized, and many were stripped almost entirely of their clothing, and some even to nudity. They rushed upon the sick and wounded, whom they killed and scalped. The negroes, mulattoes, and friendly Indians were then dragged from the ranks and shared the same fate. The English troops under these circumstances did as they could, until they reached a French guard on the way. They were followed by the insulting, robbing, and murdering savages. The women accompanying the troops, unable to resist, were seized, their throats cut, their bodies ripped open, and their bowels torn out and thrown in their faces. The children were taken by the heels, and their brains dashed out against the rocks and trees, and it is stated that many of the savages drank the heart's blood of their victims as it flowed reeking from the horrid wounds." General Webb, on receiving intelligence of the capitulation, ordered 500 men to meet the captured troops and conduct them to his camp. But to his surprise, instead of meeting the escort, he found the captives flying through the woods singly or in small groups, some distracted, and many bleeding with dreadful wounds, faint, and in a state of exhaustion. The whole number massacred and carried off was probably not far from 300. The ill successes and losses of several campaigns now roused the people, both in the parent country and in the provinces, to the consideration of more vigorous measures under more able men. Accordingly, William Pitt, Earl of Chatham, the greatest statesman of modern ages, was brought forward at the present crisis, and infused his own ardent and decisive spirit into the national councils. He sympathized with his transatlantic brethren, and assured them, in a circular which he addressed to the governors of the provinces, that an effectual force should be sent against the French the next year, to operate both by sea and land. In connection with such a force, they were expected to raise their full quotas of troops, according to the number of the inhabitants. Animated by the favorable change in the parent country, the government of Massachusetts voted 7,000 men, Connecticut 5,000, and New Hampshire 3,000, and the troops were ready for service in the early part of the year 1758. An armament of 12,000 troops having been sent out from England, commanded by General Amherst, and the British forces already in America, added to the number of soldiers raised by the colonies, constituted an army far greater than had been before seen on this side of the ocean. The expeditions proposed for the year were 3, the first against Louisburg, the second against Ticonderoga and Crown Point, and the third against Fort Duquesne. The feelings of resentment against the enemy were strong, and the colonists engaged heartily in the movements, for Canada was filled, so to speak, "with prisoners and scalps, private plunder, and public stores and provisions, which our people as beasts of burden had conveyed to them." The enterprise against Louisburg was conducted by the land and naval commanders Amherst and Boscawen, with 20 ships of the line and 14,000 men. As the British minister had in view the absolute extinction of the French power in America, it was of the highest importance to take Louisburg as a key to the possession of the capital of Canada. The armament arrived before the place on the 2nd of June. The commander of the garrison, the Chevalier de Drucourt, was an officer of experience and courage. His force, however, was not large, consisting of 2,500 regulars and 600 militia. But the harbor was so strongly secured that it was found necessary to land the English forces at some distance from the town. The landing was effected with difficulty, though with little loss. General James Wolfe, who then commenced his distinguished military career, was detached with 2,000 men to seize a post occupied by the enemy at the lighthouse point, from which the ships in the harbor and the fortifications in the town might be greatly harassed. The post was abandoned on the approach of Wolfe, and very strong batteries were erected there. Approaches were also made on the opposite side of the town, and the siege was urged with skill and vigor. The cannonade kept up against the town and the ships in the harbor was so effective that there seemed to be little prospect of defending the place, and the government offered to capitulate Louisburg with all its artillery, 221 pieces of cannon and 18 mortars, and a very large quantity of stores and ammunition, as also the Island Royal, St. John's, and their dependencies were surrendered to the English. The speedy result was also the entire possession of the island of Cape Breton. The loss to the garrison was upwards of 1,500 men, to the assailants about 400 killed and wounded. In England, the trophies of the victory were publicly exhibited, and the event was religiously noticed in all the churches. In New England the joy was great, and the victory there also commemorated with public thanksgivings. Of the second expedition under General Abercrombie against Ticonderoga, it may suffice to say that, notwithstanding its strength, numbering 15,000 troops, with a formidable train of artillery and the usual appliances, it utterly failed through the unskilfulness and rashness of Abercrombie himself. Fort Frontenac, however, on the return of the army from their depot, was besieged and captured. The success of this last enterprise prepared the way for the reduction of Fort Duquesne, the third object of the campaign of 1758. This expedition was entrusted to General Forbes. The fort, however, was found to have been abandoned by the French and Indians. It was now taken possession of by the English, who named it Pittsburgh, in compliment to the British minister. Upon this event, the Indian tribes on the Ohio submitted to the English. The gloom which spread over the colonies by the defeat at Ticonderoga was in a measure dissipated by the successes of Amherst and Forbes. For the campaign of 1759, 3 expeditions were proposed, one against Ticonderoga and Crown Point, to be conducted by Amherst, a second against Niagara under Prideaux, and a third against Quebec, to be conducted by General Wolfe. On the 22nd of July, Amherst, in accordance with the above plan, invested Ticonderoga with 12,000 provincials and regulars, and soon succeeded in capturing that important fortress. Following this, the village of St. Francis, situated at the mouth of the river of that name, was destroyed. It had been the resort of Indian robbers and murderers, where were deposited the scalps and plundered goods of hundreds of hapless Englishmen. It was taken and destroyed by a party under Major Rogers, after a series of adventures and hairbreadth escapes, which have more the appearance of romance than reality. There was a general conflagration of the cabins, and out of 300 inhabitants, 200 were killed, 20 women and children captured, and 5 English prisoners in the village set free. The army destined against Niagara was composed principally of provincials, reinforced by a strong body of friendly Indians. It was placed under the command of General Prideaux, who commenced the siege of the place on the 6th of July. While directing the operations of the place, he was killed by the bursting of a shell. The command of the army then fell upon Sir William Johnson, who prosecuted the enterprise with judgment and vigor. The French, alarmed at the prospect of losing a post which formed the communication between Canada and Louisiana, in the meanwhile made a strenuous effort to raise the siege, by collecting a large body of troops from several neighboring garrisons. These were brought on the morning of the 24th in battle array against the besiegers, ushered in by the horrible sound of the Indian war-whoop. The French charged with great impetuosity, but the English maintained their ground and eventually repulsed them with signal slaughter. The fate of Niagara was now decided. The next day a capitulation was signed, and this portion of the country fell into the hands of the English. The grand enterprise for the reduction of Quebec was entrusted, as already noticed, to the gallant and accomplished Wolfe, who sailed from Halifax early in the season, and near the last of June landed the whole army on the island of Orleans, a few miles below Quebec. Here the sight presented to him of the formidable position and works of the enemy by no means served to encourage expectations of success, but his resolution and desire of victory overcame every other sentiment. The city of Quebec rose before him upon the north side of the St. Lawrence, its upper town and strong fortifications situated on a rock, whose bold and steep front continued far westward parallel with the river, its base near the shore, thus presenting a wall which it seemed impossible to scale. From the northwest came down the St. Charles, entering the St. Lawrence just below the town, its banks high and uneven, and cut by deep ravines, while armed vessels were borne upon its waters, and floating batteries obstructed its entrance. A few miles below, the Montmorency leaped down the cataract into the St. Lawrence, and strongly posted along the sloping banks of that river, and between these two tributaries the French army, commanded by Montcalm, displayed its formidable lines." We necessarily pass over several ineffectual attempts of Wolfe to draw Montcalm from his strong entrenchments into a general engagement, during which, and in consequence of excitement under their repeated failure, he fell sick. When, however, he had so far recovered as to assume the command, a plan was proposed to him by his generals for getting possession of the heights in the rear of the city, where it was but slightly fortified. Could the steep acclivity of rocks be surmounted, they would be able to reach the level plain above, called the Heights of Abraham. The plan was altogether congenial to the feelings of the commander-in-chief, and was put into execution with judgment and vigor. In pursuance of this plan, Wolfe broke up his camp at Montmorency, near the falls of that name, and returned to the island of Orleans, where he first disembarked. From that spot he determined to push his daring enterprise. Embarking himself and army on board of the fleet, he directed Admiral Holmes to sail up the river several miles higher than the intended point of debarkation, making occasional demonstrations of a design to land troops. That being accomplished, during the night a strong detachment in flat-bottomed boats fell down with the tide to a point about a mile above the city. The shelving beach, the high precipitous banks, and the only path by which the place could be scaled, being defended by a captain's guard and a battery of 4 guns, all rendered the landing and ascent of the heights, on the part of the English, a work of amazing difficulty, yet it was effected, Wolfe himself being one of the first who leaped on shore. The whole plan had well nigh been defeated at the water's edge, for one of the sentinels hailed. But being answered by a captain in Fraser's regiment, who fully understood the French language, and had been expressly instructed for the purpose, the latter was suffered to pass. The sentinel, from the answers given, for the English were twice interrogated, concluded at once that this was a French convoy of provisions, which was expected to pass down the river to Quebec. This the English had learned from some deserters. Escaping this difficulty, they commenced their arduous and perilous task. The Highlanders and light infantry, under the command of General Howe, led the way up the fearful precipice, which was 150 or 200 feet high, an almost perpendicular ascent. They clambered up by the aid of the projection of rocks, and the limbs of trees and shrubs growing on the cliffs. They first drove away the guard and seized the battery. The rest of the troops pressed on in the difficult and confined path, and by daybreak the whole army was planted firmly on the plains of Abraham. Montcalm, taken by surprise at this unexpected scaling of the heights, was forced to abandon his strong position and come to an engagement. For this purpose he crossed the St. Charles and drew up his army in battle array. This being perceived by Wolfe, a corresponding movement was made on the part of the English, and the disposition of the troops was such as to meet the masterly arrangements of Montcalm. The battle was commenced by the French, a portion of whose army, consisting of 1,500 Indians and Canadians, who were excellent marksmen, advanced in front for this purpose. Screened by surrounding thickets, they aimed with fatal effect at many of the British officers, but this lasted only a short time. The main body of the French now advancing, the principal struggle came on in all its fury. The English, reserving their fire until within 40 yards of the enemy's line, then made terrible havoc among them by a general discharge. This fire was vigorously maintained until the French yielded to it. General Wolfe exposed himself in front of his battalion, as also did Montcalm before his, and both officers paid the price of their bravery. They were in the sections of the two armies where the battle was most severe, and both fell mortally wounded not far from the same time. There was another striking coincidence. They who succeeded them in command in either army also fell wounded, the Frenchmen mortally. When Wolfe fell, he was pressing on at the head of his grenadiers with fixed bayonets. It was the third time that he had received a wound. A ball had now pierced his breast. The respective armies continued in their strife as if nothing had happened. After Wolfe and Monckton had been laid aside, Townshend assumed the command, and the British grenadiers pressed on with their bayonets. The center of the French army was soon broken by the brisk advance of General Murray. The Highlanders with their broadswords completed the confusion of the enemy, driving them with great slaughter in different directions. A portion of the French army fled into Quebec. The enemy was signally defeated, having lost 1,000 men, besides an equal number of prisoners. The loss of the English in killed and wounded was less than 600. The necessary preparations were now made by Townshend for the siege of the city, but at the expiration of 5 days it was surrendered to the English fleet and army. The capital of Canada, at the time of its capitulation, contained about 10,000 inhabitants, and thus having passed under the dominion of Great Britain, was protected by a garrison of 5,000 men, under the command of General Murray. Wolfe died of his wounds on the field of battle. He manifested, quote, "the ruling passion strong in death," end quote. As a touching incident in the annals of warfare, Scarcely anything can equal it, unless it may be that which also marked the death of his opponent. He was removed into the rear almost against his consent, that he might be attended to; but while others were expressing their sympathy in his behalf, he was watching the terrific contest with intense anxiety. At length he could no longer sustain himself, but, faint with the loss of blood, he leaned on the shoulder of an officer who kneeled down to support him. The agony of death was now upon him. A cry was heard, "They fly! They fly!" "Who fly?" asked the expiring hero. "The French," replied his supporter. "Then I die happy," he said. Montcalm, too, died in a few hours after, having been first conveyed into the city. On being told that his wound was mortal, he expressed his satisfaction at the fact. When further informed that he could survive but a few hours, he replied, "So much the better. I shall not live to see the surrender of Quebec." The French continued in possession of Canada for a time, notwithstanding the capture of Quebec. Indeed, a second and more mortal struggle was soon to be again witnessed on the Heights of Abraham. The main body of the French army, which after its defeat retired to Montreal, and which was still formidable, had been reinforced by 6,000 Canadian militia and a body of Indians. With these forces, Monsieur de Lévis, the successor of Montcalm, appeared before Quebec, with the design of besieging the fortress. Murray, whose force had been reduced by the severities of the winter, the want of proper food, from 5,000 to 3,000, left his works and met the French near Sillery, and a severe action took place, in which the advantage was on the side of the French, the English being obliged to retire within the fortress. The loss on both sides was very great, being nearly 1,000 each, but the battle was productive of no special results. Lévis found it impossible to reduce the place, and the English, receiving reinforcements, after being closely invested for a time, it was concluded by the French commander to abandon the project, and he accordingly returned to Montreal. As it seemed necessary to try the fortune of another campaign against the enemy, since, notwithstanding the capture of the French posts in 1759, the province still held out against the British arms, General Amherst had made arrangements for assembling before Montreal all the British troops from Lake Ontario, Lake Champlain, and Quebec. The several armies were early in motion, and so accurately had their operations been concerted that Amherst and Murray reached the vicinity of Montreal on the same day, when Haviland, who commanded a small force from Crown Point, joined them. The next day, Vaudreuil, the governor, finding further resistance vain, demanded a capitulation, and on the 18th of September, 1760, the whole French possessions in Canada were surrendered to the British power. The war still continued in Europe, and a few provincial troops were raised in 1761 and 1762. But New England remained exempted from all border hostilities. On the 10th of February, 1763, a general peace was signed at Paris, and soon after ratified by Great Britain and France. This was an era of joy to the colonies. They had experienced no such relief since the commencement of King William's War in 1689. A few short intervals of peace had indeed been enjoyed, but during nearly 80 years they were generally doomed in every exposed point to pillage, captivity, and slaughter. Relieved from their miseries and dangers, they reoccupied their plantations, and new ones were commenced, and population began to spread with rapidity. It may be added, and it is due to the colonist to add, that they were not unmindful of their obligations to that being by whose fostering care they had been preserved during so many and so severe trials and privations. They had put their trust in him, and he had saved them from the hands of their foes. Many had indeed fallen, many had suffered, But now, relieved from foreign invasion and savage butchery, they united in giving God thanks on a day set apart for the purpose, and went on their way rejoicing. End of Section 20.